Friends, we should start the session. In fact, this, as all of you know, that Professor Deepak sir already delivered the keynote address yesterday. So Professor Behera will take the session on this case study methods today. And case study method is a very important qualitative techniques for, especially for data collections. And also understanding the issues in a very deeper sense. As I explained yesterday also that how to do them. So Professor Vera is the right person, in fact, to deliberate on this because he's a man of, what I can say, the high stature, who already, led 4 state universities, as the bicentennial, which I already said. And also Professor Vera was the Fulbright Fellow to the California State University, Long Beach. So with his vast experience, he can share his experiences as his own case studies, of course, and also linking to the kind of theoretical approach to the case studies. So I'm sure that this session will be a very good session. So without taking much time, I invite Vera sir to come and deliver. Thank you.
Excuse me, sir, the sound quality is not good. It's not clear.
No, it's not clear. You can't hear me out?
Yeah, you have to improve the quality of the sound, sir.
Hello, mic testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hello.
Is it clear now?
Yeah. Hello, mic testing. 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello.
Now clear, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. Right, sir. Good morning, very good morning, one and all, those who are attending in person and those who are online. Greetings of the day. And the coordinator of this great event, workshop, Professor Haricharan Behera, requested me to deliver a couple of lectures. And this is my past lecture. That is a case study method in social sciences. I think everybody knows about case study method, some kind of idea about the case study method. So I'm not going to speak, something very new, but I will share my field experiences. So I'm a social anthropologist by training. So in our department, I have a dual degree, like a degree in anthropology and sociology. So at one point of time, I was thinking like it's just like putting one leg in Atlantic Ocean, the other leg in Pacific Ocean. But of late, I have realized that it's a good degree. And in our department, we used to take students to the field and spend there for 30 days, both in the first semester and the final year, first year and final year. So my guru, Professor S.N. Ratha, was a very good field worker, I would say. So we have inherited fieldwork tradition from our guru. And that is why 21 times I took student to the field. Every time I went, I stayed there for a month. So I have seen, grassroots reality from a very close quarter. That's what I'm going to share during the course of my presentation. Otherwise, nothing will come new. because it's a very old topic, case study method, you know. So you may note down my email ID. If you'll not get a chance to ask a question, maybe you can contact me later on. My email ID is behra.dk@gmail.com. Why it's not moving? Yeah. So case study method, time and again, I would be using the word. So the abbreviation is CSM, case study method. We all know that it's a qualitative method, qualitative research approach, and focusing on in-depth analysis. That's very important. In-depth analysis of what? Of a single case or small number of cases, maybe single case or small number of cases. So here a case may be individual, group, community, event, institution, or social phenomenon. Anything it could be, okay? And CSM seeks to understand the case in its real life context, quote unquote, real life context. That's very important. Understand the case in its real life context using multiple sources of evidence. The evidence will come from different sources, okay? So often it integrates observation, interview, documentation, and artifacts to construct the case narratives. Yesterday we were discussing about integration, triangulation. So case study integrates observation, interview, documentation, documents, and artifacts to construct the case narratives. CSM is used to explore complex, this is very, very important, complex social, cultural, or behavioral process in their natural setting. So we live in a complex order, right? So sometime, your other methods will fail and fail miserably. And at that point of time, you will be able to use case study method. Clear? Yeah. So we all know it's in-depth investigation, and it is holistic by nature. So you study like everything of something, not something of everything. When you study something of everything, that is survey method. Okay. So you study here everything of something or about a social unit. That is why it is case. It's a case, and the method is case study method. So you widely used in social science because you are all from social science background, and especially it is frequently used in anthropology and sociology. Okay. So because I'm a social anthropologist by training, and I have also some orientation towards the other discipline, sociology. So my lecture will revolve around anthropology and sociology. Okay. But that by saying so, I don't want to feel deprived of other participants. They will also definitely get the meaning element of case study method from my lecture. So many times we use the term respondent. Okay. Now, what is a good term? Interlocutor. Have you heard this term? Now because we follow the British legacy, check this term in Google or your Google Baba or Chat GPT. You'll find this term, and this is a more recent term, and recent social scientists, they are using this term in place of respondent. Respondent, the power structure will come into play. But when we say interlocutor, it's a very friendly term. P.V. Young, four, major sociologists, because majority of the participants are from sociology background. So I will first give you illustration of 4 methodologists, monographer, social scientist. So definition by P.V. Young. What does he say? A case study is a comprehensive study of a social unit. Already I have explained you that, be that a person, group, institution, or community. And key ideas of P.V. Young. He emphasizes depth over breadth. I repeat, depth over breadth. This is a key, term, depth over, it is an in-depth study, depth over breadth. Studying the unit intensively and thoroughly. Okay. So the researchers study the unit intensively and thoroughly. View the case study method as an effective way to understand dynamics of social behavior. Social behavior is unpredictable. It's dynamic. It's always in the move. So you may behave in a particular way today, and tomorrow again, you may switch over, you may change, and you say, no, that's not my positioning. It was my old thoughts. Now I subscribe new thought. And so behavior is always dynamic. So it is effective way to understand the dynamic of social behavior. Case study helps in understanding different things. One is very important, background. So the background, yesterday, Professor Behra was speaking about context. The context is very, very important. Background, current status. Before you go for case study method, you have to check this thing, background, current status, social interaction of a unit, be that a person, be that a community, be that a family, household, whatever the case may be. So I would like to quote P.V. Young, and he says, a case study is a method. Case study is a method of exploring and analyzing the life of a social unit. I have already said what the social unit is. The purpose of such an analysis is to study factors, not, it could be factor, it could be factors. Factors that account for the behavior of the unit in relation to the environment. He's not talking about the natural environment, the social environment. Okay, so this environment should be here, it means social environment. And Goody and Hart, you have already, you all know this reference, and this is a very standard textbook in research methodology. So Goody and Hart, for them, case study is a way of organizing social data to preserve the unitary character of the social object. So holistic study, it has a unitary character, and that is the subject, social object. I strongly have reservation for the use of the term object, because social object, subject and object, I will, maybe time permits, I will discuss, being studied. Okay. So that's their idea. I can't change, and highlights, key ideas. It highlights the descriptive and analytical function of the case study. There are various forms of case study, which I am going to touch upon, but, they discuss about descriptive and analytical forms of case study. Argues that the case study seeks to capture the complexity. The complexity, simple thing, you make use of different methods. I will give you illustration how, other forms of investigation or other methods of social science cannot be used for studying those units. So capture complexity of a single case rather than generalize across cases. You are not making sweeping generalization or scientific generalization for that matter. You are trying to capture the complexity of a social unit. And they emphasize the case study method is useful for hypothesis generation. The 4 forms of design, exploratory, descriptive, diagnostic, experimental. First one is without hypothesis. Second one may not be associated with hypothesis. Third one, usually but not necessarily associated with a hypothesis. And the final one, it has a causal hypothesis. So it is useful for hypothesis generation, not necessarily for a testing hypothesis or hypothesis testing. And quote, I would like to quote Goody and Hart, case study deals with the process that are taken as a whole. Unitary nature, I said, It is a method of exploring and analyzing the life of a social unit, quote unquote, So this is, again, the case study method is a way of organizing social data. So what you are trying to do, you are trying to organize social data. You are gathering data, but you are organizing the data. That is very important. So as to preserve the unitary character. Why you are organizing data? So that the unitary nature, character of the unit is, it remains protected. That is why you are organizing data of the social object being studied. And Bernard, L.L. Bernard. So his view, consider the case study method as a form of social research that focuses on the individual case to discover general principle. He's extrapolating. From a single case, you extrapolate and develop some general principle. That is Bernard. See how I will show you one, table comparing these four great methodologists. Then key ideas. Case study help in deriving sociological insight, because Bernard is a sociologist. So deriving sociological insight from specific cases. You study 2-3 cases and then you extrapolate through the process of induction. You develop some general principle. Argue for a balance between objectivity and empathy. So empathy is very, very important. I will tell you what are expected from the researcher, the qualities of a researcher to conduct case study. So empathetic understanding, you know what is empathetic understanding. I have a slide to touch upon that point. And see the case as a preliminary step towards broader generalization. So he is focusing on broader generalization and starting with a case study. So case study is a preliminary step, okay? And contribution emphasized the qualitative richness of the method. You can't squeeze social data. When you are excessively, orienting yourself towards quantitative techniques, the richness of the data will be lost. My friend, he is also Deepak, I am Deepak, but with different views. He may not agree with me. But when you squeeze the, the data you gather from your interlocutor, so then the richness of data will be lost if you try to quantify it. If you try to do that in excessive manner, so the richness will be lost. So there are certain things which cannot be measured. For example, kindness of a person, okay, or the social values of a the ethos of a community. How do you measure? There are, of course, quantitative technique scale you can use to measure also everything. Everything is possible, but probably he's a old timer, and that is why he's expressing his idea like that. And this Giddings. This is a very famous book, and there is a chapter on case study. Recognize the case study method as one of the earliest forms of sociological research. There are many, forms, but it is one of the earliest method, sociological research. Key ideas, stress the historical and descriptive aspect of the case study. History is very, very important in case study. You have to first gather the historical background of the case before venturing into the case study, and believe that careful case study leads to the development of social law and theories. So you find some similarities with the previous one. So social law and theories, he's suggesting development of social law and theories. He supported the idea that a thorough understanding of a single case provides insight into social structure. Social structure is a very, very vast thing, broad thing. But he says that it is possible to have insight into social structure by, undertaking case study method. Approach more inductive, deductive and inductive, more inductive, induction, going up, deduction, coming down. More inductive and theoretical in outlook, believed individual case could lead to general sociological concept. Now, I said about 4 different, Methodists. I mean, their views. You heard them, but you will not remember. Let me provide you a table so that that would help you to comprehend it. Views of thinkers compared. I've developed a site. P.V. Young, Goody and Hart, L.L. Bernard, Giddings. So views of case study method. You see, it is self-explanatory. P.V. Young says in-depth analysis of a social unit valuable for understanding social processes. And that use Goody and Hart, the express view, holistic study, useful for hypothesis generation despite subjectivity. And Bernard says it is critical of its subjectivity, demands more scientific. So he says it is very subjective by nature, so we can't depend more on the case study method. On the other hand, Gidding says it is useful for descriptive sociology. Thick description. Thinkers resource person, Bakshi was talking about thick description. I have also a slide on that. So for descriptive sociology and early theory development, emphasis, comprehensiveness for young, comprehensiveness and quality insight. For Goody and Hart, exploratory, whole process oriented, whole process, holistic by nature when we say whole process oriented. And I mean, emphasis scientific validity. He questions scientific validity. Bernard, critical of its subjectivity, you see the views. And scientific
Urvi madam, please mute.
validity.
Urvi ma'am.
Objectivity and systematic control. So these are very critical. Yesterday I was raising a question, observation and your interpretation of observation. You interpret things in terms of your ideology, in terms of your cultural orientation. So record, these are not two same things. Like, here is a man, he is a sociologist, I am also sociologist, anthropologist. So we'll observe the same thing, but the interpretation would be different. Okay, so that is the beauty. So why we'll go for case study method? Justification. That is also important. Captures real life context and complexity. For instance, you are studying intangible culture. I would like to, I have many, lively experience, field experience. I'm reminded of my field situation. I was, with my student, like 24 student, and we are doing a field work in a remote area among the Pengos of Koraput district. So we lived there, and I was passing through a field, and I saw a man, beating his chest, blowing whistle, looking to the top of the tree and communicating in a very, different language and taking awkward step. For a while, I mistook him as a mad person. Listen the story carefully, not story, my life experience. So, and then like the natural anthropologist, I didn't want to disturb the natural process. But after some time, he noticed me. He was very unhappy. Said, I mean in his language, not in English. So, you lanky fellow. Then I was very lean and thin. Okay, what are you doing? Then I said, I'm watching you and observing. That's none of your business. Then he asked me, do you smoke? I said, no, I'm a non-smoker. And he was very unhappy. But I said, I promise when I go back to the village, I will get you pack of bidi. You know bidi? And he was very happy. And I then politely asked, actually, what are you doing? Can't you see the tall tree? Yes, I'm seeing the tall tree. and see the, dried twigs and leaves fallen around the tree. So, this is noon time, and all my ancestors live there, they are deaf and dumb kind of people. And so I was shouting on the top of my voice to communicate them and requesting them to leave the tree for a while so that I can burn the dried leaves and twigs, which is very essential for this shifting cultivation, slash and burn cultivation. So I was doing my work, and why did you disturb? I said, I never disturbed you. I wanted to learn. It's a great learning. That is intangible culture. And how as a, social scientist, you will understand this intangible culture, unseen, which cannot be perceived, which cannot be seen, but that is very, very important. And today I'm not criticizing, our sociologists, anthropologists, they go to the field for 7 days and they want to do everything instant. At least case study method will then not be a suitable method for them. You have to establish good rapport. And, a seasoned anthropologist like me got deceived. I mistook him as a mad person. See, I can tell you thousands of, my life experience like this. So why case study method is important. So ideal for exploring emerging or poorly understood phenomena. This person, DKB, poorly understood, the phenomenon. Like how important. And I say, nothing happens in our life, in our family, without their blessing. They're very, very important people. They are very, very important people. And that is why we have to pay our respect, pay our homage, tributes to that departed soul, and who is still, from the sky, they are blessing our family. Look at this concept. So what kind of quantitative techniques will analyze this? First, I couldn't perceive. So that's why case study method is very important. Time is short and I shouldn't tell a lot many stories. So then supports both theory building and testing. That is one justification. Enables integration with qualitative and quantitative methods. That I will also see. And it has already been explained by Professor Haricharan Behra. So some example, I said, difficult texts, difficult cases. So when it is used, for instance, immersion of the researcher, immersion is a different one. When you get submerged into the community, life. Immersion of the researcher in the lives of the concerned person, community, organization. See, he is researching. Okay. That is why it's good for in-depth study of minority groups. Difficult cases, I said difficult cases, are best handled through case study method. Supposing you are studying prisoner, AIDS victim, girls suffering from sexual abuse, delinquents, criminal, depressed person, mental health patient. So case study method is a very useful method. So here also I will give you, examples of famous study using case study method. 4 famous case study. Hughes. Yesterday, Professor Bakshi touched upon this Hughes, but it was a different reference. The autobiography of a drug addict. Social, and that is the title. It's based on the life history of Janet Clark. The name has been revealed here. It's not good to reveal. Sometimes you write XYZ. Oh, sorry. A young white woman from a poor urban background. Hughes highlighted the value of case history for understanding deviance and addiction. And Robert E. Park. Okay, let me not. 1916, he brought out a volume, The City, Suggestion for the Investigation of Human Behavior in the Urban Environment. Don't think that case study is always useful in rural or tribal, urban environment. So American Journal of Sociology, it appeared. Park a central figure in Chicago School. Chicago School, you all know, emphasized the use of case study and life history to study race relation, migration, ethnic minorities in the context of modern city. In the context of modern city, there are also students from geography, participant. For them, migration is very important. And then W.F. White, Street Corner Society. You might have heard this one, you know. The social structure of an Italian slum. It's not like a tribal society. Chicago, University of Chicago Press. So a pioneering ethnographic case study of Cornerville, an Italian-American neighborhood in Boston. White used participant observation to analyze gangs, leadership, and community structure. Then Eric Goffman, 1959, he brought out a very interesting book, The Presentation of Self in Everyday Life. The presentation of self in everyday life. Goffman developed the dramatology means drama. Drama, you understand? You know, so dramatological perspective using case study and ethnographic insight to argue that social life can be seen as a performance. Drama में क्या होता है? आप स्टेज को जाके कुछ परफॉर्म करते हैं, right? So performance, where individual manage impression before others. You try to impress everyone, you know, everyone in the audience. Okay, let me do a good job. Sabas, you know, you did a good job. Like presentation of self in everyday life. That is Eric Goffman. So next is like case study method, a vital component of mixed method research. हरी साहब इधर बैठे हैं, हम नहीं बोलने से बोले हैं कि आप कुछ नहीं बोले सर मिक्स मेथड के ऊपर. So I prepared one. So enhances triangulation. You know, we have been speaking about triangulation by integrating case narratives with statistical and survey data for richer analysis. How do you do that? How we go about? If time permits, I will explain it. It uncovers hidden patterns. Who was speaking about patterns? I think again, Hari. I find difficult to say him Professor Hari because he's my student. So I would feel happy to if he doesn't mind. So you know, like he explained about that. Uncover hidden pattern and the social dynamics often missed in purely numerical methods. I expect that the other Deepak, you know, would explain it because he will play. He is a good player of numbers, unlike me. So he will. So I say that you know, it's hidden pattern and social dynamic often missed in purely numerical methods. Numerical methods quizzes the richness of social reality. Somewhere in passing, I said that. I'm not going detail into that. So it bridges quality and quantitative approaches by offering deep contextual understanding, quote unquote, and no, deep contextual understanding alongside empirical evidence. Provides life real illustration that ground abstract model and theories in lived experience. And last one is enabled in-depth understanding. So then data triangulation in case of case study method. Because, you know, sources of case study method, you know, it uses interview, observation, different type of archival data like documents, archival records to cross-verify findings. So that is how there is a triangulation. Enhances validity and reliability, reduces biases and strength, credibility of result, combine qualitative and quantitative data. So allows integration of diverse type of evidence. So you can not necessarily, you'll only, you know, keep it within the four walls of case study. You can also move out and think about triangulation and cross-checking perspective. Compares information from different respondent or context. Finally, it builds a holistic understanding. You have to see the same, you know, let us think about a child from biological point of view, from anthropological point of view, from archaeological point of view, maybe from historical point of view. So that is holistic understanding. So now again, this is interesting, and I'm getting tempted to tell you stories. You know, I'm a good storyteller. Anthropologists are, believe me, they are good storytellers. But no, 1 hour 15 minutes time. The importance of repo establishment in the case study method. Building repo is essential to gain access, trust, and honest response from participants. I would like to refer this book. I have, review for Anthropos, Jita Kotlova, 1993, Belonging to Others. Title very catchy. Belonging to Others, Cultural Construction of Womanhood Among Muslim in a Village in Bangladesh. I will tell you about two how she has, included her, experiences as a researcher. First concept was like they wanted to check with Jita whether she is married or unmarried. She was wearing a trouser and a very t-shirt and keeping her hair untidy and moving around. So they asked her whether you are married or non-married. She said, "I am married." So they were not happy with the response. See the wording. And then, so you are expected to keep your hair tidy and you have to wear, different. So they were unhappy with some, and she couldn't make it out. When you go to the field and try to do case study in a hurry, how it may bounce back. That's what I'm telling. And then Jita Kotlova, after some 3 months, again the community people cautioned him, and because you are staying alone in a guest house and you should, follow the cultural norms. Still, she couldn't get anything. And then she engaged one field assistant from the same community. And the field assistant, after a lapse of 6 months, revealed him the actual interpretation of the community. And she said to Jita, "Ma'am, and in our community, when you are staying alone, you should tie your hair, and there are some cultural norms you must follow. Otherwise, you will be mistaken. When you are staying alone and keep your hair untidy and getting yourself dressed loosely, then community members feel that you are inviting the unsatisfying soul to move and to have sex with you." So that is the interpretation of the community. And Jita Kotlova was shocked to know that after a lapse of 6 months time, cultural norms, you don't understand. Your quantitative techniques will not help you to quantify this aspect. And then she talks about the concept of Nutan Bow. I understand all the Bengali participants, they understand Nutan Bow. She narrates her experiences as a researcher with Nutan Bow. Nutan Bow will be tested, on various fronts as soon as she is married. So is the case with the field researcher. So when she would try to, Jita was trying to observe her respondent or the community members with 2 eyes. There are 300 families, so 600 eyes were watching Jita, all her activities like Nutan Bow. And she had to prove that, I'm innocent, my purpose is noble and kindly cooperate, like the Nutan Bow. Nutan Bow struggled hard, so she's comparing a field researcher with the concept of Nutan Bow. Very interesting, very lively. So, and these narration, many times you write very mechanically, You have to also include your field experiences to make your writings very lively. Okay? Sorry. It enables the researcher to enter the lived reality of the case with openness and mutual respect. Mutual respect is very important. Enhance quality and authenticity of data, especially in ethnographic and community study. So why repo building is very, very important. And now you go for 7 days fieldwork. How long you require to establish repo? And when you will go for the case study method, tell me. So in anthropology, sociology said that you have to live in the field for 1 year at least. Why? So that you can see the community in different seasons and you can observe their rituals, life cycle ritual, calendar year ritual. So minimum stays for 1 day. Now, we say that fieldwork is the hallmark of anthropology and sociology, but that is gaining the least importance. That is very unfortunate. I'm standing before you, and let that go on record. I don't mind, but we are diluting the fieldwork. So it enhances the quality and authenticity of data, helps minimize participant bias or resistance. So participant means the interlocutor is also a participant. Okay, and so otherwise your respondent will try to take you for a ride. Will never furnish you correct information at the beginning. What happened with Jita Kotlova? Not even at the middle phase of your fieldwork. When you have established good rapport, then only they will reveal the correct thing. So patience is very, very, important. We live in a world where, our present generation researcher are, they're instant researcher. They want to, see everything happening quickly. But case study method is not a suitable method. So rapport is very, very important. You establish rapport. So, and right from the beginning, if you go there, open up your laptop and start recording, the respondent will feel nervous, what this man or women is doing, and without seeking. Ethical issues are also very, very important. So types of case study, you see, I have taken information from various sources. So some of these, types are overlap. So exploratory case study, Robert K. Yang, and descriptive case study, P.V. Young, explanatory case study, this is explain the question how and why. Hariji was raising those questions. Again, Robert K. Yin, collective and multiple case study, Criswell, 2013. And intrinsic case study, Robert E. Steck, and instrumental case study, Robert E. Steck again. So I don't have time. So maybe you take I will leave my PPT with Hari and you can, but a PDF format, not my PPT. I have put in a lot of labor there. So you'll get the meaning element there. Okay. So step by step for guiding. I have also, 2 case study with me. If time permits, I will ask Hari to read out at least 1 case. So step by step, identify and define the case clearly. Rest of the thing you read by yourself. Design the case study, develop data collection tool, and how you decide how you reach out the cases. Then you have to gain access and establish rapport. Rapport establishment is very, very important in case study. Collect data through multiple techniques. I have already touched upon. Capture the original voice of the respondent. I will show you how. Next slide is on that. You have to capture, like transcription and translation. So you have to capture the voice. That is the richness of the data. If you write in English, again, one of our resource person telling, they have their own jargon. So it should be recorded in their original voice. Then you go for translation, transcription and translation. Analyze and interpret the case study. So report writing with narrative richness. So these are step by step. So what kind of skill you require? Analytical and critical thinking. Do you have that? These are like checks, step for self-exploration. Do you have that? Analytical and critical thinking. Empathetic understanding. What is empathetic understanding? Imaginatively, you put yourself in your interlocutor or respondent position and start thinking, what would have my course of action had I been in his or her place? That is empathetic understanding, So you are showing some kind of, respect. You are showing some kind of sympathy. So there is there is every likelihood the subjectivity will creep into your research, but still empathetic understanding is very, very important. Listening instead of talking, we have this bad habit. When you are doing serious field work, be a good listener. And when the respondent will speak at one point of time, he or she will take a pause. Okay. And you wait for that time and then say, okay, what I was telling, and then you bring him back to the right track. But if you are not interested to listen to what your respondent is speaking, then you won't be a good, researcher. As far as case history is concerned, case study is concerned. Strong on observation and interpretation skill. Observation and interpretation, Many times we interpret in our own way, but you have to interpret it from the respondent viewpoint. And that is why empathetic understanding is very, very important. Ability to synthesize data from diverse sources, synthesize data from diverse sources. You are collecting data from diverse sources, so you have to synthesize. And for that, triangulation, integration, you have to have some skill that you have to acquire. Showing interest by eye contacts and other methods. Sometimes when the respondent is speaking, narrating, then you start writing, looking down. Eye contact, your interest, that I'm interested in your case. Please explain me, listen. And if your interlocutor will allow you, use a tape recorder. The ethical issue. But all the time, if you are looking down, you are interested in your note, then sorry, gone. You are a gone case. So capturing the voice of the respondent, human factors. Sometimes we never take into account the human factors. Again, I will give one illustration, okay? Like awareness, perception, motivation, and participation. We feel that, immediately our respondent will start participating. No, N-O, no, nothing more, nothing less. So first, ask this question, is he or she aware of your project? The awareness level. This also I tell to my friend Deepak. Awareness, any project you launch, are they aware? Human factors are very, very important. Then the next question, perception. How do they perceive, or how he or she perceives your project? Okay, perception is very, very important. This could be a negative perception, this could be a positive perception, or the respondent is neutral. So you have to convert the negative and neutral perception to positive perception. Then only your respondent will feel motivated. Okay? And then he will come forward and participate. These are human factors. You will not get in any books. This I share from my first-hand field experience. So these are very important things. Human factors in any, in any research, in any survey. So, capturing the voice. Why should you capture the voice? It preserves the authenticity and subjectivity of the lived experience. Tomorrow I'm going to tell you, be subjective. He says, see, the coordinator should not invite Professor Vera. He's saying that be subjective, not be objective. I'm going to speak on that tomorrow. Be subjective. Because objectivity cannot be attained in social science research. So bring out emotion, perspectives, and insider's meaning. How is he interpreting, or how she is interpreting? The emotion get involved in the whole social phenomenon. Allows readers to connect with respondent reality. Because when she is narrating, when you are recording and translating the transcription, and then it should be very lively and balance researcher analysis with participants' own words. Transcription and translation. I have already said transcription and translation. See, I have 2 lines. I have a longer one, but if time permits. One interlocutor says like this: every morning, women, before the sun rises, I walk 2 miles to fetch water. By the time I return, the children are awake and waiting for the food. My day begins before theirs and ends much later. Just see the melancholy of the voice. Okay, construction of cultural construction of womanhood. If you are doing, and this is her response. And the second one, The factory job feeds my family, but it drains my spirit because he or she is overburdened. Okay, overscheduled, overworked. That is why the frustration is coming out. But it drains my spirit. I work 12 hours a day, standing all the time. Sometimes I wonder if this is the life I wanted. Now, he is getting good salary. This is of a man. But see the frustration. I did a original research in Rourkela steel plant. So I asked the question, given the opportunity, would you like to move out? Because all of them get very high salary. But there are different zones. There is a zone like hard zone, where you will find all scheduled caste, scheduled tribe people work there. They sit in a clumsy posture, handle very small machine and wearing sunglasses. And many of them die before attaining the age mark 60 and do the mechanical things there. So, and they said me, given the opportunity, I would like to move out. Although I'm drawing a handsome salary, I would like to move out because it is very mechanical and I work, in a very small machine and I sit there and and I operate the machine. I know how to operate the machine. I'm drawing good salary, but my life, there is a kind of self-estrangement, alienation. So you see here, if you want to capture the voice, that is very, very important. You can't quantify it. Role of empathetic understanding in the case study method. So enhance the researcher, to grasp the worldview of participant from their own cultural and social lens. It is very, very, when we go there, we use our cultural lens, or we go there without reading any concept and theories. At least this class will give you some kind of orientation. Then you are wearing a, wooden glass, going to the jungle for hunting operation, carrying a gun without bullet. Just drawing parallels, what it happens with the researcher. So this is very important, to have their own cultural lens. You must try to interpret things from their cultural perspective, not your cultural perspective. Goes beyond the data collection to interpret emotion. Emotion is very important because you are handling difficult cases. So the interlocutor will come out with express his or her emotion, and you have to find out the meaning element to that and intention authentically. So everything should be recorded authentically. Builds ethical and human research practice rooted in respect. You have to respect your interlocutor, and you have to have dignity and mutual learning. So it's not like the power balance is very important. You have to learn also many things from your respondent. As I learned from my respondent, who was behaving like a mad person. So you have to learn many things. I've already touched upon the next one, depth over breadth. So empathy support reflexivity. This reflexivity is very, very important in case study. So you read out. These are very... Okay, you read out what is written there.
Selection of cases based on relevance to research questions, purposeful or theoretical sampling, consider typical, unique or critical cases, feasibility and ethical considerations.
So the last, ethical consideration is very, very important. You have to take into this, the ethical consideration. So let me skip. So field notes, field diaries are very, very important. When we go to the field, this is very fundamental thing. Our teacher would say, you please, maintain field notes and field diaries, and what is the difference between field notes and field diary. I don't have time. So in-depth interview and life history. Sometimes, archival records are also very, very important for case study method. So digital ethnography, someone said about digital Bakshi, he talked about digital ethnography. So why you will study a case? When you are studying a case to substantiate your argument, you have 5 chapters. For instance, chapter 3 deals with the plight of women in a slum. So accordingly, you are developing a case, okay, and I will present you 2 typical cases. So enable contextual evidence-based validation. The context is important. Often counter narratives and expectation that challenges dominant model and generalization. The counter, so you are challenging established theory, you are challenging and challenging, saying that my case, what it reveals is completely different. You may negate, refute one theory, one general understanding through a case study. So counter narratives can be produced. It helps establish this causal and processual links in the real world situation. Case study enrich writings. Storytelling is also very important. So this is a part, rather important part of autoethnography, which I will speak about tomorrow. So long-term fieldwork. Long-term fieldwork. Only the important thing I find here is long-term fieldwork. Ask yourself in your doctoral dissertation, if you are a PhD scholar, how long you live in the field. So now anthropology, because I'm a social anthropologist now by training, I will give you 4 cases. Malinowski, 1992. So you know this book? What is the title? It's a large-scale ethnographic case study of Kula ring. You must have heard, clockwise and anti-clockwise, movement. Exchange system. So intensive description of individual cases. Exchange journey, dispute, kinship obligation. So illustrated how broader social structure and cultural values operated through everyday practices. That is his, argument, Brownell's law, Malinowski. Like someone said, dual personality, a lot of controversy about, he published his, field diary, in 1967 or 57, I don't remember. Then Radcliffe Brown, we see a little bit of different. Malinowski was a functionalist and Radcliffe Brown was a structural functionalist. So use case study of ritual, kinship obligation, ceremonial, life. Explain how social structure was maintained. How social structure was maintained. And his approach was structural functional approach, less on personal story than Malinowski. Malinowski was relying on personal stories, but less. By saying so, I don't say that he was not, favor of personal story, but still use case-based illustration to show principle of social cohesion, principle of how this social structure will be maintained, principle of social cohesion that he was emphasizing. And Evans Pritchard, this we were reading, the second book, the newer. When I was a master degree student, we were reading this book. Now, ethnography books are not taught, So, and witchcraft, oracles, and magic among the Azandis, case history, accusation, you accuse, oracles and dispute, showed the rationality of, Azandis belief. A is missing. So newer case study of kinship, dispute, political conflicts, cattle exchange. You might have heard cattle exchange. And analysis of a segmentary linear system. He did it, Evans Pritchard. And contribution, interpretative use of case study, internal coherence of belief system, challenge Western stereotype of African irrationality. He challenged that, because it is indigenous practices, those are irrational. But he said, no, you Western scholar have absolutely no idea. They are quite rational and logical. Margaret Mead. Yesterday also this book was referred. Coming of Age in Samoa. And ethnographic case study of adolescence and culture. Explains Samoan girls' experience of puberty, sexuality different from Western norms. It's not a, this is that, the Western girl, they pass through a stressful situation. It's nothing. It's very normal thing. And how we beg to differ. And key insight, cultural environment shapes psychological development. Cultural environment. Because you are born and brought up in a particular cultural milieu, so that would affect your life race course, I would say. Adolescent is not universally stressful. This is what Margaret Mead argues. It depends on social context. Social context is always important in case study method. Contribution, popularize anthropology for wider audience. Psychological anthropologist, Margaret Mead, with psychological. So case study used to debate nature versus nurture in human behavior. Nature versus nurture. Nature versus culture, your word, but so she is using nature versus nurture. Nurture means kind of socialization, how you are nurtured in your own social environment. And Clifford, this you also know, this is also, Clifford is also a very important person, anthropologist. Deep play, notes of baseline cockfight. Yesterday, Bhakti just covered everything, what I wanted to say. Good, it was a very good, marvelous presentation, and I liked his presentation very much. So classical interpretive case study from the interpretation of culture, how you interpret culture, detailed account of baseline cockfight. So cockfight, how it gets reflected in real life situation. Showed how cockfight symbolize status hierarchy, kinship and rivalry. Everything will be explained through cockfight. Deep cultural meaning. Contribution, demonstrated thick description. This is very, very important. Thick description. If it is a qualitative method, it's very important. Case study used to reveal how culture is a system of symbolic anthropology. There is a branch like symbolic anthropology. So here, Malinowski, Radcliffe, Evans Pritchard, Margaret Mead, and Clifford Grith. Just a summary. Everyday life of case study, Coularing showed the functional role of culture. Radcliffe Brown, ritual and institutional cases. Andaman Irelands explains social cohesion and structure. Evans Pritchard, case history of dispute and belief. Ajandis, Newer, revealed internal cultural logic. This is very important. Internal cultural logic, quote unquote. Margaret Mead, case study of adolescent, Samoa, highlights culture role in shaping personality. It challenged Western assumption on adolescence. Clifford Grith, symbolic case study, baseline cockfight, demonstrated thick description and cultural meaning. So I summarize, what I said, because sometimes we see a slide and forget what has been said. So I'm summarizing what I said in the previous earlier 4 slides. Some advantages and disadvantages, Navigation into difficult cases. How questions are addressed. Provide rich and contextualized insight. Flexible and adaptive methodology. Support theory development. Good for complex social phenomena. But I must highlight also the limitation. Because I'm speaking about case study, I shouldn't glorify. Limited generalizability, because you are handling with small number of cases, and if you extrapolate and try to draw sweeping generalization, so then you'll be highly criticized. Generalization is drawn from too limited number of cases. Time consuming and resource intensive. For one case, you have to have several sitting. It's time consuming and resource intensive. Hard to draw a definite cause-effect relation. You can't say that this is the cause and this is the effect. Okay, case study will help you to support, one argument. It will corroborate your arguments. It support your arguments, but you can't say that this is the cause and this is the effect. It is potential for researcher bias. Researcher may get biased because he is displaying, he is also going for empathetic understanding. So he may be biased. False sense of overconfidence, because now you have developed rapport. You feel that, okay, now like you feel that I'm a good researcher, I have established rapport. And that point of time you will fail and fail miserably. That you shouldn't forget. Begins to feel that as he or she knows everything about the unit. This is the misconception. So ethical, and there are many ethical considerations. What way the data is going to be used? Are you sharing, your objective? And after completion of your research, how, you should not reveal the name. Sometimes we write X, Y, Z, and keep the identity of the person, interlocutor, we hide it. So inadequate report establishment leading to erroneous conclusion. This is the baseline. So informed consent. Okay, that is very important. If you are studying, or accent, if someone is below 18 years of age, then you have to take the accent of the parents when someone is below 18 years. Respect for cultural value. You can't say that, no. If they offer you like the rice beer, oh, it's stinky smelling, I can't tolerate, So they will feel offended. One of my students tested me, sir. They are saying like this, should I go for the drink or because he was interested in the drink. I said, okay, you can, politely you can try and have a spoon of drink, nothing, so they will feel happy. She was not happy. He was thinking that I would say, go and drink as much as you can. So you have to respect for cultural values. That's very power dynamics. I'm a researcher. I'm a postgraduate student. I'm a research scholar drawing handsome, scholarship. No. You are going to fail, my dear friend, my dear researcher. You can't, so this power balance is very, very important. You are a learner there. You ask him to sit on the chair, sit on spreading a carpet. That is so I've seen, because when I go to the field, I watch them, and they sometimes use also, so supposing why you are here, डाटा वाटा लेने के लिए हम आए हैं, सर आटा तो मिल जाएगा ये दुकान में, डाटा तो नहीं मिलेगा गांव में. So unknowingly we speak, डाटा तो आटा मिल जाएगा, वो दुकान है ना, रेशन का दुकान, वहाँ आटा मिल जाएगा, डाटा तो गांव में नहीं मिलेगा. What is your family? क्या है आपका न्यूक्लियर जॉइंट एक्सटेंडेड? ये क्या समझ में आएगा न्यूक्लियर जॉइंट एक्सटेंडेड? आपका ये जार्गन है, आप कभी नहीं सोचते हैं. You see, that's the problem. So ethical review and community feedback. The community feedback is, because they should also know that you are doing it for a noble purpose, noble cause. And I have listed all the books I referred to, everything, details reference, You just read. I'm giving half minute, 30 seconds for each slide. Okay. Okay. This is very important. Many times you speak but don't give the reference. So I've given you all the references. For preparing the PowerPoint, I have used these sources and I'm giving you the detailed reference. So now I have two interesting case studies. I request Hari to read out and one to Deepak. Please. Then it will take 2 minutes and then I'm through my time. I showed you now. First case study, that is the daily life of Sita, a rural women's burden of work. Now I request Hari to read out this case study. Yes. Yes, please come. No? I would like to sit for a minute.
Yeah, sure. Okay, case study one, the daily life of Sita, a rural woman's pattern of work. Background. This case study highlights the lived experience of Sita, a 38-year-old woman from a marginal farming family in our sample village. Her story is not unique, but rather represents the everyday reality of many rural women whose contributions to household survival remain undervalued and invisible. By presenting her daily routine, health challenges, and social context, this case study seeks to demonstrate the multiple burdens rural women shoulder, like spanning domestic chores, agricultural labor, wage work, and caregiving. This case study contributes to the researchers' broader argument that women in the study village are overburdened, carrying what may be called a triple load of responsibilities. Early morning responsibilities, 4:30 a.m. to 8 a.m. Sita's day begins long before sunrise. At around 4:30 a.m., she wakes up and immediately sets out to fetch water from the village well, which lies nearly half a kilometer away. Balancing heavy pitchers on her head, she usually makes 3 to 4 trips to meet the family's daily requirement for drinking, cooking, and washing. This alone consumes about an hour and leaves her physical strength. Her next task is to gather firewood and dried cow dung, cakes from the outskirts of the village. These are her family main sources of cooking fuel. Carrying the bundle on her head or hip, she returns home tired but without rest. She then sweeps the courtyard, washes the previous night's utensils, and prepares breakfast and tea. Simultaneously, she readies her 2 children for school, bathing them, dressing them, and ensuring they eat before leaving. She also assists her aged in-laws, both of whom suffer from chronic illness. By the time by the time other household members wake up, Sita has already put in nearly 3 hours of labor. Then agricultural work and wage labor from 8:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. After finishing the morning course, Sita goes to family small plot of paddy land. Agricultural work is essential but highly demanding. During transplanting season, she spends long hours bending knee deep in water to plant seedlings row after row. Weeding, threshing, and harvesting also fall largely upon women like her. Unlike her husband, who handles tasks such as plowing with bullocks, her labor is mostly manual, repetitive, and backbreaking. In months when there is no active cultivation, Sita joins other women in the village as a wage laborer. Sometimes she works under government employment schemes such as Narega, MG Narega, rather, while at other times she accepts work from local contractors. However, her wage is consistently lower than the men's despite equal physical effort. This wage gap reflects not only economic inequality but also the social undervaluation of women's labor. By the time Sita returns home around 2 in the afternoon, she has already put in 5 to 6 hours of strenuous physical work in addition to her morning household duties. Household chores in the afternoon and evening, 2:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. Returning from the fields does not mark the end of Sita's responsibilities. After a brief pause, she begins preparing the main meal of the day. Cooking is done over a traditional chula, which requires constant attention and smoke exposure that often causes eye irritation and coughing. She also washes clothes, cleans the house again, and tends to the livestock, feeding the cows and goats, collecting fodder, and cleaning their sheds. In the evenings, she resumes her routine, the fetching of water, preparing dinner, and assisting her children with their studies. Her aged in-laws require regular care, including messages of joint pains and help with mobility. Even after dinner is served, her tasks continue. She grinds grains, dries vegetables, or prepares food items for the next day. Her working day typically stretches to 12 to 13 hours, leaving virtually no time for rest, recreation, or self-care. Health implications. Sir, ये बहुत लंबा है। Okay. So health implications. Years of continuous strenuous labor have taken a heavy toll on Sita's health. She suffers from chronic back pain, knee stiffness, and frequent fatigue. The repeated lifting of water pitches and bending in the fields has aggravated her musculoskeletal problems. Nevertheless, she rarely visits a health center. Accessing healthcare requires both time and money, which she cannot spare. Moreover, social norms dictate that health decisions for women is secondary to the needs of men and children in the household. Nutritional deficiencies add to her physical strain. Meals are often simple and inadequate, with women in the household eating last and consuming smaller portions. Despite her extensive contribution to both household survival and income, Sita's own health remains neglected and invisible. Now, social and cultural dimensions. Sita's work, though indispensable, is perceived not as labor, but as part of her natural role as a woman. Tasks like cooking, childcare, and caring for the elderly are taken for granted, with little recognition or appreciation. Even her agricultural contributions are considered helping her husband rather than an independent form of labor. Socially, her participation is largely confined to household and agricultural spaces. She has little role in community decision making, village councils, or financial matters. Household authorities rest with her husband and father-in-law, while her own opinions are seldom sought. This cultural marginalization compounds the physical burden she endures daily. Now, researchers' analysis. Sita's daily routine reflects the triple burden carried by rural women. One, reproductive labor, household chores such as cooking, cleaning, fetching water, and childcare. Productive labor, agricultural tasks, and wage work that contribute directly to the household economy. Third, care work, written to elderly in-laws and children, which is emotionally demanding but unrecognized. While men in her village typically devote time only to productive tasks, women's responsibilities span across all three spheres. The result is a severe imbalance in workload, where women like Sita are time poor, working far longer hours than men, yet receiving little recognition, remuneration, or belief. This case aligns with the study's broader findings that rural women are systematically overburdened. Their contributions are undervalued due to gender norms, wage discrimination, and the invisibility of unpaid labor. Moreover, the health consequences, chronic pain, fatigue, and nutritional deficiencies remain largely unaddressed. Now, concluding remarks. Sita's story is both personal and universal. It is personal in the sense that it reflects her unique life circumstances, health struggles, and family responsibilities. Yet it is also universal, mirroring the lives of countless women across rural India who sustain their families and communities through unending cycles of hard work. The case study underlines the need for greater recognition of women's unpaid and undervalued labor. Policy interventions must address the workload imbalance through labor-saving technologies such as improved water access and cooking facilities, equal wages for equal work in agricultural and wage labor markets, accessible healthcare services targeted at women-specific health issue needs, awareness and sensitization programs to challenge the social norms that not neutralize women's overwork. Until such measures are implemented, women like Sita will continue to bear the silent burden of sustaining both their households and their communities at the cost of their own health and well-being. I think this is the end of the show. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just one. So with this, I conclude my lecture, and maybe what I shall also listen to his lecture, and then question hour session will be taken up later on. Is it a good arrangement? Yeah. So there is nothing new in my lecture, and if you have question, you have my email ID, and believe me, I would respond. If you send me any question, and this PPT, including this sample case, will be shared. I will give it to Hari so that you will get copy of my lecture PDF file and the case study. Thank you very much.
So thank you, sir, for a very comprehensive discussion on the case study. I think the participants got some overview about the case study, and probably they can use it in their kind of research. This, as Professor Bear already explained, that case study is a kind of, this particular case, how we can generalize, this is a very, important case, example of the inductive approach that he explained. How a particular thing can be generalized with, lots of time spending, interactions, informality, formality, the kind of, what is that he said, like rapport building, and so on and so forth. So it was really a brilliant talk, sir. Thank you very much for deliberating on this issue. So I think we'll have a tea break or what, Suhan? 10 minutes? Or will be as well. Thank you. No, if there will be any questions, so we'll get back to you. I'll just take a visual screenshot, and if there is any question, we'll get back to you. Thank you. हाँ सर बढ़िया
Excuse me, sir, we are not listening anything. Excuse me, you are not audible, sir.
It is okay. So now, am I audible to online participant? Can anyone just type?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sure,
Yeah.
you're audible.
Yes. So thank you very much. And so I've started. I'll again share the screen. So I was just discussing who the hell I am. This is important to know that how this story comes in when we started. So I had no plans when I was in 12. So my father said that, "What are your plans?" I said, "Maybe I'll join the army." But before all that final interview things happened, something interesting happened. I got a state scholarship from government of MP. So that was 100% scholarship to do engineering. So at one side you have to work hard, work 4 years in an academy, military academy, to all your health and all. I thought this is a good life. So I entered engineering college. I thought after 6 months, I will join the academy because it required, I was supposed to go in January. But engineering was fun. You don't have to study. And, every time you make, after 6 months, you have Viva and all. So teacher will ask you something that how this fan works or something. So you just give them good funda and you pass your time. Generally, it's a mathematical or theoretical physics where you combine things and you try to give answer. Like Newton might have worked hard, capillary might have worked hard, thermodynamics principle, so many things happened. So you just choose it and you give your answers. So that was life. So 4 saal अच्छे कटे, and then before that I got qualified in some interview with a Japanese company. So I joined them. सो अभी इससे इससे कुछ नहीं है मतलब इतना बैकग्राउंड बनने के बाद सो 4 years एज यूजुअल like a herd mentality I started working with a multinational Japanese company which was manufacturing heavy electrical equipment. So once heavy electrical equipment I started asking question that this petty machine is just 50,000 bucks, why they are selling it at 5 lakhs? Then came the question of technology transfer, like multinational corporation, they have designed houses, they have invested heavily. That's why they are charging a premium. So then I got an answer, okay, ये policy problem है. So we went back to Nehru, self-reliance. He had this idea that India को self-reliance करना है. We want to, temples of modern India and so many things he was discussing. He established so many institutes. This institute, ISI Kolkata, is also the heritage which they wanted to push in. In fact, ISI branch of Giridih was also a part of it. In rural hinterlands, you can do research. So, कुछ दिमाग का बत्ती जला वहाँ पर यार ये ठीक है. So every second person was doing MBA. So हमने भी दिया. So nothing special happened. So CAT score was not so good that some ABC will recruit me. So I thought to give a chance. somebody on a dinner table asked me to apply to for this JNU entrance exam. So that time I was not having a master's. So अभी भी नहीं है, functional masters नहीं है मेरे पास. I just have an MPhil. So I'm PhD without masters. That means a person without a role. So they said I appeared for JNU entrance exam and I went, and then 4 or 5 years that became a history. So in JNU, PhD was divided into 3 parts. First part was doing this literature survey, framing question, understanding all that jargon which was going from head all over the head. It was difficult, like no one was accepting me. कि अरे कहाँ से आ गया ये, इसको कुछ पता नहीं है. So then for field work, I was sent to Boston. So I was the first PhD student working on solar through Bhaskara Fellowship, who was sent to Boston. So in Boston, my work was for 6 months to observe the scientists, how they are developing solar cells for next generation. Just a participant observation. So सुबह उठना, लैब में जाना है, ऑब्जर्व देम, हाय हेलो बात करना है, उनका हेल्प करना है केमिकल प्रोसेसिंग में. देन आई यूज्ड टू मेक नोट्स एंड यूज्ड टू सेंड इट बैक टू माय सुपरवाइजर. सो सुपरवाइजर यूज्ड टू गाइड मी, अच्छा कल ये बात करना उससे, टुमारो टॉक लाइक दिस, extract this information. So how scientist is working, scientists from China, scientists from Ethiopia, scientists from Russia, how they are developing cells, how they are interacting in the lab. The whole ecosystem of Boston, where MIT and so many big institutions are located, how they are reaching out different labs. Finally, their cultural background, how it influences. And that's why America, a country like America or maybe Germany, they are powerful because they attract the talent, the raw talent, and then they shape them. So this was a credible input for my PhD, that why a particular country is powerful in doing R&D. And this justified Government of India's expenditure on my PhD and MPhil work. Okay, so first chapter was over. So this established the background and foundation, which I was not aware what ethnographists and sociologists and anthropologists are telling us today, how to do research. But अपने को बताया नहीं था किसी ने. It accidentally happened. Like, supervisor was like, he was, अभी बोलना नहीं चाहिए. So he was a nice person, and so in fact he left me to the wolves. कि अभी जाओ कुछ करके आओ, and अगर नहीं होगा है ना, so फिर PhD भी नहीं होगा. Okay, so I was left alone. फिर कोई sociologist walking in JNU like Jyotka, I went to him, अरे ये I want to do this thing. So बहुत लोगों को reach out किया कि इसको कैसे plan करें, कैसे करें. फिर वो information मिला. Then I used to come back to my supervisor. He used to say, अरे यार मतलब क्या है इसका output, है ना, कहना क्या चाह रहे हो, करना क्या चाह रहे हो. Maybe you must be feeling the same thing, कि कर क्या रहा है अभी. So but anyway, second chapter, visits to solar PV manufacturing plant. Once solar R&D is understood, how scientists are doing R&D, and participant observation. I'm doing this participant observation there and noting down. So in 6 months, I realized कि R&D कैसे होता है, why a country becomes powerful, how they are featuring in top notch of R&D labs. Then R&D के बाद manufacturing में जाएगा solar panel. Manufacturing कहाँ हो रहा है? जापान में, and it is happening in China. Japanese till from 1990s to 2000, they were powerful country in solar PV manufacturing. But suddenly this Chinese dragon comes in and it finishes off everything. 90% of the business today for solar panel is with Chinese. I started asking this question, how come a country
Workshop
was so powerful in manufacturing? They were way ahead. What happened to them? So I went to this Chinese manufacturing class at Changzhou, Wunxi, Zhengzhuang. So udhar jaake, and I started witnessing factory managers are not Chinese. They are Europeans. So they have done the American model, imported the talent, best talent, and established them in their own country. So another research funder came in that what motivates these scientists, these senior managers to go to a foreign country and contribute. Now this is reverse migration is also happening with Chinese. The talented Chinese people are coming back with that 1000 program, 1000x program Chinese have. So second chapter of PhD was ready. Solar PV manufacturing ka superpower, how they are, and why Japanese failed in this whole world. Germans established a program in year 2000 to make a rooftop solar program for their country. Once German made this program, Chinese got this opportunity, started having number of factories and started producing in, massive scale. Where Japanese were so, I think, reticent, so much focused on performance, on quality, that they were not able to catch up. So this was second chapter. Third chapter, and this is also by accident. We were going, there was a Chinese student, Lee. She told me ki, bhai, I know somebody, big person in my hometown. They'll connect you to the power plant people, solar PV manufacturing basis people. So I went there and things happened. And ICSSR, Social Sciences Council, research. Yeah. So they funded me for that because it is so sorry I cannot recall their full form also. But the poor guys funded me, and because of that, second chapter of the PhD was ready. Now, once R&D samajh gaya, manufacturing you have understood, third chapter will come in how large-scale solar projects are developed. And in the meantime, in this presentation, I'll also discuss with you how the projects have been developed. So, uske liye, World Bank ka, there was one project going on in India, Riva Ultra Mega Solar Project. So, here comes my, this JNU connection with some powerful people in bureaucracy. So, Energy Secretary of Madhya Pradesh government was senior from JNU. And some MNRE secretary was also senior. So I reached out to them with email, and they were kind enough to give me a facilitated recommendation to the World Bank project. So then I became a member with the World Bank project as a sub-consultant. And authority के साथ एक मतलब जाना field में, and then the people will tell that he is a powerful person. So they started telling me what they were even not supposed to tell anyone. There's a trick. You went with the formation of a power, but not as a researcher. If I'll go as a researcher, they'll say, "I am bachcha hai, kuch nahi pata usko." But I got some power backing, and now I used to go and sit cross-legged in front of the senior senior manager of that project, and who has like 30 years of experience, and I had like hardly 7 years of experience, including my post engineering scenario. So they used to tell me lots of stories, and that's how the third chapter of my PhD was completed. Then I think I was interested to expand this work more, but my supervisor said enough is enough. Now you have to submit it. So, and then I wanted to stay one more year in the campus so that my girlfriend was there. So I want to spend some more time there. But that I think he didn't allow me. So then I had to submit. And then I went with Center for Science and Environment, Sunita Narayan. And that job was also about, now this comes a real world. You did your PhD, you did all those analytical skills, you came down. And abhi research framework kaise banta hai? I think it was not very clear to me. Things happened, this whole structure, but if someone will ask, explain it, that theoretically, what is the background? Even after completion of the PhD, there comes a real life story. I'll ask everyone in the audience the basic question. Why electric vehicle or solar PV has been promoted by UN, by N number of governments? Anyone has an answer, please, from this side? Just throw it. What?
Catering to the alternative energy demands.
Okay. Yeah, that person is useful. Yes, I'll come back to you. Next, it doesn't mean everyone is useless. Yeah. Something more? She is very useful for us. Then, yeah, business model. Anything disgusting? Okay, good. Now, whosoever is giving this framework thing that carbon emission or falana tinka, it's useless. See, take it on record also. I've done my PhD and all that. At least I can talk. This whole notion of carbon emission, climate change, if this is happening, what is happening in Uttarakhand and all this tragedy in Jammu region, so much of landslide, no one is serious about it. When everyone is dying, they have their security. And who are they? There are a few multinational companies who have invested heavily in critical minerals, including China as a control, that I understand, and critical technology. So the first chapter of my PhD, which I told you about R&D, they have contextualized that what kind of technology you and me will be using for next 10, 20 years. So that's their research framework, and they have projected it through mass media communication in such a manner that you will start speaking their language. So coming here is not a question that you start speaking their language. You start speaking truth. Discover the truth through your research. That is the basic idea and projection of this whole workshop. So now we'll come to three of our friends who said it's a propaganda, it's a business. It's right. Now it's a business. So they have to sell it. Now, once they have to sell it, you create a global projected demand for 500 gigawatt or for 1000 gigawatt. I think 2000 or 3000 gigawatts in China, 500 gigawatts in India. So this is whole incorporated demand. And they need foot soldiers like you and me who will be supporting their agenda. Got it? So as a researcher, somebody at ISI, somebody at any social science institute, you should be in this question again. Why they are doing this thing to us? Hypothetically, how much electricity, per capita electricity a person requires in India? Hypothetically, it will be less than 1 kilowatt hour in a day. But they are telling it's energy poverty. So somebody as a sociologist, if you will reinvent this thing, that is climate blasphemy. इस निंदा कर रहे हैं आप. This is wrong, which you are doing. Okay. So now the frameworks presented by professors, it will entertain you better. I am giving a skeleton and how I have done as an engineer, how I understood things, and as a layman, how I understood things. I'm trying to combine. Now, in post PhD, second thing happened after Sunita Narayan. I got an appointment with the Indonesian government to help them to form their solar policy. How nonsense this is! I got money, that's okay. I stayed 4-5 months in Indonesia. And at the age of, I think that time I was 30, 34 or something, I used to sit in the National Energy Council of Indonesia, and their energy chief person, minister, he used to talk to me daily, okay, help our country. And in 5 months, we were able to shape Indonesia's solar policy, rooftop solar policy. The parliament passed it. Okay. But okay, I got money, I got affiliation, and I got attraction that, okay, I've done this thing at that day. But that was wrong. For that country, they don't require this kind of solar policy. They require indigenization of their sources, biofuel, bio-waste based system, because it's a natural resource abundant country. They don't require a foreign manufactured solar panel. But still, it happened. Why? Because researchers in that country, they were not able to question it. If you'll come back. Then marriage thing happened, and I was started working with this Japanese government. And the target of Japanese government is through Japanese Blue Sky Initiative to propel the idea of technological diffusion. अब वहाँ भी game है. There's a triangle. Imagine a triangle. On one vertex of the triangle, there is Japanese pension fund. Another vertex of the triangle, there are companies who want fund to do research, Japanese company. And the third vertex, there are countries who want technologies and loan. So why Japan Prime Minister comes and shakes hand with Indian Prime Minister or African Prime Minister, and he or she, abhi Japan mein she to hai nahi. They offer like loan. That is on kind. It is not in cash. Okay. मेट्रो ट्रेन बना दो, ईवी के लिए काम कर लो, हाइड्रोजन पे कर लो, है ना? एंड then people do it, they follow it. Why? In that particular country, or maybe as a matter of fact in India, we don't have researchers of that kind who will question the rationale of that government. So that critical thinking is missing. एक दो लोग आवाज उठा रहा है, मेधा पाटकर और समथिंग, आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट कि भाई खत्म कर दो मतलब डेवलपमेंट को, आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग इन दैट वे. या आई एम सेइंग रैशनल रिसर्च is lacking, and the two way, like if we have said it's propaganda, so can we do it, can we do our research in that manner that it completely elucidates that it's a propaganda? Okay, so that framework is again required. So then I started, of course, they again paid me, they gave me money, so I was working with them. Matlab it's a dual nature. I'm telling at one side this is all propaganda, but again I'm selling it. But then good thing happened. We were blessed with daughter and family responsibility. Sometimes I want to be like a good father. You can see in that picture. And maybe this is also for publicity. How much time I'm spending with my daughter and balancing the business. The time will tell when after 7-10 years when she will be rational. So बोलेगी ये तो था ही नहीं, ऐसे फोटो खींच लिया और दिखा दिया. So anyways, now अब काम की बात करते हैं. अभी you have understood what kind of person I am, how I was shaped. And maybe you must have also understood what are my limitations. Okay, so now don't be like very penalizing because you know my mistakes or you might know my shortcomings. Okay, just tell me that how I can improve. Okay, now what is research and data? We have spoken so much that governments are not able to decide because the researchers, critical thinkers in that society are not having that whole holistic approach to do things. See this research and database. Human evolution happened. And whatever DNA, information inside our DNA is, it is to survive, Darwinian theory. And everyone is doing research. Today you got up, last night you fixed an alarm. And maybe who are very, I think, अच्छे से तैयार होके जाना है, मुझे शर्ट मैच करना है, पैंट मैच करना है, what kind of perfume I'll be wearing, ठीक ठाक से, वही कुछ लड़के फेस मास्क वगैरह भी लगाया होगा, I had a good night's sleep, and then so that's your research planning. Maybe you can go there and एक impression होगा, maybe the professor will like you and he will recommend you in some places. Yeah, several. बाकी I don't want to tell कि और किस लिए लोग तैयार हो रहे हैं. तो what I want to say कि everyone is doing research. So in this picture, student is doing research. Farmer is also doing research. No farmer is cultivating so that he or she may fail. The crop failure will happen. Then factory workers are doing research-based thing, product sell karna hai. Religious preachers, politician. Yesterday you heard cephalologist and all that. So politicians are also doing research. Okay. And why this whole agenda of doing research comes out through Aristotelian philosophical idea. I am not telling Aristotle, before Aristotle, no one was thinking, but I am putting a benchmark. That way he projected, like you have to discuss, have a discourse, and you need to produce things. So let's fix the idea of Aristotle, where he was thinking about research and also giving you ideas of research and data. Professor Bakshi was like, he was seminal yesterday. Oh, I think if I'll take his class, I'll score in negative. I think it is very high level of anthropological or I think theoretical knowledge, which I don't have. But I'm trying to relate it with him and Professor Behra, what he was telling. And that's why I narrated the background, that why I was asking questions during my PhD, and I'm still asking to different governments that why, my dear friend, you're taking this technology, which is so alien to your culture, which is so alien to your day-to-day requirements of life, why you want to build a metro in a city like Guwahati? I had a friend from Guwahati yesterday on dinner table we were discussing. Why you want to build a metro in the city? Why so many flyovers? I think this is foolishness. And this is happening because, coming back, onus lies on this Aristotle in this society. Somebody funded you to become a researcher. Public money, I think this becomes like a political statement. भारत की भूखी नंगी जनता ने टैक्स दे दे के इंस्टीट्यूट्स में बच्चों को भेजा, and though these students, researchers, are not able to do justice for their question. They are doing justice for multinational corporation, and yeah, and then NVO bola inhone. So they must know what kind of shit is coming. So this happened. Now, so the question comes at how we have to become a researcher. Everyone can have their n number of ideas how to become a researcher. So data types and all these things were covered by Professor Behra. My life is easy. You have primary and secondary data. Well, I can explain only this much. And statistical method was brilliantly explained by a senior professor last evening. So that part, I'm trying to link it. Okay. Abhi, these are some of the examples through mixed method. This is my Google Scholar profile, and you can search, you can have some papers. Most of the papers are on mixed method. This is one water conservation and sacred culture in conservation in India paper with Professor Behra, where we have done mixed method analysis, that technical data about water systems, how water systems are collapsing in different parts of the country, and how social and anthropological idea can be converged together is in that paper. There's another paper where we have discussed about Moscow's waste to energy system and circular economy system. So for that, people in Moscow were interviewed. We collected data, had samples, and we did. This study, this graph, four GIS maps you can visualize. It is one of the largest solar project in Asia. It is Pavagada in Karnataka. Anybody from Karnataka? Nowhere. So in Pavagada, we have this in 2007, the land was acquired for solar project, which was more than 2 gigawatts. And in 2000, I think 12, land was prepared. We started witnessing characteristic changes in local microclimate. And now in 2022, the whole plant was ready. The blue area, which you can see, and yellow area, you can see the vegetation, growth of vegetation. So earlier, which land was barren, now it is also having microclimate change, rainfall and all that. This is technical diagram. Somebody from sociology, from anthropology background is supposed to go in that area, is supposed to take the interview of people and try to get inferences that what went wrong. Everything must not be hunky-dory here. And what could be improved in other plants in this country. India has target for 280 gigawatts of solar. So, and now we are hardly around 100 gigawatts. So to reach out more 180 gigawatts, we have to do something here, right? So this will require study. Now, suppose you want to do this kind of study. Suppose this is a plant and you want to apply a research framework and develop something here. So till here, somebody has any question? Or it is too boring? Maybe you can remind me that it's not working. So we require evidence-based policy suggestion. I've done PhD in science policy, where three kind of people, bureaucrats, industrialists, and academia will come together and shape the policy framework of the country. My PhD is not very theoretical. Yeah, my research background is not very theoretical. It is enriching at the grassroots for conduction of policy apparatus, like how policies will be implemented on ground and how you can design the policy. So that's why like it is much more like it is analytical, but it is practically you have to realize certain things. So in the top, if you take environment and climate action, there are roots of institutional thinking, which three of our friends said that, okay, it is something conspiracy, something business. But most of you will be speaking the language in which this graph is designed. Why it's so good? It's climate change. We are going to address this, blah, blah, blah. So there are in the yellow, in the second line, yellow thing, national institutions and policies have been framed. And they are learning through SDG frameworks, international organization, World Economic Forum. They are influencing this policies. And how institutions think, influence. These institutions in blue are influencing. It is less on the yellow part. So it is the less on the yellow part, and that has to be ignited from people like you. After learning from you, yesterday I said somebody will be in a pioneering position with IAS, somebody will become economic services officer, somebody will become a politician. So your role should be through research and development, contextualize. I'll give you these slides, don't worry. National institutions and policies, you have to enrich them through research framework. So agenda is structural aspects. The third, I think these three columns. Structural aspects, you have to imbibe regional values, like sociological indicators, local issues, what professor was discussing. Like in Koraput, if you want to develop a plant, solar project, so you must go to this professor who has tremendous experience. But generally, they are going to some KPMG and they're telling to make a report and how to have a plant. So, is that a good framework for research for a country? That should come from here. At your end, you should be able to contextualize that thing. That how I'll give that information in next 3 months to this whole project repository. So that project is soundproof. Okay. Then comes the priority areas. Right. करते हैं करते हैं हो जाएगा, डोंट वरी. सो प्रायोरिटी एरिया जब सब हो जाता है लाइफ में, ठीक है. टनल प्रायोरिटीज लाइक आई सेड ईवी में इन्वेस्ट कर दो. ट्रैफिक हो रहा है, फ्लाईओवर बना दो. फ्लाईओवर पे फिर फ्लाईओवर हो रहा है, अंडरपास बना दो. व्हाट क्या बेवकूफ़ी है ना. दीज आर टनल प्रायोरिटीज, लाइक किसी दूसरे को देख रहे हो और रीइन्वेंट कर रहे हो ये सब. एंड देन थर्ड इज द कन्वर्जिंग एरिया. नाउ दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. ट्रेडिशनल मेथड्स फॉर डूइंग एकेडमिक रिसर्च, वेयर लाइक honored personalities like Professor Behra Square, if they start coming and interacting with some layman or some novice person who has learned little bit of software and little bit of engineering skills, and it is so humbling to learn with them. If we converse these traditions together, then we might be in a situation that we will be inflicting lesser collateral damage. Damage to hoega, but it will be lesser, and we'll be happily in a better condition to understand that why all that happened. So now that's why the green in the bottom, evidence-based policies. We'll be able to develop better evidence-based policies if we converge. So I hopefully अब slowly we are moving. काम की बात जैसे बोल रहे भाई, they have invited and there is some agenda. Analysis techniques.
You can manage in 5 minutes. The whole MBA budget, that's all right.
Thematic narrative. अच्छा अभी रुकते हैं. Okay, I'll again go back to you. What is your observation? अभी इतना whatever you have observed, Does it, is it making some sense? Or anyone जो सबसे जिसने सिर हिला दिया उससे पूछते हैं, बताओ. Yeah, you. हाँ, जोर से बोलो. No, whatever I have spoken till now, does it make some sense? You shook your head or you did like this? Yeah. So how? Please educate me. Wife is calling. Okay, sorry. Okay, so can anyone tell me why you are, most of you must be students, or some of you are like, they are practicing people. Why you are a student? ये सच बोल रहे हैं? This is, if this is true, like you are sincere, you are the first person in this room who has this guts to speak and get the first bullet. Okay, why don't you join the army? So think about it. Anyways, army has like good opportunities. But as a researcher, she's so sincere. She's telling that you want to learn, you want to, but most of them, I've spoken from the beginning, अभी ये जॉब लग जाएगा, इस कोर्स के बाद वो हो जाएगा. वो भाई अपना गुवाहाटी वाला ही वाज आल्सो स्पीकिंग किया, ये कोर्स बढ़िया है, रिज्यूमे में डालेंगे, आई विल गेट अ जॉब. That should, ठीक है, that is important, but that should not be the ultimate motive. You should be keep on questioning कि भाई ये क्यों, मैं क्यों पढ़ रहा हूँ या पढ़ रही हूँ. And that's how this analysis technique will decide. That सुबह दो दिन से, last 1.5 दिन से you are understanding this thematic, narrative, content, discourse, grounded theory, framework, ये सब मैंने यहाँ सुन के लिखा है ना. But practically I have been doing this thing since 2011 and 12, since my MPhil and PhD days. Now, this I have, like there are better experts to speak about it. But there are tools to do for somebody who is not so, so comprehensive with theoretical things. You can do this thing through tools. And what are those tools? एक तो एनवीवो है जिसका एडवर्टीजमेंट हो गया है, जिसको डेमोन्स्ट्रेट भी करना है. दूसरा QDA माइनर है, डोपटेल है, ट्रांसैना है, क्वाल्ट्रिक्स है. चला के ये सब देखा है ना. बट आई हैव ट्राइड ऑल दिस थिंग्स, बट मजा नहीं आया. What is important is in Python. Okay, NVivo सर ने कहा, that's why I'm here to explain it, and I'll explain that कि है भी क्यों. Python is why Python is important. Somebody in online, if they're asking question, please check it. You also check it if they're asking questions online. Then examples from rural, I'll give you an example from Rural Resilience Index and how we did. So yesterday, professor said that firstly, भाई research करना है, ठीक है, आपको बताना है sir. I'm giving you a task. You're a manager. Everyone can imagine. He's a manager, okay, with some World Bank project, and World Bank comes to him and says कि Rural Resilience Index develop करो. What you'll do, sir? First step. He's thinking. That means he's true. Anyone जो एकदम से मतलब बोल देना वाला होता है, ready wit. First thought, क्या क्या करोगे? Rural Resilience Index for India. फटाफट बोलो, टाइम नहीं है ज्यादा. ये फिर आई थिंक दे विल गेट रिफंड नहीं देंगे मेरा फ्लाइट टिकट. हाँ, सो हाँ, गुड. उससे पहले पढ़ोगे ना यार, है ना. तो लिटरेचर, ये तो बेसिक था. हाँ, तो लिटरेचर रिव्यू करोगे. उसके बाद लिटरेचर कितना टाइप का होता है, बोल जल्दी, बोलते जाओ. हाँ,
Some sort of assessment, socioeconomic assessment.
yeah, right. So what kind of literature you'll assuage? रिसर्च पेपर जैसे हमारे जैसे लोगों ने लिखा है जो कोई नहीं पढ़ रहा है, वैसे है 200 साइटेशन वाला भी रिसर्च पेपर है। तो बट ऐसा भी है कि कोई साइट नहीं कर रहा है। आई एम मतलब मैं humbly I send my papers to few people कि यार साइट कर दो प्लीज। anyways yeah, तो वो रिसर्च पेपर and then you have to focus on grey literature that is never coming। जो what sir said in tribal region, wow, there is literature is enriched, so you go and search the local newspapers, okay, then क्या करोगे, preliminary interview लोगे, maybe he can correct me when we have this breakout session, preliminary interview लोगे, फिर क्या करोगे, धीरे धीरे रिसर्च क्वेश्चंस, रिसर्च गैप you'll develop। तो यार ये बोलने में कौन सा टाइम लगे। अब ये सब रिसर्च ऑब्जेक्टिव इज क्लियर, व्हाट you'll do, methods, how you will assess the data, it is something like that, you want to get water out of the well, so firstly what you'll do, पत्थर फेंक के देखोगे कितना, how deep it is, then you'll get the bucket and the rope of that length and try to fathom it and get the thing, when water comes out, will you taste it या you'll make your dog to taste it, maybe poisonous भी हो सकता है dog। So PETA people, I think PETA people will not love your answer। अभी dog पे तो High Court has also spoken so much in Delhi, okay, right, कुछ होगा, मतलब ये तो बहुत प्यास लगेगी तो पी जाओगे, otherwise what you'll do, you check the quality of that thing। So data is also something like that, you have framed your question, then you have got your rope, instrument, got things out, now you're testing the quality। I can't tell you कि कैसे टेस्ट करोगे, है ना, कोई अपने बेस्ट फ्रेंड को पानी पिला देगा, somebody will take that water to her husband, no, this is the first water, you survive then it's good, otherwise then compensation, okay, so like this, so research is also, data is also like that, once you start using it, you'll make this plant and you'll start having a preparation, put water, quench this plant with water, you'll use that thing in n number of scenarios, okay, same water, so research data is also like water, है ना, कोई गया, like I think this metaphor of love, है ना, give me little bit of liberty, if I have to decide that my girlfriend, अभी girlfriend का ठीक नहीं है बोलना, my wife, if she loves me or not, I have to decide what should be the qualitative and what should be the quantitative technique, बताओ engineer साहब, he's a hot cake like IIT guy, engineer, you're married, so sad, okay, tell me,
Qualitative and
your wife loves you, or मतलब qualitative loves you मतलब या doesn't love you, जो प्रोफेसर कल बता रहे थे ना, गुड मशीन कैसे करोगे सर, डरना नहीं है, इट इज नॉट रिकॉर्डेड, विल नॉट सेंड इट टू योर वाइफ,
there are dimensions like caring, support, the qualitative.
राइट,
Quantitative, can't measure with
Hmm.
the quantity.
how many gifts he gives me, or here,
Like,
yes, scaling, so do we really do this thing in life, no ना, तो इसीलिए तो इतना ज्यादा डिवोर्स रेट हो रहा है। अब ना go back to the condition of Mirabai, did she met Krishna ever, but she was so loving, so that is philosophical understanding of life, did she have data about Krishna, yes she had, he has so many girlfriends and all that she had, but still she was loving, what was the factor she was focusing on Krishna, yeah, this is different, I'm this is, you are the devil's advocate in the hall, yeah, but I'll not indulge in that debate, otherwise, so this is how Anyways, I said that these two things, qualitative and quantitative, you have to merge this together. Professor Behra was telling, you might start from quantitative, you might start from qualitative. Like quantitative, how many gifts she has given to me. Qualitative, यार वो अपना उस मतलब बुआ आई थी ना, उसके साथ she was misbehaving. Yeah, she was not kind to a waiter, a third person account. So many things you can do. So I'll not waste your time. I'll go back to one project which we did before doing the project for Rural Resilience Index, right? So this is the project. Is it okay? I have to share the screen again. I'll share this here. Is it visible, friends? Rural Resilience Index. Now, in any region you go and what are the basic things of life? कोई भी रिसर्चर क्या पकड़ेगा? डेमोग्राफी पकड़ेगा, कितना मेल फीमेल, ये सब मेजर करोगे. Then food basket measure karoge, what they are eating, what they are not eating, how many times they are eating, how they are cooking the food, from where they are getting the material, PDS supply से आ रहा है, पोषण scheme से आ रहा है, आंगनबाड़ी से आ रहा है, ये सब you will ask them. Then decent housing, how many gas cylinders they use. If they don't use gas cylinders, how many, like what is the quantum of wood they are using, from where they are getting the wood, whether they are using agriculture biomass or not, how many chairs they have, how many stools they have, what is the kitchen condition, how is the toilet, how is the water sources, whether they have tap water, whether they have arsenic poisoning in water. So many things you'll see. How many animals they have for their nutritional security, protein and all. Now, for medical expenses, if some women is having this trouble by inhaling smoke, she might having gastrointestinal or maybe some lungs problem. Okay, some problem with eyes. So you'll ask these basic questions. इसको क्या बोलते हैं? Medical account पूछने को? Anthropometry कुछ बोलते हैं, क्या बोलते हैं? Sorry, कोई बोल नहीं रहा है, क्या बात है? Then transport expenses. How many kilometers they have to travel to work? If women has to get water from somewhere, you'll see how she is getting water. Okay, so these things. In educational expenses, tuition भेजना है, पढ़ाई करने जाना है, समोसा खाने के लिए बच्चे को पैसा देना है. All these things you have to ask. Okay, and food, non-food, non-housing, you have to compare. Then there is income calculation. So this one of the agenda where you have to do a project for Rural Resilience Index. I'm giving you a demonstrative project. Now, if you want to do it practically, start. Say I spoken. It is not. Is anyone from any having any questions? Yeah, I'll again share this screen. So I started this thing with this notes. Okay, so ये गंदी सी handwriting में you started dashboard I've shown you. Again, we are going back how we started doing this project. This project was funded by Government of Japan and Ministry of Rural Development. So we did it for 4 states, that is Bihar, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, for aspirational district conceptualization, which is concept has been given by Niti Aayog. Aspirational districts are those districts, 112 or something, which are most backward districts in this country. And to calculate the backwardness, you can go in detail statistics that they have used the indicators, that what is Gini coefficient, what is the income and all that. Okay. And so we utilize that thing to shortlist the backward among the most backward among the backward. Okay. So we chose 8 districts, 2 in each state, what I have mentioned. So first thing I read literature. Okay. Then I start meeting people like John Ray, like so many expert sociologists like Professor Behra. I gave him a call from Japan. Okay, ये कर रहे हैं, कैसे करेंगे? So I started making these notes. Okay. And then I send my field enumerators to take interviews. Interviews of people who are, I think, block development officer, agriculture related officer in the block development officer. Okay. Okay. And these notes, okay, don't worry. पैसा वसूल हो जाएगा. Okay. Find data. Yeah. So this data looks like this. आ गया उस पे interviews, right? I'm not able to find my own data. Here it is. Okay. So in Bihar, we got this Mohanpur block in Gaya district. And इसमें फिर से I have to again share. So stop it. Actually, you have to be familiar that what should be of the data. वो घटिया सा handwriting के बाद we transcribed it through mobile or other apps, and फिर जहाँ wherever a spelling mistake was there, we categorize. So research ये RA है, we want to hide the person's name. और BDO भी date हम BDO you can find out online अगर intelligence होगा कि कौन है ये शख्स जिसने ये statement दिया है. Now he started speaking. लाइक एक इंटरव्यू का एनालिसिस था. ही फर्स्ट अभी ही बोल दिया ये एक प्रॉब्लम है, पता चल गया मेन था. तो ही स्टार्टेड स्पीकिंग अबाउट न्यूट्रिशन. अपना गवर्नमेंट को कोई खराब नहीं बोलेगा, धीरे धीरे बात करना शुरू करेगा, उसको थोड़ा टाइम दो, है ना. देन यू ग्रैब. तो बहुत सारी चीज जो उसने बोला है, ठीक है, जो नहीं लिख सकता उसको वी हैव ऑलरेडी रिमूव्ड इट, फिल्टर्ड इट आउट. And so this becomes like biases ko we have corrected, tried correcting the biases. So once this kind of interviews were collected, n number of interviews, n तो नहीं था, मतलब I think 14-15 interview था जो whatever we did, we combined this thing together, then we went, अब finally comes n vivo. ठीक है, अभी n vivo का सॉफ्टवेयर खोला है ना. And n vivo is not the first step. What was the first step? Somebody? No, literature. And then both gray literature and academic literature. Then taking interviews, phone पे बात कर लिया. जैसे there is one rural development का secretary हुकुम सिंह मीना, IAS officer. भाई फोन लगा लिया. I'm Dr. Deepak Singh. बोला who? मैंने कहा I'm doing this project, and so I introduced myself, and he was kind enough to give me 15-20 minutes on the call. And so वो interview भी, but वो क्योंकि ethically उसको हमने pass नहीं कराया था, so we cannot take that here. But he guided. So what I'm going to share is in vivo. Okay. Finally, after so much of struggle, we have reached to in vivo. So in vivo is in vivo. Anybody has used in vivo? You have used. So अब नाराज मत होना ना if I am wrong somewhere. So first step is you got all interview transcripts, right? So it is like this. So there Bihar, you can see on this left pane, second left pane, Bihar, Mohanpur, Gaya, Raniganj. We have arranged the data. So you have to import the data. Just start a new project and like here. करके दिखा देते हैं. न्यू प्रोजेक्ट है, ठीक है, इसको मैं लिख देता हूँ टेस्टिंग, राइट. क्रिएट अ प्रोजेक्ट. So this will create a project. Okay. दूर पे नहीं जाना है अभी. Then for files, you directly go and go to this thing, you import the files here. Okay. Now this will take some time to import the files. Okay. Once the files are imported, ये वाला screen नहीं दिखाई दे रहा है. Okay, there is another. So the files are imported. It becomes like this. Okay. Now, how you want to classify the data? You have to classify in the form of cases. Okay. So what are the cases? Case classification. So I have used two kind of classification. One is administrative official, get information. So administrative official is age, gender, experiences, education. So we have to classify all of these things together in our administrative officer's profile. So this goes like this. Okay. And then for age, education, experience. Is it visible here? Age, experience. Then for थोड़ा सा time to here to the tech. Block, Abu Bhaiya type. Mistake, whether it is aspirational or not, these factors. Okay. You again go and this happens, sometimes take time. I'll tell you how to code this. It will open. फिर से I'll again stop sharing and again I'll reshare. Anyway, so till it is coming, let's go back to the food and number of things about this thing. What is the purpose of? It's not a fashion slang. That okay, and we were, I know Python. If I'm wearing it was given to a girlfriend. So खराब भी It is again, it is coming now. For online participants, I'm sorry for the we're disconnected. What is happening?
You connected from your mobile.
Yeah. इधर से कुछ हुआ क्या?
नहीं.
आ जाएगा थोड़ा. I'm sorry. Again we audio is fine. Now you can hear now. So this en vivo thing again. So you have to code the information. We'll briefly see. Now you have taken interviews. You have done literature survey. With that literature survey, it helped you to understand that particular district. You went to video. You called people who are important. Understand that scenario. And then you started visualizing it and you started narrating this thing in transcripts. Okay, on the second point in Mohanpur, on the last second last line, second last line. So integrated, it will take some time for reflecting. Coding is here. So you have coded, itna slow hai yaar ye. So you have coded lots of information. Like weather, agriculture, climate resilient. And you learn this from two ways, from literature and also from people whom you have done interview. They have taught, and you have to take some 1 month or whatever time is required, develop an opinion out of it. So ये हो गया, मतलब ये codes में आ गया था, मतलब तो ये these codes are there agriculture, and I learned these codes from this interview. जैसे इंटीग्रेटेड चाइल्ड डेवलपमेंट स्कीम है, तो ये किस कोड में जाएगा, वेयर एग्जैक्टली इट विल गो, व्हाट डू यू थिंक, एनी ओपिनियन, एनीवन? Policy, okay, can go in multiple codes, and then you can increase the code. These codes were not given by NVIVO. You have created the codes. So यार मतलब suppose you want to create a code, so I'll right click here and create a new code. है ना, right click. Sorry यार, ये बहुत इंसल्ट करा दिया इस सॉफ्टवेयर, ये न्यू कोड, ठीक है, इधर पे नया कोड क्लिक कर देना, ज्यादा तो दादी फीड होता है, नो ऑफेंस। यहाँ लो ये ठीक है, जस्ट ऐसे, बिकॉज नो सच कोड इज देयर, ओके। अब ये गेट दिस चाइल्ड केयर उधर ऊपर हाईलाइट हो जाएगा, क्लाइमेट रेसिलिएंट कनेक्टिविटी के बीच में आ गया, ओके। नाउ आई, मतलब अब मैं, मेरे को कोई दूसरा वो करना है फाइल, ओके। अभी ये हेल्थ में जाओ, भारत आयुष्मान भारत हेल्थ एंड वेलनेस सेंटर्स, ओके, वेयर वी शुड पुट इन, स्कीम में डाल देते हैं, इसको ठीक से वो लेना है, या, एंड देन आई हैव टू पिक इट अप and send it in policy and schemes. Can it go in infrastructure? Infrastructure में जा सकता है आयुष्मान भारत, yeah, and can it go in governance? Yes. So जितना भी जगह उसको पेस्ट करना है, उसको पेस्ट कर दो। NVIVO is just a software. Yeah, and NVIVO is just a software. It's like मैंने आपको गुलाब दिया, है ना, अब एक आपने ऐसी जगह दे दिया कि झापड़ खा के आ गए, ठीक है, तो या ऐसी जगह दे दिया जहाँ पे मतलब लाइफ ही बन गया, तो NVIVO is also like that, just like a knife or a rose. So NVIVO को ऐसे यूज करना। अब ये इसमें जब the person who gave interview, what was the age of that person? Maybe 24-year young chap just qualified the state exam and became the BDO, or maybe very senior person who joined as grade 3 person, group 3 person, and slowly he got promoted and had experience, or somebody who has studied BSc or MSc or PhD तो चलो आते हैं, लेकिन एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में I think उनका use is again questionable. Administration requires so how you want to categorize their experiences? You have already noted down in administrative personalities, whether male है, female है. If she is female, she'll understand child care issues better. ठीक है, मैं जैसे मैं मेल हूँ, I don't understand my daughter's perspective, how as a kid, as a girl child, she might be feeling. ठीक है, तो this particular exercise of collecting data of person who has given you the information is also important. And this software will help you to channelize and give it a better popularity or seniority in hierarchy. That okay, for women and child care, we will take the value system of this person. For an agriculture in government department is important, right? So this categorization will help you to categorize things according to the challenges, what is there in the district. And the personality types will help you to shape your agenda. Whose information or whose knowledge assessment is more important. Once all these things are done, we generally go for if you see, it will help you in word frequency analysis. I want 10 important 5. So it will directly give you they have been spoken. Like this is reflected, huh? Agriculture, centers, local issue, PMAY. Okay. And it will also generate you the word cloud. Okay. So this is very funny. Through NVivo, some people will make word cloud and they'll put it मतलब there is no सिर पैर नहीं है, okay, और डाल दिए रिपोर्ट में जैसे वो बिग 4 का रिपोर्ट्स में होता है. But now you have to think health. See the thickness of your data. Yesterday you were discussing, now we were discussing thickness. Now health itself is an important issue in those districts. Okay. And then transport is coming, housing is coming. Okay. So now you will shape your questionnaire. So I asked you to open a sheet of paper. And again, ये NVivo का इतना काम था कि interview transcripts को scientifically you have to converge and get some क्या बोलते हैं उसको, some I think actionable points out of it. Those actionable points are required to make the questionnaire finally. So now you will, whenever you'll be shaping your questionnaire, you'll focus on nutrition. You'll focus on housing. So I have demonstrated you the visualization of the final project. Housing was there, nutrition was there, okay, health was there, transport was there. So all these things came out of that particular exercise. So NVivo ke alawa, I'll reshare you.
These are the roads which are being reflected here.
Yes, yeah.
So the thickness represents how many more the frequency.
Yes. Now till here, any questions? Yes, sir.
What comes after the piloting survey and after the transcribed?
Right, sir. Right.
So that cloud is only based on that conversation with the.
No, the conversation with the officer was based out of your literature survey, which you understood. Secondary literature. You enriched that interview. Suppose he's a disaster management expert. He's really an expert. So yesterday I had a word with him. So now if I go to him, before going to him, I have to read. Okay, about lots of report. I also have to see his Google Scholar profile. What he has done, and then maybe public profile, how he thinks. And then if I'll go, I'll ask better, I'll be in a better position to ask questions and counter questions. Once those questions were done, we wrote everything, we transcribed, and in this method, we have transcribed it in Word file. And with Word file, we gave it to NVivo. And NVivo, because this is not very fast, I would have asked some volunteers to work on it. Okay. So pardon me for that. But basic agenda you are getting, right? ऐसे देख रहे हैं यार ये लोग.
After the conversation, that
Yeah,
number of words are coming within the conversation.
right.
That actually fill the word cloud. Or
That defined the word cloud.
Based on the word cloud, we can make the whole question.
Right, sir. Right. ठीक है. Not just with the word cloud.
Sir,
but
sir,
with-
one more question.
We have to look literature.
Mhm.
The literature we will perform some question or something
Mhm.
to ask the interview.
Hmm.
So like first we have to form questions from the literature, then we will go to the.
Yes, yes.
literature, and then
Yeah. So it is like I create. I'll show you. I'll show you a diagram also, a PPT. एक PPT के ऊपर और एक और PPT है.
Sir, so if we have taken like four,
Yes, this
five
is of course mixed
interviews.
method. Yes, this is report structure.
Yes.
I think मतलब ये थोड़ा बहुत हमने इस पे we started working. So अभी ऐसे हमने we prepared a presentation. Like suppose I am going to represent this personality. So I went with the presentation and I said that, sir, ma'am, we have read this much about your district. This is these are the thing. This is how our report is being structured, and this is my analysis about things. So, a number of things like we started speaking about toilets, animal husbandry. I have got pictures so that you will be able to relate it better. If I'll write, then it will be too many things. So this is how we structured and we got information through the interviews, right? And word cloud was here. एक थोड़ा word cloud, initial word cloud जो था. This is the initial word cloud which we got and we demonstrated to that officer. So he said, nahi yaar, ye, what is nonsense? Loan, we are giving so much of loan. I said, no, sir, you don't have to worry. This was created out of NVivo for initial analysis. You can do NVivo both times. You're starting with your literature and you can start coding your information. So he got very furious. Hey, how come loan is an issue? We are disbursing so much of loan. Sorry, sir. Loan, I think they are getting good loans. That's why it is reflected. But of course, it was other way around. Household, earning. So most of the parameters, what I read, you see, there's a negativity. Whatever literature gave it to me is different than what I got in reality. So it is always good to do an NVivo exercise first before you are going. Okay. And if you have lesser time, then it's okay. Right? So this was. Abhi iske baad, now if I have to, let's do the exercise. Okay. I'll again share you a screen. Okay. अभी ये थोड़ा सा वो है, this is all क्या बोलते हैं उसको, क्लासिफाइड इंफॉर्मेशन है सरकारी, ठीक. तो बट फिर भी I don't care sharing it. So I think government is too protective about their things. So आपने को कौन सा नौकरी करना है उनके साथ. तो अब फ्यूल मैंने बोला शीट ऑफ पेपर ले लो. अब 2 वॉलंटियर लेते हैं. सर आप यू लुक वेरी हैंडसम, यू हैव गर्लफ्रेंड. बताना नहीं होता है. चलो खड़े खड़े होके या बैठ के भी कंफर्टेबल आप हो गए. आपको ले लेते हैं. आप तो क्लिनरी बोलते हैं, उस स्किल्स पे काम है. अब फूड पे है ना, आप बताइए अपने हिसाब से आप शुरू कीजिए, है ना. उनको तो है फूड पे व्हाट वेरिएबल्स यू विल टेक इन एंड यू मेंशन कितना बता सकते हो उतना बोलो. और आप लोग उसमें यस या नो बोलना. ठीक है, जोर से बोलिए हमको. अच्छा ठीक है, मैं इनिशियल बता देता हूँ. तो मैंने क्या किया था, मैंने या मेरा टीम ने asked what are the food items you are using. जाओ यार ऊपर. हाँ, राइस है ना, व्हीट फ्लोर, चपाती के बॉईल करना है ना, वाटर तो सब बता ही दिया, ठीक है। अब ये हाउ यू गेट द इंफॉर्मेशन, दिस इज वेरी फनी। आप बोल रहे हो कि दाल चावल खाता है, वो उड़ीसा में बोल रहा है दालमा खाता हूँ। दालमा इज अ गुड डिश, है ना। तो बताओ हाउ यू लास्ट एंड व्हाट हाउ लास्ट हम किया, मतलब अभी फिर से करेंगे इसको। वी गॉट अ लोकल आंगनवाड़ी सहायिका ऑन छुट्टी का दिन, जो सैटरडे संडे होता है, एंड वी गिव सम रिन्यूमरेशन टू द लेडी एंड वी सेड कि मैडम हमको ये चाहिए अबाउट फूड हैबिट्स, यू फर्स्टली डू अ पायलट, यू गो यू ऐसे बोले नहीं मेरे को पता है, मैं कहा नहीं नहीं आप 10 जगह जाइए, 10 घरों में, एंड फॉर एवरी हाउस विल गिव यू 100 रुपीज, यू जस्ट गेट अस द इंफॉर्मेशन अबाउट फूड। सो शी केम अप कि नहीं ये यहाँ पे अंडा उबालते हैं, नहीं उबालते, चाय पीते हैं, चाय में दूध नहीं डालते हैं। तो इन राजस्थान द प्रैक्टिसेस विल बी डिफरेंट एंड इन बिहार इट विल बी डिफरेंट, इन झारखंड इट विल बी ब्यूटीफुल। शी सेड दैट वो दालमा खा रहे हैं उधर पे या वो खिचड़ी खा रहे हैं शाम को, देन वी स्टार्ट कैलकुलेटिंग हाउ मेनी केजीज ऑफ राइस इज रिक्वायर्ड for a particular family for the initial 10 household. It can be regarded as pilot testing. Then they ask कि cooking time क्या है, how many hours या whatever 50 minutes या minutes पे, what is the cooking time, they said. Then we mathematically we calculated कि megajoules पे कितना आएगा, ये सब कितना आएगा. So these were like calories. We started also calculating calories. सो नाउ फैमिली है, अब ये थोड़ा मैथमेटिकल हो रहा है ना। मैं एक्चुअली बोर नहीं करना चाहता था, बट ये समस्या ये है कि एवरीथिंग हैज टू बी कवर्ड एंड यू डोंट हैव टू वरी इफ यू आर डूइंग अ रियल लाइफ प्रोजेक्ट, यू विल बी हैविंग अ गुड टीम, देयर विल बी अ स्टैटिस्टिशियन, देयर विल बी अ न्यूट्रिशनिस्ट, देयर विल बी somebody who is expert on culinary. And what is your background? PhD on undergrad? Statistics. So somebody expert in statistics, somebody in climate resilience, disaster management. So they all will be in your team, big teams. And जब government काम करता है तो बड़ा team होता है. So you don't have to worry about making formulas or anything. But this is the way it operates. कि कैलोरी कैसे कैलकुलेट करेगा. अब जैसे WHO का स्टैंडर्ड क्या है? Anybody, what is WHO standard for protein and calories in a day? That Google or anybody, ChatGPT can tell. रटने का भी जरूरत नहीं है. तो वो information से, if suppose a family is having 2 kids, one is less than 2 years and another is less than 5 years. ये तो गलत हो गया. One is less than 2 years, another is 5 years. ठीक है, तो उनकी कैलोरी और प्रोटीन मिल्क इसका रिक्वायरमेंट चाहिए ना. तो उस क्वेश्चनेयर में इतना कॉलम होना चाहिए, मतलब इट बिकम्स. सो जो मेरा वॉट एवर डैशबोर्ड आई हैव शोन, इट इज हैविंग 1.2 मिलियन डेटा पॉइंट्स जो मैंने दिखाया था आपको, और फिर वो वापस उस पर हम जाएंगे. तो ये कैलोरी का निकाल लिया. अब एक विमेन को कैलोरी के अलावा क्या चाहिए बताओ मेरे दोस्त. 2 डिंपल आ गए आपके गाल पे सुनते ही. क्या चाहिए? आयरन. आयरन सप्लीमेंट्स चाहिए ना. तो आयरन सप्लीमेंट मिल रहा है या फूड में आयरन है कि नहीं. सो वंस यू हैव आस्क्ड, तो उसने बोला स्पिनच खाते हैं, उसने बोला बीट रूट खाते हैं. तो तुम्हारा जो क्वेश्चनर से इन्फ्रेंसेस निकालना है एनालिटिकल, इट शुड गो बैक टू बीट रूट के अंदर क्या है और उस फैमिली को कितना, हाउ मच दे मस्ट हैव गॉट इट, राइट. नॉट मेकिंग सेंस. ठीक है, तो अभी हम इसको कैलोरी होता, अभी ये अंडर इसमें देख लो. तो मैंने जो बोला अंडर, उसमें देखो अंडर चिल्ड्रन अंडर एज ऑफ 6, हमने उसको वेटेज दिया। फैमिली में तो कोई ये नहीं बताएगा अरे 2 साल का, उसने कल 500 ml दूध पिया था, नो वन मेजर्स। तो ये अप्रोप्रिएशन भी करना होगा। लास्ट डे analytically Professor Amita was telling कि how you have to appropriate. You cannot go and ask anyone that how much milk you have drunk. मुझे in that minimum calorie requirement we have calculated 0.66 0.33 ऐसे हमारा खुद का नहीं रिक्वायरमेंट। अब यार वो फाइबर बोला इतना केजी और इतना, तो दिस सेड नहीं, दिस शुड बी द पैरामीटर, ऐसे कर लेना। ओके, अब इसका ये फॉर्मूला है, ये घटिया सा प्रोटीन एंड हार्ट कैलकुलेट, उसको एक्सेल शीट में वंस डेटा कम यू पुट दैट फॉर्मूला एंड नंबर ऑफ किड्स। वो जैसे आपके घर में यू हैव 5 मेंबर्स इन योर फैमिली, one is male age 42, one is female age 35, there are 3 kids, 2 kids and 1 grandmother। तो elderly का requirement भी अलग है, तो you started calculating और उसको एक्सेल शीट में डाल देता है। और so this is visible now, this is just for food, okay, and अब food से एनर्जी निकल के आता है, you get energy। तो आप उससे पूछे हुए कि how many joules of energy you consume, they'll not be able to tell, even I'll not be able to tell that what is my carbon emission। So for energy you calculated values to to cook 5 kg of rice today, how many megajoules of fuel requirement I needed। तो इसके लिए हमने एक्सपेरिमेंटिस्ट मतलब जो रिसर्च पेपर रहते हैं जो कैलकुलेट करके बताते हैं कि इलेक्ट्रिसिटी का रिक्वायरमेंट, एलपीजी, फायरवुड, चारकोल, वो सब हमने उसको लिया। देन कॉस्ट पर यूनिट और दैट पर्टिकुलर फ्यूल। नाउ दिस लेडी माइट बी कुकिंग फूड ऑन फायरवुड, ओके, सो वी हैव 4.5 पर केजी पर मेगाजूल। नाउ उसको कन्वर्ट कर देना, इफ शी यूजेस एलपीजी वी कन्वर्टेड, कन्वर्जन रेशियो दिखा दिया, राइट। और उसके बाद कॉस्ट फैक्टर एनालिसिस जो सर ने बोला था, डिवाइडिंग कंडीशनल प्रोबेबिलिटी एंड ऑल दैट, तो ऑल दोस कॉन्सेप्ट्स वेर यूज्ड देयर, राइट। सो व्हाटएवर यू हैव बीन लर्निंग फ्रॉम यस्टरडे, माय एफर्ट इज टू amplify that thing, and how can you utilize software? I don't know how successful I'll be in that in this limited time, but that is the beauty of life, है ना। कम्बक न्यूटन ने सबको चौंका दिया, okay, no idea out of it, okay, that's why this exercise is here। अब ये हो गया फायरवुड, एलपीजी। एजुकेशन का कॉस्ट होता है, एजुकेशन के कॉस्ट में बुक्स है, क्लोथ्स है, वेदर गवर्नमेंट से मिल रहा है क्लोथ्स, सो वी हैव कैलकुलेटेड दैट आल्सो। ट्यूशन पे जाता है कि नहीं बच्चा, लोकल ट्यूशन मास्टर कितना पैसा लेता है, वी हैव गॉट ऑल एवरीथिंग। नाउ ये ऐसे अनएक्सपेक्टेड इवेंट, किसी का नानी का देहांत हो गया, है ना, किसी का ये तो गाय, द काउ डाइट, तो ये अनएक्सपेक्टेड इवेंट को कैसे हैंडल करेगा। नाउ लेट मी गो बैक अगेन, आई विल स्टॉप शेयरिंग दिस स्क्रीन and let me go back सर, बड़ा कठिन है। तो ठीक है, सिर्फ हम सर ने बोला कि इसको, ये तो मेरा देवदास जैसा, हाँ ठीक है। तो अभी राइट सर, राइट। तो now this whole screen, you can visualize this whole screen, okay, whatever data I am talking about, that whole data has been crunched in this and this is representing। अब आप इसको मैं minimize कर देता हूँ। अब इसको हमने कम्युनिटी बेस्ड डेटा, डेमोग्राफिक डेटा, we took general category, SC, ST, OBC और beneficiaries of PVTG क्या बोलते हैं, particularly vulnerable tribal groups, widows, it's very small here, landless laborers, PMAY, disabled, all these community classifications we introduced. अब जो ये कब पूछ लिया था, जब सर्वे कर रहा उस हाउस के अंडर में वो बच्चा दो मार्क्स, तो we have analysis in future, you know that this child, this kid is not father. Education we having will be difficult. So then you have like there are so many methods which you will not be able to measure. Now take an experiment. Okay, late of कौन से state ले, बिहार, झारखंड, मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान, झारखंड, ठीक है. Let's click on this झारखंड. अरे आ जाओ यार. Yeah. You're not using the land. Local area. Okay. So this is कौन सा वाला? 4 से पास 6 7 8 9 0 8 9 0. Fancy ideas, or maybe anyone can counter this, sir. You can.
No, just I want to know how expensive it's is it for free software?
No, it is not open source, but for students, you can arrange money from project. I'm not giving, but I don't prefer. अभी NVO को आपको करना है, तो 1-1.5 लाख का सॉफ्टवेयर है ये. Somebody from my office purchased it. तो अब ये मेरे को लाइफ टाइम मिल गया है. If you have to do something in NVO, you can send me the code transcript. I'll give you the output. इतना मैं कर सकता हूँ. तो हाँ, right. See, we are back. Yeah, बोलिए. No, I have given you example of how to transcribe audio video to actionable policy oriented instruments, research instruments. The target of this talk was to help you to from initial stages to transcribe something from audio visual and use them as a research instrument.
What I want to think
Yes, so it can generate you themes.
in
Yeah, so it can give you output in terms of themes. It can give you output in terms of hierarchy. ये थोड़ा support नहीं किया, otherwise हम और उस पे करते हैं. Hierarchy, like as I said, if he is a person who has 15 years of experience, so in hierarchy his experience will be more valued, and somebody who is having experience with agriculture, that will be more valued, right? So again, I'll again go back to this thing. So hopefully this time it comes in. Yeah. So we have chosen one ST category family, okay, in the state of Jharkhand, and let's take a group of families which is having a widow. Now see the condition. The amount of calories in that family, mostly the calories are being purchased personally, and whatever in the PDS records we have, you see the sad smileys, They don't have good kind of fruits. They haven't eaten milk. They have not so sufficient. Only one family is consuming fish. There are total 17 households. Out of those 17 households is on the top. Out of those 17 households, only this is. Now you convert this to a family which is general category, okay, and who is widow. Is there a change? So this was interesting. For a general category, now I'm not putting voice in that. Maybe they are not getting good public distribution schemes benefit, and so there are more number of sad faces on their food plate. Now somebody is not even having sufficient rice. You can see fish is again I don't know, 0, and chicken 1 person, 1 family, 1 household. Even basic vegetables, they are just consuming onion and that thing. So this thing. Now let's go to OBC families, and they are better. The amount of cereals and pulses which were grown in home, see the bottom side, are higher, like almost 45-50%. So maybe they might have a better land management system in their. This is from your survey. You have to again re-question depending on the sample, the kind of samples we have chosen. Snowballing or maybe representative sample. In this case, it was a representative sample from different kind of villages in that region, which should cover all particular vulnerable categories. So we rationalize that thing. So that's why this is visible. Now, amount of vegetables and dairy items, only 20-21% in this family. Let's take it for the complete state of Jharkhand. So again, I cannot say this survey is for complete state of Jharkhand, but only 2 districts, and out of those 2 districts, 4 blocks. Okay, so like this we are doing. So in this category, Jharkhand is comparatively better overall. But what your Professor Amitabh yesterday said, averages sometimes give you a misleading picture. So again, whatever you read from your professor theoretically yesterday, I am demonstrating it practically, and how to reach the moral of this exercise was to understand that how you are going to do a practical kind of report writing or a project execution. Or of course, I'm nowhere even close to these stalwarts where theoretically understanding is so deep. So I'll apologize for all glitches on the networking issue. And if still networking issue? No, still not this networking issue, but you said to wind it up.
No, you keep on going. I think 30 minutes, I think next lecture is not possible. We have to wind up.
Okay.
So I'll try to make it online actually. So if
Gala soup gaya.
So what I'm telling, because PRA it's 1.5 hours, at least 1 hour required. Since we have only, I think, for 30 minutes, I'll.
So now let's. Yeah, now let's do this exercise. Okay, ये तो हमने किया. You are a statistician, and she is a culinary expert. She is doing her research. Now you tell me how we can improve this. Both of you. Anyone can also fire on. Anyone else? As a computer scientist, what is your opinion? You are not expecting.
Can you rephrase the question?
I am telling that how we can improvise this whole survey method, maybe from methodological point of view, or from theoretical point of view of nutritionist. I'm throwing this question.
One participant, how will the dashboard created?
उसके लिए अलग से क्लास लेंगे. So, but dashboard, dashboard एक बंदा है, I think is Chinese. I'll share his, उसी से सीखा मैंने online, and I'll share his video link to you. You can refer it. मैं उसको I think share में दिखा दूँ क्या इधर? तो डैशबोर्ड काम का चीज भी होना चाहिए ना. मैं I'll show you that YouTube guy who has taught to create dashboards. इसमें मेरा YouTube का हिस्ट्री भी दिख जाएगा. I listen to Bhojpuri songs, don't mind, है इसमें दिखाएगा. Okay, thankfully उसके आने से पहले ये खुल गया. Interactive dashboards, Kenji. He is the guy. I'll share the screen. Where is it? Yeah. So I think this was a good question. ये बंदा है. You can find it out. Kenji, Kenji explain. So उसका YouTube channel. He is very good. हाँ. So I think everyone should learn that thing. Yeah. मतलब थोड़ा बहुत मतलब smartness आना चाहिए उसमें dashboard में. And मैंने इसी से सीख के किया है. He's like online guru. And you don't have to take any subscription also. He says कि भाई कोई class होगा. But इसका जो whatever free video he is having, they are sufficient, good enough. And then you can apply your own brain. So जो formulas, whatever formulas I tried creating, वो फिर Google में आप उसको डालिए इंटरनेट में और ask chatbot also. They will tell the formulas also, Excel formulas. So how you have to calculate the calories, वो बहुत idea आता है. But you also have to confirm to experts. So wherever you are doing research, you can do it. Like for disaster management. अभी ये हो गया, अभी presentation बाकी है यार. हमें अभी okay, we were here. Okay, so qualitative interview techniques. मेरा whatever I task which was given to me by Professor Behra for this. So qualitative interview techniques को how we can use in NVivo to create instruments for research, and how you can link it जो भी whatever you have read, qualitative, quantitative, the kind of theoretical framework. In the morning, Senior Professor Behra was also speaking about that how you can converge the information. What you have to ask to that women, how you are cooking the food in your kitchen. How do you aspire the kids' education? What are the challenges related to health and other indicators for women? So ये सब I think merge literature, preliminary interview, shape research question, and then objectives and then question. Is that clear from my end? No? Yes. Okay. Then research methods and data pathways. Is something clear that how you'll create a method once your research questions are framed, you'll design a method that how I'll assimilate the data. Remember that Balti and that well, you're getting water out of the thing. Then the field work. Field work also comes in the second point, and also it continues when your questionnaire is standardized, right? Then analysis, visualization, and report. So for analysis part, I have shown you that you go to expert, nutritional expert, and educational expert. You get them, get data from them, get ideas from them, enrich your analysis part. And then visualization, I have demonstrated that how you have to use this Excel-based dashboard. You can use Power BI also if you have this. इस पे चलता नहीं है Mac पे, but Excel is good enough, है ना? और then you have to write your report. So for report writing and all, it's again problematic thing because a big team comes together and it spoils the whole. So you might have done something on nutrition, something on education, but some XYZ guy will come in as an executioner, like he's a disaster management person, he's the project head. He'll say, यार क्या बकवास लिखा है इसमें education पे. The life doesn't goes like that. So he'll really get that idea. So it is better to divide your reports into 5 segments, and there has to be a segment head or subhead to execute, and that person, lady or man, should come through a disciplinary background where they have a grounded position. Like somebody, I asked a computer scientist to write something about sociological patterns. So wo to phir, I think that report will go in a wrong direction. So most of the projects, the problem which I have observed, that people assigned to the task are not at all educated in that particular, or baptized in that particular disciplinary boundary. What Professor Behra, two Professor Behras, might be 40 years back. Yeah, 40 years back, you might be 7 years. But for you, you must be in your 20s. So what you were at that time is a very refined version today. You have learned, unlearned, and that experience should be utilized. So you have done the project, you have got the data, you have created instruments, visualize that thing, and ultimately you are presenting it, and there is no head and symphony between body and soul. Then this thing will fail. So it is always required after creation, and we both use kar liya, data kar liya, you reach out to an expert. So always have a list of pool of experts whom you can reach out, and you can assign them ki this is our task, and of course remuneration is always there, that is very secondary, but then they can help you in the project. So in the beginning itself, when our friend, one of our friends said, he asked that how did you reach out to that block development officer? So in the beginning itself, you make a presentation and you assign your task for particular chapters, and you assign the experts, and you tell him, sir, Professor Behra will be taking care of social organizations part in my research report. So wherever you're writing communication or whatever, so you have to reach out to the expert. So this is how. So this part is clear, friends? Yeah.
The process of triangulation will come in which step?
Professor, see, you are a professor, or you are, no, you are not a professor.
No.
No. So, see, friend, triangulation is a like technique. Okay. So it can come at multiple stages. It can also come at the stage of visualization, where I have said that the community is not having food. Okay, not having rice. So how you can triangulate that data? But overall, it is telling that the whole state is having enough rice. So that means it can come from initial stages also, when you design the survey, and when you execute the things, when you're talking to a person, and then when you visualize it, finally inferences. So at all levels, I think all 3 levels, preliminary level, at the mid level when you're collecting things, and also at the later stage, it will come up.
But that step where you were mentioning that we can consult that what is generated, we can always ask the experts if they can make their inputs, and all that step can also be.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it can definitely come. Okay, we'll go to the next NVO. The code thing I have spoken, text search, matrix coding, little bit I have demonstrated. Visualization was through Excel dashboard.
Sir, I have one question.
The presentation.
Hello, sir.
Somewhere, somewhat, थोड़ा बहुत तो रह जाएगा यार, माफ कर दो. ठीक है. फिर then Python. अब जो NVO में हम कर सकते हैं, we can also do that thing in Python. So I'll again go to the Python console. For Python, you have like this, you have to download. Sorry, I have to share it, sir. Okay. This is the Anaconda Navigator. You have to download it. And in Anaconda, there is a Jupyter notebook that is on the right side, last one. And you have to launch this Jupyter notebook. You have to click it here. ये थोड़ा अपना करेगा और to a screen. Okay. And it will go to this Safari homepage. This is the screen. Okay. Query, can we upload different interviews from different years? Yes. We can upload it from different. क्योंकि वो that whole console which I've demonstrated, there can be, ये तो 8-9 दिखाया मैंने. You can do 116. So somebody will say then n vivo will be very important. Like it is not humanly possible to remember all 116 interviews. But 116 छोड़ दो, 1000 भी कर लो. So n vivo will help you in that classification. So this is good question. We should go. Yeah, this one. Yeah, so this is like Jupyter notebook के अंदर में. This is a interview analysis. I'll give you this program. थोड़ा बहुत bug होगा वो I think ChatGPT से करके कर लेना. So whatever I have done it n vivo. Will it? क्या लिखा था पता नहीं क्या लिखा था.
Wastage hierarchy.
Yeah, it can. मतलब I cannot give it with surety. ये सब कुछ है प्रोग्राम लाइब्रेरी वगैरह उसमें इंस्टॉल करना पड़ता है. एंड ये मैंने सुबह ही रन किया था, कुछ बग्स आ गए. तो आई वाज ट्राइंग टू सॉर्ट आउट, लेकिन क्वेरी इतना ज़्यादा दे दिया मैंने उसको कि इट वाज नॉट, फंस गया वो प्रोग्राम लूप में. सो ये सब करते रहना चाहिए. तो अब इसमें व्हाट फैसिलिटीज पाइथन इज गिविंग? एनीवन? एन विवो में 1.5 लाख रुपए लगाने के बाद सिर्फ भाई यूज कर पाएगा, है ना. और पैसा अगर प्रोजेक्ट से लिया है जहां से भी. बट पाइथन में he can upload his repository in GitHub or anywhere, Kaggle, and people can get benefit, and then they can enrich your repository. Like he is expert in something, he'll enrich your program. So कौन सा better है, Python या n vivo? Python is better. So it is better. इस स्टडी के बाद केंजी को फॉलो करो, डेटा वेटा उसका एनालाइज करो. आई विल गिव यू डेटा, आई विल शेयर इट विथ यू. ट्विटर का जो डेटा था जब फार्म प्रोटेस्ट हो रहा था, दैट डेटा समवन एल्स डाउनलोडेड, मैंने नहीं किया है. आई विल शेयर इट विथ यू. उस पर डैशबोर्ड बनाओ फॉर योरसेल्फ, मतलब एज अ प्रोजेक्ट. इट्स अ बिग ह्यूज डेटा इट इज. मतलब पूरा, I think whatever farm protest happened, all data on X has been downloaded. So I'll give it to you. You can learn from Kenji how to create dashboard and make a beautiful dashboard project. So tomorrow you go for any interview, you can say कि यार मेरे पास ये है, मैंने खुद बनाया. His dashboard will be different than her dashboard. Okay, the same data which I was using, an interpretation भी different होगा. वो सिर्फ डेटा को रिप्रेजेंट नहीं करना है. You have to make connections, use mathematical formulas, learn it, permutation, combination, conditional probability, learn it, work on it for 6 months, and then make a good dashboard project for yourself, and wherever you go in interview, demonstrate it. इतना तो करेंगे ना, है ना. तो एन विवो, कमिंग बैक, अब एन विवो में जो भी होता था, स्प्लिट into question answers. ये देखो, ये यहाँ पे स्प्लिट भी कर सकता है क्वेश्चन आंसर्स. पाइथन में, एन विवो में वो फैसिलिटी नहीं था. यू हैव टू कैच द कोड एंड ट्रांसफर इट ऑन कोड. ये पाइथन क्या कर रहा है, इट इज डूइंग इट, स्प्लिटिंग द क्वेश्चन एंड आंसर. तो मैंने ये डाला था वीडियो का रिसर्च आरए. यू कैन यू सी दिस रिसर्च असिस्टेंट आरए वीडियो. तो नाउ इट इज स्प्लिटिंग द क्वेश्चन एंड आंसर. This was not possible on n vivo. So when it will switch the question and answer, what it will do, the person who is asking the question and person who is answering the question, the whole context is different. So it will separate and do sentiment analysis out of it. Second phase is sentiment analysis. By what list of polarity, subjectivity scores, uska age, classification, basis pe that will give you a subjective assessment that okay, this is more important because he is a agriculture scientist. So his or her view on agriculture issues is more scientifically valid. Second, about kinship or family cultures, some lady who is 80 years old will be very relevant to understand. So I think machine learning, it's like people are enriching this. So in Python, there are different consoles, programs. जो in the beginning we have mentioned, there's OSA, RE है, ये सब plot है, pandas, numpy, ये सब we have to install it and sklearn feature, text block. So it keeps on learning from you also, and people keep on enriching that library. So ये NBVO में it's a paid software, तो इतना facility नहीं है. So, it is not, but आदमी इससे डरता है. अरे it's very computer program type का है. How I'll be able to handle? But आप इसको you can use it on ChatGPT also, and they will enrich it. Okay, फिर बाद में फिर error आता है, फिर लिखना है. तो पहला काम ये है, first work is you have to download Anaconda, and then after downloading Jupyter notebook से छोटा छोटा प्रोग्राम बनाना सीखो. कैसा प्रोग्राम बनाओगे? जस्ट मेक मतलब जैसे प्रोफेसर अमर्त्य सेन है, ठीक है, अमर्त्य सेन का कोई लेक्चर ले लो ऑनलाइन, उसको बोलो उसको ट्रांसक्राइब कर दे टेक्स्ट में. तो you have learned one program how to transcribe from YouTube lecture to that, वो भी transcription हो गया. Then you use Professor Amartya Sen lecture to some analysis, sentimental analysis about India's inequality. अब उसको वो सॉफ्टवेयर में रन करके it will do sentiment analysis. So these things you can learn slowly on your own. Like for disaster management, what is India का whatever disaster management policy है, state disaster management report है, you have 20 reports. Okay, put 20 reports on Python and ask Python to do a policy level analysis that how they are formulating disaster management policy, how they are formulating, ठीक है, how they have reached to that particular policy goal. Like you asked me a question that how did you reach to final questionnaire creation and all that. So I said that in the beginning also you can use NVivo. So up now we started with NVivo, but I am telling NVivo is not giving you complete solution. So better is to switch on Python. Okay, clear? Ab we will go to another screen. Python. Okay. So Python for interview analysis, it is not just meant only for interview analysis. You can use it for different categories of research purpose. Since it is new, don't get क्या बोलते हैं उसको, amazed मत हो जाओ ज़्यादा. Amazed बोलेंगे don't get scared that अरे it is very difficult or what he is telling. It takes time, जब है ना. तो ये एक Python program मैंने बनाया था, and this is about circular economy. How circular economy thing is happening on Twitter, on X. So we got this whole like Python, ये भी मैं दे दूंगा. And ये एडवांस हो गया. अब इसमें एक प्रॉब्लम है सोशल मीडिया डेटा पे. API आ गया है. API क्या बोलते हैं सर? हाँ, कौन सा प्रोग्रामिंग इंटर है? हाँ, तो एप्लीकेशन प्रोग्रामिंग इंटरफेस ना. तो API का वो खरीदना पड़ता है, API के थ्रू टोकन वगैरह. तो वो कई बार कॉस्टली है, बट मोस्ट ऑफ द थिंग्स कैन बी डन फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट एज वेल. So this is this is a analysis. Now we compare interview analysis through NVivo and Python. So for data import, exactly GUI based है. GUI मतलब graphical user interface. मतलब drag and drop जैसे Canva है. You don't have to be tech savvy. ये drag करके यहाँ drop कर दिया. So GUI अच्छा है उसका. So जिसको programming नहीं आता है, for those people this is good. But now you have ChatGPT. ये दे दूंगा मैं, don't worry. For ChatGPT, you can without programming skills also you can do it. थोड़ा स्लो होगा, बार बार पूछना पड़ेगा. कई बार वो आई थिंक ChatGPT gives answers like an idiot. तो after half an hour ना it loses control. तो वो patience रखना पड़ेगा. Then you have to restart. You have to again, and don't give them a very big program. Give them small bits and pieces. Then link couple of programs together. Then for coding and annotation, this is manual. This is so funny. NVivo is manual, and this Python is automated. वहाँ पे आपने देखा, you give a programming console there, a library, mention a library. जैसे मैं आपको बोलूँ कि you have to read about history books. So where you will go in library? You go to librarian. We'll ask him where is the history book section. So similarly in Python also, you go to a particular library which is having that kind of information, right? So that means Python based script is better, well versed to give you automated responses, better than NVivo. Now you go for query and our who asked question on thematic analysis. Yeah, you are. So for आपने किया है इसको Python use किया है? हाँ. तो for thematic analysis, the best way is identify research papers what sociologists have written 20 years, 30 years back. Identify it and run it on Python as a project. Then I'm sure you'll be having better insight than those papers. आप प्रोफेसर बेहरा का पेपर ले लो जहाँ पे थीमेटिक एनालिसिस किया होगा कोरापुट पे या किसी भी, and then you run it on Python. Absolutely, because it is having updated things, it will give you different insight. Maybe it might be able to give you foolish insights also. Then also person can be contacted, senior professor, and then it can be updated. So you will not just update that Python script, but you will also update the library. So you'll do good service to all the sociologists and anthropologists across the globe. So isn't it beautiful? Okay. Then visualization. I said text search में उसका एक fixed framework है. But for natural language processing libraries in Python, you can do beautiful graphs which you cannot imagine in NVivo. Then automation and reproducibility. अब ये GUI और NVivo Python का एक marriage भी होने वाला है. Okay, but it is a marriage of inconvenience. Okay, it's not of convenience, because NVivo people, software industry, देखो Nokia, where is Nokia today? Not in our pockets. एक type सबके pocket में था. NVivo अपने आप को, this is a time of open source. So NVivo have to look through open source. अब ये मैं उसको business वो नहीं दे सकता, but इसलिए वो कर रहा है कि वो जो इंटरफेस है पाइथन का उससे सीखा, तो वो मर्ज करके करवा रहा है अभी. क्यों 1.5 लाख रुपए डालना है यार? स्केलेबिलिटी, परफॉर्मेंस में भी वेरी स्लो. अभी देखा वो धीरे धीरे करता है. फिर ये कितना था, 8 इंटरव्यू दिखा रहा था. इफ सपोज यू आर पुटिंग 1000 इंटरव्यूज तो वो थक जाएगा. थक तो पाइथन भी जाएगा, बट भाई उतना पैसा देने के बाद फिर तुम्हारा मतलब क्या बोलते हैं उसको, GUI नहीं जो API नहीं, जो फील्ड मतलब जो कंप्यूटर का प्रोसेसर होता है GPU, क्योंकि तुम्हारा GPU इतना अपडेटेड नहीं है कि उसको टाइम पे प्रोसेस कर पा रहा है. तो फिर मैं ऑनलाइन ही लेता हूँ, गूगल से करता हूँ. एक गूगल कोलैबोरेशन नोटबुक होता है, ओके, नोट कर लेते हैं। पाइथन का जो कंसोल है आपका डेस्कटॉप पे, लिंक इट विथ गूगल कोलैब। तो गूगल अकाउंट में जो 15 GB स्पेस है, उससे एक नया अकाउंट बना लेना सिर्फ प्रोग्रामिंग के लिए, ठीक है, बिकॉज हैक भी हो सकता है, बहुत हैकर भी घूम रहा है, हाँ? तो उससे उससे अपना पाइथन का काम करना गूगल कोलैब से। सो मेक इट अ हैबिट। इफ योर कंप्यूटर इज नॉट वेरी, आई थिंक, अपडेटेड वर्जन, इवन इफ रैम वगैरह कम है, तो वो GPU से करेगा, ठीक है। तो यू डोंट हैव टू वरी कि आई हैव टू परचेस अ न्यू कंप्यूटर, और फिर मतलब पापा मम्मी को अपने बोलने लगे कि और 2 पैसे, है ना। तो 1.5 लाख का एनवीवो, 1.5 लाख का कंप्यूटर, 3 लाख का लग जाएगा चपत। सो डोंट डू दैट, ओके। सस्ते में काम हो सकता है, तो क्या करेंगे, कोलैब, गूगल है ना, गूगल कोलैबोरेटेड नोटबुक, ठीक है। अब कस्टमाइजेशन एंड फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी, मैं क्या पाइथन का वो कर रहा हूँ यहाँ पे प्रमोशन? लुक लाइक आई एम जस्ट एक्सप्लेनिंग कि दीज आर द चैलेंजेस। और मतलब लर्निंग कर्व और एक्सपर्टीज में आपका कंट्रोल नहीं है एनवीवो में, बिकॉज वो ऑस्ट्रेलिया से चल रहा है, ऑस्ट्रेलियन कंपनी है, और रिक्वायर्स प्रोग्रामिंग फेमिलियरिटी, तो धीरे धीरे सीखिए। देखिए, प्रोग्रामिंग इज अ न्यू एज टूल which you have to adapt. Now, anyone in this computer, in this room, who cannot handle a computer, anyone, no, even you have learned it. Why? Because it entered through 90s, and especially मैंने कंप्यूटर को तब से देखा जब हम लोग को जूता उतरवा देते थे, है ना, you can familiarize, और then you have to go inside the lab, computer lab. You are not so old. जूता उतार के, ओके। तो मतलब आई सॉ द कंप्यूटर इन 95, फर्स्ट कंप्यूटर, वो उसमें लोटस वगैरह सिखाते थे, डीवेस सिखाते थे। आई डोंट नो व्हाट नॉनसेंस, यू हैव टू ओपन द शूज लाइक अ टेम्पल and then go inside and then pray to the god, and 6 people are sitting on the computer and everyone is like, once यार एक बार कीबोर्ड पे हाथ मारने दो, एंटर पे। So I think we all learned computer through that. Yeah. And now you see everyone is having a computer, powerful, 10 times powerful computer than what they had in 95. And same thing was internet, which was coming. अपना 2 ईमेल आईडी बना रहे हैं, है ना, खुद एक अपना और फिर एक और दूसरे नाम से, एंड फिर इससे ईमेल भेज के उसमें खुश हो रहे हैं चेक करके क्या वो पहुंच गया, because no one was connected through Gmail and all. So in my age, I got 42 years old, and I can see 20 years college se pass out hua, 2006 I said, 19 years after passing out, so many things have changed, है ना? And at my time in school, we used to have pen friend. I'm telling technological upgradation related to the subject only. School. So I had this, we used to have pen friends. So the Reader's Digest और दुनिया भर का मैगजीन आता था, कुछ का तो I have forgotten the name also. तो लेकिन I made a pen friend in Japan, है ना? So her name was Natsuko. She was also in some school in Kobe. हाँ. So I used to write letter from here, और वो अलग, फिर वो जाता था 2 महीने में. I was in 7th or 8th standard. And we used to write कि ये है, हम एक दिन मुलाकात होगी, और ऐसे very innocent like a kid. हाँ. तो both side. हाँ. But ठीक है. और then we suddenly see कि Orkut came in. And you are like Orkut chat room में सब घुसे हुए हैं, and nasty things are happening. मतलब the real character is coming out. And and then abhi Facebook and so many Insta and so many things. So it is like, moral of the story is you have to upgrade with respect to time. So many of our friends will be telling, yaar, I'm in humanities, I'm in social sciences, I'm not a computer scientist, but maybe you can show the new way out. You know, Nobel Prize इस साल एक कंप्यूटर साइंटिस्ट को भी मिला साथ में, लास्ट सेकेंड 2 ईयर पहले, So this AI and computational sciences, when you combine this thing together, like I'll discuss shortly with you one of the upcoming projects which we are going to have. I have demonstrated you. इसके बाद कोई slide है? Extra slides. So this is glimpse of this World Bank project where I was doing PhD, and some senior from JNU introduced me to that project, and I got like good appointment there as a consultant. And then these are all, and in fact, he's a principal in that government college. He was once my professor, and he's standing like that. He's telling, sir, 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 and he was not aware he has taught me. So all this is like it is in field participant observation, which I said before and after the survey. You are discussing with people. This is for the like field work again about water systems, water harvesting system, what farmers have created. These are like group of scientists, American scientists, Canadian scientists, Japanese scientists, who are working in this whole issue, what I have demonstrated about resilience index, not just for India, but for across the globe. If we could have a universal resilience index through which computer scientists and all kind of social scientists come together and make a universal index where governments will be having good support base for their evidence-based policy making. There is a group. Then there are my Indonesian and Tanzanian friends, where we helped them to framing their solar policy. This was one of the project successful. That is a picture from Pavagad solar project, where I have demonstrated those 4 pictures, GIS pictures, and how the whole landscape is changing. So the person in the background, very small, he is a sarpanch, local sarpanch. So we were discussing with him. So not so sociologically and anthropologically well aware I am, but I took a person from social sciences, Leonard. He is a professor in Bangalore Central University. He speaks fluent Kannada because he is from the same state. So I took a person who is much more inclined to the region. Somebody in Northeast, you'll go, so you take a friend or a professor or somebody expert, local expert, they will be able to give you better insights, right? So I think that ends my presentation. And if you have any questions or suggestion, then you are most welcome. Only 2. Yes, sir. How much time I have taken? This is my basic question. More than 2 hours. Okay.
Anyway, I have to actually, I know, I'm not going to.
No, but hopefully, friends, did it frankly, did it make some sense? ऐसा तो नहीं है कि मतलब
I enjoyed your lecture.
Thank you, sir. It's like humbling experience. Yes.
Can we open multiple interview transcripts at the same time and get a composite chart?
Yes, I have demonstrated it. Like there were 8 number of sheets, and you can just quote them together. It is because since we were not able to demonstrate it quickly, then there might be confusion. Okay.
And can we upload different interviews from different hierarchy at the same time?
Yes.
Get a composite report.
Yes. But again, everything has to be done manually. The problem with NVivo is your manual. Suppose I'll give you example. Hang on. This is online.
Yes.
Hang on. Whosoever have asked this question, my answer is, if you have suppose 1000 plus transcripts, 200 transcripts are coming from government official, 100 transcripts are coming from women, elderly, local population, 150 are coming from scientists. So what you have to create? You have to create a classification in that software. You remember, right click, classification, coding. So code it that what is your profession? So then you have to sort when you are sorting out after filling all the information. But friend, 1000, if you are doing it 1000, you have to transfer it 1000 times. But beauty with Python is you have 5 folders. One folder for demographic related people, one folder for your scientists, one folder for administrators. And then to Python, you give 5 paths. And you tell Python, analyze according to scientists, analyze according to this. So then Python will be in a good position to do it. Another question, suggest some reference to learn web scrapping. Yes, I'll share it with you. अभी दिखाते हैं बाद में? बाद में, I think. Okay. So I'll share it with you and maybe LinkedIn वगैरह you can, I'll share my LinkedIn also. You can connect, or because in I think maybe 1 or 2 months I'll close WhatsApp also. Because I want to unlearn this thing. Somebody else is controlling me, looks like. Maybe kitna de chale. Thank you very much, friends, and sorry, I spoke a lot in Hindi. So don't take it like Bengali friends. But, I tried, I tried couple of times to get married in West Bengal, but nothing happened. In the morning, I was discussing. Nothing happened for the good. Yeah, I'll give you. Dashboard I'll not be sharing. Okay. Why? Because ये government का है ना? तो जिसका माल है उसी को खुश रहने दो. क्या? फोटो दे दूंगा मैं. फोटोज I'll give. नहीं, फोटोज मैं दे दूंगा. मेरे पास निकला हुआ. Actually मैं किसी और का खरीदा हुआ डेटा है और फिर मैं उसको बेच रहा हूँ. एक टाइप से बेचना ही हो गया ना. This is for research purpose. This happened, and I'm sorry, language. कि Bengali yes sir, Python is much better, and Bengali सीख लेना चाहिए था ना. आज काम आता है बंगला, not Bengali. हाँ वो इधर. ठीक है. Thank you sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Deepak Singh. In fact, what I would say that it was my lecture, but then since he was enjoying and the participants were also enjoying, so I said, let us sacrifice this. Anyway, don't worry. Actually, this peer I can take an extra class, online class, in fact, beyond this 3 days workshop. So I'll take it on. I'll do it online. I have we have all your email IDs. No, you can no online means it's challenging, right? Okay, so I'll do it. Yeah, I can do it. But then those who are attending online, I'll make the arrangement again, another online PRA workshop. So don't worry for that because we have all the arrangements. PRA, I'll make you thorough to apply it. And especially I thank Deepak Singh for giving a very comprehensive overview about NBO and Python also. And what I have also a plan, like those who are attending online and those who have joined this workshop. So I'll make a free offer. PRA. Is that okay? So don't worry that you don't have to pay a registration fee for that. Okay. So is online Python and also PRA for that. Okay. So don't worry for that.
Shared that scientist Nobel laureate भी है, Simon. So he's also very happy to work with us.
Let us see if you can do beyond that 5:30 or 6. Okay.
Have a feel of NBO. So you can use my computer. You can have
I request all the participants to reassemble exactly at 2:45, because already the next speaker will speak on very important issue of sampling. So let's say we start at 2:45 sharp.
Hello. 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 हेलो आ रहा है? हेलो. हेलो. Hello. 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 Hello.
দাদা বলছি কি আপনি কি কোথা থেকে বেরিয়ে যাচ্ছেন? আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে আমি দেখে নিয়ে তারপর
Hello. 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 I can see. Testing. Hello. Testing. Hello. Hello. Hello.
यार कोनो प्रॉब्लम हो आप प्रॉब्लम आ चलो ये बाहर ही चलो अच्छा चलो
Hello. 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 Testing. Hello. 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 Testing. Hello. Hello. Testing. Hello. 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 Hello.
able to see what is going on, right? But my point is that because it is a very short period and it is a big topic and all those things, I would like to make this session more participatory in nature so that the topic is essentially survey research, questionnaire design. So anyone is interested in having done any survey research in your thing or all those things, and just please feel free to tell you what you have done for your survey research. Anyone or anyone intends to do any survey research? Because why I'm saying this, because if you start with some use cases and then try to build up or link the theory or foundations with this, I think that will be more useful rather than going by the theory at just like that. Okay. So this is the way I want to go. Then whenever there is some scientific way or method that is required, I will bring that up. But first of all, I want to know from you any survey you want to do. So why you want to do a survey, and or already you have done some survey, you have found some issues. So now let me hear from you. At least we should try to write down some use cases and then we'll do that. Okay. Anyone? Anyone have done any survey, first of all? You have not done. Okay. No one has done any online, those who have? Anyone? Yes, you have done. Okay. Let me hear your problem, where you have done. Jharkhand. But see, the place is Jharkhand, but what did you study? Climate change perception. Okay. So here is an example that he wanted to study climate change perception, right? So let me have this thing. Okay, so let us try to start with that. I will write it here because this is there. So this is climate change perception. So this is one of the things. Anyone else? Or want to study because you are doing something, right? So anyone maybe, yes. Either you have actually done or intend to do, that will be both equally important. You want or done. Yes. In Gangasagar Island. So he said about this climate change perception, but you have said done associated with this is a very broad topic, and he has mentioned that it is Jharkhand, here is Gangasagar. So what did you study? Salt water? Okay. So this is that you are saying that effect of salt water intrusion, she was saying, in on livelihood. Okay, as I understood, these are the problems, right? So these are things already they have done. Okay, now I want to know anyone intends to do something. Let us list at least another topic, then we'll go whether there is a commonality of tackling each of these things, generality, and then we'll get back to the specifics, right? Anyone interested to do any survey research, whatever you are working there? Yes. So you want to do that? Okay, so number 3 is impact assessment of PMJOY, right? Which type? T. So I don't get it. Okay. Okay, tribal community, I take that. Okay. So let us start with this. So we have 3 examples. I think anyone else you can add because we will go to that. because the variety, then
Hello,
the
sir.
generality thing will become. Anyone wants to do anything?
Hello, sir. May I come in?
Yes?
Yeah, sir. So, I'm planning to do a facility checklist readiness for
Ready up?
non-communicable disease.
Which
Hello, am I
population?
audible?
Oh, okay, okay.
Am I audible, sir?
So someone is asking from the online? Yes. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
I was
please,
speaking.
please.
Yes, I'm Urvi. So
Yeah.
I'm planning to do a facility checklist in urban PHC to see the readiness for non-communicable disease service delivery.
Okay, please hold on. There is your voice. I have to increase the sound so that others can hear. Yeah, please come again.
Yeah, I'm Urvi. So I'm planning to do facility checklist in urban PHC Bangalore to understand the readiness for non-communicable disease services.
Readiness of about?
Uh, to provide a non-communicable disease service.
Okay,
Yeah.
non-communicable diseases you want to survey, right?
Uh,
In the
yes,
Bangalore,
facility.
Bangalore
Yes, yes,
municipality.
yes, Bangalore municipality. Yes.
And then, what is your objective? Just general
Uh,
study of what is the objective?
so this is a huge study. It's a 5-year project. So we are doing a realist review. Under that, this is the part of one of the survey.
Okay, so you are
Also, we are doing
studying
the interview.
non-communicable diseases. What is the point you want? Okay, so
So we
let
are
us
trying to
discuss.
understand the implementation of the NPNCD policy in Bangalore.
Okay, so implementation of the government programs for NCD.
Yes.
That is you want.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So this was the fourth one. This is that. So basically tackling non-communicable diseases, the places it is in Bengaluru, and then this is in a tribal area, this is in a Sundarban, and this is in Jharkhand. Now, when you are doing this, because suppose you may be doing something else, right? So therefore, we should try to find out some general principle so that if you come out with a new idea or new survey research, all will be equally applicable, right? So first thing is that we generally do is essentially the objective that is been stated. Now, about this objective, one has to be very clear about this thing, that because climate change perception, that is you have told. Then effect of saltwater intrusion on livelihood. These are the things. Third one is impact assessment of PMJY. We have actually for Niti Aayog, we have done such things. Okay. And this tackling of NCD, we have done also some work on NCD here. Okay. Now, the first thing is that generally you have to define what you call your target population. So that is the important thing. Anywhere, any survey without a target population will not do. So let me just explain what could be the target population of climate change perception. This was in Jharkhand. So tell me, what was your target population? Indigenous community. So see, the thing is that he did not mention this at the first place. So now he is saying that this climate change perception is a very broad topic. Climate change perception will, because it is a perception, it will not only differ from individual to individual, because if you look at this class even, you will see that this perception differs. Now, he is talking about a specific community, right? Now, this is one thing that to define. So, indigenous community will once again is vague. So, you have to have a list of indigenous communities, or you have to have a very specific indigenous community that you are targeting. Unless you do this, you won't be able to reach them, because ultimately you are going to collect data. So therefore, this is very, very important that you get this target population correctly specified. And it is equally important that whatever analysis and you do, ultimately in your report you have to mention that this is actually restricted to this population. We do not want this because he is doing for one indigenous population, it is perception. So it may be some findings that may not hold good for other population. So whatever your inference statistical analysis you are doing, you must be very clear about this thing that the results are true for this. Okay, and maybe could be true for a similar community. Unless you get a similar community, your results will not be holding good, right? So this is the first thing. About the second thing, effect of salt water intrusion on livelihood. So livelihood, because it is salt water intrusion, so therefore the population is automatically have to be those who are being affected by saltwater intrusion. Suppose this is the idea, right? But if you have to study this is a very, very challenging one, because for this livelihood, your livelihood can be affected by many, many things, right? So therefore, when you are trying to find out the effect of salt intrusion, because that is you have already stated, you have to rule out all other effects on your livelihood. Get that? So the basic idea is that when you are going to study that effect of salt water intrusion on livelihood, what you have to do, you have to also check a population where there is no salt water intrusion. So this is a very, very important thing, that once again your target population is this, that climate, this effect of salt water intrusion. So therefore you can have a geographical area where the salt intrusion is there. Not only that, the salt water intrusion, as you go into the interior, the effect will be smaller and smaller. So therefore, you have to basically, suppose you have a region like this, suppose this is this, then you have to have these strips. Get that? Because this is the way this salt water is like going this. So these may be the most affected if you are trying to find out the salt water intrusion. I am saying that this. On the other hand, it may be that these people and these people have, in general, they are different. So therefore, if you are measuring livelihood, irrespective of, see, the question is that suppose it was not there, right? Then there could be still difference between these people and these people. So that will not be explained by saltwater intrusion. That is explained by other things. So when you are looking at the saltwater intrusion and the change, you have to make sure that your target population not only have those who are directly affected, visibly affected, or observationally affected, and some people who are not observationally affected. So this is a very, very challenging topic, and there we called to do that effect. The moment I say effect and then another is impact, both of them will need what we call a control population and treatment. Treatment means those who are affected by saltwater intrusion. Control means those who are not affected by saltwater intrusion, visibly at least. Impact assessment of PMJAY. So you will have those people, those who are under the PMJAY and those who are not in PMJAY. So unless you do this, in fact, this is very, very complex. So because there are lots of debates about these things, so how do I am sure that the person I am comparing, suppose I pick one who has a PMJY, is under the PMJY scheme, and that person who is not under PMJY scheme. General thing is that we compare both of them, and by this procedure, the point is that they may be inherently different, right? So therefore, whether I can, see, there may be, why this is a complex problem. See, the thing is that suppose I have listed PMJY 5 persons, and then I have say 10 persons from who are not under PMJY. When you are trying to match, which one to match with whom? You get that? See, suppose he is in the PMJY and all of three of you are not in PMJY. I could compare him with you or him, and that will, the difference will be different. And each will give you a different result. Right, so there is something, this is a difficult thing. I hold it for now because I cannot discuss this right now because our thing was survey research. But the point is that this is, you can see that this is, somebody says, does not give a lot of, I think, importance to this idea of population. But now we realize that how important it is, because that is the starting premise. If your population is not well defined and that is related to the inquiry you are looking for, the answers you are trying to get, if that is not well demarcated, whatever you get, ultimately collecting the data will not be meaningful. Right? So you have to be very clear about your target population. And you can see that there is a common thing about this. If you get to the tackling NCD, same thing. That you have, so what you do? See, NCD means what? NCD generally non-communicable disease. Anyone can tell me what are the non-communicable diseases the government is concerned about now? Yes? Hypertension is one, and then? Yes?
Diabetes. Diabetes.
Diabetes. So diabetes, then hypertension, as well as all cardiac
COPD.
diseases, and also cancer. So cancer is also a non-communicable disease. So this is once again of vital importance. Why I'm saying that cancer is important in this study, that there are well-known results which says that if cancer is detected early or you take some precautions, then it may not materialize. So therefore, there is a role of impact, that if you actually disseminate information, people are asked to change their lifestyle or habits, like this tobacco and all those tobacco chewing and all those things. We have actually, I am telling this because I have done such studies. We have seen what conditions they are because of this lack of knowledge, that what danger they are actually doing every day. So therefore, if there is a dissemination or all those things, this may be having a greater impact, and this is without cost to the government. If you see that, government, see, the thing is that if some person is actually motivated or informed that if you are having a continued hypertension undetected, because this is a silent disease, if you are having a continued high blood glucose unmonitored, it may eventually lead to your kidney failure. That is the first thing. And kidney failure, with a kidney failure, you do not die immediately. You have to have a long run of cost with all your disturbances, family, physical disturbances for yourselves, and so on. So there is a huge burden, mental and economic costs. And if you have changed your lifestyle, it has been proved, there are cases that there is a situation. So for the NCD, this is much more difficult. What is your target population? And in fact, we plan to do a study. We still do not know how to get my control. See, this is these things. I wanted to do this theoretically. I have to have a control. How to get a control here? I do not have an answer right now. So the moment I have an NCD study, I am not sure which could be my control group. The doctors are advising that you can take this, right? But the age is not matching. They are saying that they have observed the prevalence of diabetes and hypertension. Suppose we fix on diabetes. They are saying that if I take the age group below 30, right, that could be a well-defined control group because they are not suspect to this. But now they are revising. They say, no, we are getting cases of diabetes even at the age of 27. What to do? So this is a dynamic process. So this is a challenging thing, but you should try to do as much as good as you can. See, you cannot be perfect. Once again, that is the one lesson. When you are doing anything, statistics always allows for error and tries to control the error. Statistics cannot eliminate error. Oh. So I think this will be better, right? Which one? Okay, but okay. So now is it all right? Okay, so the thing is that I have to hold it like this. Okay, I do not have that practice. I will try. So the thing is that, so defining a control group, I have said that for impact studies and comparing, we need this. This is vital. Otherwise, your results will not be interpretable. But the problem is that finding a control is a very, very challenging task. And sometimes you do not have a ready-made solution, right? Now, the thing is that the next step, okay, let me see what is there in the slide at least. I do not know because it was prepared by someone else. I have just is there? What is this? This second slide. Okay, fine. So this is something that why do surveys, right? Once again, that you have already answered, so I do not want to do this. And this is once again, this we have discussed. Now, this is the definition of population that we have given some examples because we do not know what all will be the audience. Now you can see that there is a very, very specific way of describing our population. The wheat farms in a district, you can see that items produced in a month of a factory, the banks of a country, the rubber trees in Amazon rainforest, everything is specified, right? So this is once again, the main thing to look here is that the idea is to select the sample in a proper way. So you can have put it in a quote unquote. What do you mean by collecting a sample in a proper way? That is the most difficult part. And there are once again some standard ways of doing that. We'll get to that. So let me see. Yeah, this is the survey process. We keep this slide. So first one is the define the research question. So whenever you are looking at, say, climate change perception, what you have to do? You have to identify the population of interest. I am saying that is there. Then define the research question. So what do you want to find out? Why do you want to collect data? Because collecting data is costly. So therefore, also cost in terms of money as well as your time. So you just do not collect for nothing. You must have some intentions or something to say to the government or anywhere for your research purpose, just for your interest, not just for your interest. So the defining the research question is there. So let us start with the climate change perception. So what is your research question? Yes? You told about the climate. Who told about? You. Okay, climate change perception. What is your research question? Okay, so he's saying that my research question is that what are the indicators by which the indigenous community are perceiving climate change? Okay. Now the important thing is that here, because climate change is a modern concept. So therefore, unless you are affected by a climate change, you will not realize that you are affected by climate change. You get that? There is a fallacy here that whenever I am wasting water, for instance, do I know how I am using my resources? So I always go everywhere I do about this. I have told in many forums that, see, drinking water. So you can see that this is the bottle. You can see how much water is left. Is anyone going to drink it further? No. So you are wasting this much. And what is the percentage? At least 20%. So 20% of 1 liter bottle that is manufactured, this is a rough estimate, this sample is being wasted every day and every occasion where these bottles are used. I was in that room, I saw 3 bottles. And more or less, this was happening. The moment I asked for water, another fresh bottle will be given to me. Definitely, I'm not going to drink this full bottle, right? So this is something. Do you know how much cost of this? So what we suggest everywhere, I am suggesting, people are not hearing. The thing is that make the size of this bottle lower. We have already communicated the government, ask all the restaurants and eateries to serve half glass of water. If you want, you take 2, you get 3 more times, but the serving must be half glasses, because people generally do not, if you are given a full glass of water, they are not drinking, and once again wasting. So it is a 50% waste. So if you look at you have researched on this bottle is around, I think 10 or 11 rupees, right? How much? This 1 liter is 20 rupees? 10 rupees. We have seen that this 10 rupees is the market price. And do you know what is the cost of this? This cap is more costlier than the bottle. The unit cost of making this cap is more than this plastic or the making this bottle. The data is there. And then this labeling is more costly than this bottle, in fact. So if you aggregate that, this plastic and all those things comes around, I think 2 rupees or something like that. And then this is a processed water. They are saying so many things. Water with minerals and then whatever. So there is a purification process. Okay. You know that to produce any purification, you have all your houses, you have all these filters, electric filters, right? Carbon filters, whatever. And most of the reverse osmosis, that is the process. Everywhere, if you produce 1 liter of this kind of water, you are wasting at least 2 liters of water. Because it is a filter, it is passing through that. So the moment you get 1 liter of water, when you get it from the machine, you will see that there is a small pipe and water is always going out of that. Why? Because the filtering process is going on. Right? Why I'm saying all this? Because he raised about the perception of the climate change. Now, do you expect that the indigenous people, the tribals, do have any idea about the climate change? The perception study is the most difficult thing I can tell you. The well-known perception study that is still carried out officially is by the Reserve Bank of India. What is that? That is inflation expectation survey. They are doing it for the urban, they are doing it for the rural. What is the question? They are going to your house and then they will ask that, how is the prices rising? And do you expect that last year the prices have changed? If next year the prices will change by more than that or less than that or even the similar level? So they are trying to estimate expected. See, this is inflation expectations. So that person must know what is inflation. I do not think that given the literacy and all those things, it is very difficult to have a rural population, rural household. In fact, if you see, the thing is how the survey is conducted. You go to a household, there will be some person, may or may not be, and that person will be responding. So you cannot ask, you cannot find out, go to the household, who knows about inflation, ask her to come in, and then I will ask. No, that is not the thing. I go there and they will say that, okay, I have come from RBI, can you give me 5 minutes? That is the usual way. And then what do you want? That is the first response. No, nothing. I'll just ask very simple questions. And that person may not be at all knowing anything about inflation. But they are being asked to give data on inflation expectation. We as a statistician perceive that, okay, there will be errors, but because you are taking very large scale, the plus minus error will come to something which is more or less meaningful. But that is a huge assumption, right? The point is that perception is a very difficult thing. So therefore, defining the research question, this is very, very fundamental. The moment you have a research question and want to use a survey research, you have to make sure that the data that you will be collecting answers your research question. If that is done, I have no issue. But before that, when you're going to collect data, make sure that, okay, I have this question. If I ask this question, that data may be reliably obtained, and analyzing the data, I may be able to answer my research question. So there is a linkage. Research question cannot be just said that you may have aspirations to know many answers, right? But it is not feasible to by survey research. what you have to do? You have to actually think of the population, as I said, see what kind of responses they are able to give. And on the basis of such information, is it possible to answer my questions? If it is, then go ahead. If you cannot, if you think no, this will not be there, then the other way around is you find out what kind of related information this person can give or the population can give. Then you rephrase your research question that I won't be able to answer my original question. But given this data set, I will be able to answer this such questions. Those questions may be also important. Okay. So therefore, this is very, very important. Whoever is going for survey research must not only may have some questions already, because I have listed so many questions. The questions have to be so much pointed question, and that has to be feasibility checks. Once again, there is a perception. Okay, I do not expect that people will be able to give these answers. About this inflation, people will generally say, no, no, no. Most of the cases, they will. The thing is that, okay, so let us define research questions, and then this is identify your population of interest that we have discussed. Then you choose sampling strategy. So suppose we have resolved these questions. We have defined my research questions, and I think that with the population that I have in mind, it will be I will be able to get some responses, get some data, so that my answers to the questions I will be able to give at least some light. Okay. If you do this, then the question is choosing sampling strategy. For choosing sampling strategy, there is something that is very, very important. I don't know whether it is there in the slide. Let me just check. Okay, this is to do the question that will come later. These are all questions like, no, it is not there. Okay, so I'll just write it down. I'll get back to that thing. As I said, it is not prepared by me, someone else. It's not going back. Oh, going back. Yeah, so let us, so this is when you are doing this, when you are, see, the thing is that the moment we have defined your target population, you can have what is called a sampling frame, because we are now talking about choosing a sampling strategy. Sampling frame. What is this? See, sampling frame is once again, because you have now identified your target population, ideally you should be able to list the units under the population, at least describe. For instance, suppose I go to this climate change perception. Take this one. What could be the sampling frame? He has mentioned about an indigenous community, right? So since he is mentioning about the indigenous community, what could be your sampling frame? Because he have a very closed population. So your sampling frame is for a particular location of Jharkhand is the list of households. This is important. So this is about the climate change perception. This will actually differ from house to house, individual to individual. Within house, there will be difference. Between house, there will be difference, right? And between house difference, we are interested in, or we may be interested in the differences between the individuals as a community. So if the question is addressed to the community, then all members in the population are part of your sampling frame. But that is not feasible, right? So therefore, what do you do? Generally, the standard way is that if you have a very narrow closed population, you can have a pre-survey where you can actually somehow get to the list. So for instance, indigenous community, I go there, there will be say around say 300 households. I just mark them that this is household 1, 2, household 350. So this is my sampling frame. And you can see that I do not know as yet how many members are there. So what can you do? when you are listing at that stage, I can also ask, because I am marking from the gate, I can say, okay, how many members are there in this thing, right? So this could be an additional question and that will be very quick. So this gives me my sampling frame, right? What about the next ones? Saltwater intrusion on livelihood. Suppose I am to do this. I want to get a frame. As I said, I draw this curve. You can see that this depends on me, right? So suppose the saltwater is coming from here. This is the range I am fixing. Then I have to have a control. So I have to get someone beyond this region, right? Because you are taking the effect. The moment you are having effect, you have to have a control, right? So the control has to be away from your saltwater intrusion. Okay. So that boundary I have to define. And once again, it is a very, very difficult thing. Why I'm saying this, we have made a study about the impact of national highways, because in the Golden Quadrilateral project, you know, after Atal Bihari Vajpayee came, this was happened, and that has changed the scenario all over India. That is not an issue. Everybody acknowledges that. The question was, we are asked to assess the impact of a particular highway. Because the moment you have a highway, there are lots of impacts, because not only the communication gets faster, there will be ancillary industries, people will have jobs and all those things, right? There will be fresh investment by the side. You can see that if you go through the highway, lots of industrial parks have come up. Why? Because now they can quickly come. So these are the things. There are lots of multidimensional effect of a highway. Now suppose in this thing, suppose I want to look at this effect of saltwater intrusion. See, for this, just like that, for the national highway, you can see that there is a national highway. What could be the impact locality? Is it 5 kilometers? It is 10 kilometers from the highway? There is no such thumb rule. So this is once again a challenging task, just like this, that how do you define your control? You get that what I'm saying? Because as I said, when you are talking about the livelihood or impact of the national highways on livelihood of the persons, just like that effect of saltwater intrusion that you suggested, same thing. As I said, I am trying to generalize over these 4 examples to get to something that there is a commonality and you should keep in mind, because you may not be doing all those things. You will be doing something else. So that will be helpful when you decide to do that, right? So what you have to do, if it is an impact or effect, you must have somehow define a control. How do you do that? Depends upon the situation. I have told you the problems, that when you take this effect of saltwater intrusion, it is basically physical. National highway is just a physical thing. So therefore, the dimension is essentially from the highways to a distance. Now somebody may come up, no, it may affect in a very different way, because some state which is now get connected, which is away from the national highway, but it has some other roads. Because that is connected now, it has decided that going to some other, there was another option to going somewhere setting up, but now they have decided the cost will be cheaper, or there may be some developing market or developed market, so that I will be able to sell my goods. So they may be coming here. So that investment decision may be for an entirely different reason. One of the reason is the coming up of the highway. So if you want to isolate the impact, you have to rule out everything from whatever the study variable, from the effects of other things except the national highway. Here also, you have to rule out everything except that how the salt water is affected. So as I said, getting back to the research question is once again, that is important. So how do you get a measurable thing which will actually closely linked with your effect of saltwater intrusion, right? So unless you are able to do that, it is very difficult to assess, because whatever you do, somebody may argue that if you have gone somewhere else, the same conclusions may there is no, because suppose you are looking at the change in livelihood over a point of time, right? It could be that the same, you are getting observing the same thing with a absolutely different locality where there is no water intrusion. There may be some other effect. Nobody can say that you get an equal effect for different reasons. So when you have to do this, you have to be very clear about defining this thing. About this impact assessment, same thing, as I said. And the final one is also so all where, everywhere you can see that whether when the moment you are suggesting a policy, moment you are saying that this should be done, that should be not done, okay? You have to very clear that I have found out something which directly points out that if we can reduce this or increase that, then there will be a direct effect on what you are looking for. Where you have ruled out any other sources of contributing factors, right? So this is once again difficult, but you have to keep in mind, and most of the cases, your domain knowledge may help you. And therefore, the sampling strategy will start with your what? Sampling frame. Sampling frame, as you see, in this case, first case, climate change perception. Your sampling frame is, you cannot, as you have, do not have the list of individuals. What you have the list of the households. That is fair enough, because it is a very small area. I can, with a very short period of time, NSSO does that. NSSO suppose visits a village, they will list the household first. They have their specific schedule, where there is called the household listing schedule. They will initially list all the households, right? And also collect some auxiliary information, as I said, how many persons are there, or maybe do own a TV set, or do you have a car, like that. These are also collected at that point of time, because the owner, the household may be asked that, do you have a car, like that, okay? So these are very small information which you can collect in a very short period of time, but it is exhaustive, that list. You cannot rule out. Once you have this, so, but you can see that there is a final difference, is that ultimately you are looking at perception. Perception is individual. It is not the household perception, right? And the challenge is that it will be very difficult to get all the members being interviewed. NSSO does that once again. There are some surveys where every member of the household is interviewed somehow or other, because if you could not get someone, they will revisit and come back to complete the interview. There is a procedure. But here also, those who are doing perception, not perception, basic theory is that, or the general principle is that, if you are going for an individual response, then you have to make sure that you cover all the individuals in your selected household. What you can do, you can select a set of households, right, out of your list. That you can do. There are lots of strategies. That is not an issue. The issue is that once you go to the household that is selected, pre-selected by something strategy, you have to make sure that you have to interview all of them. But now we are looking at the perception, right? As I said, many people have not heard about the word climate change, right? So what is the danger? If you now try to explain him what is climate change, then he will actually, he or she will be directed to your answers. So that is not intended. So what you can do, we have done this. We have done a small survey in a locality. We have just asked this question. Have you heard this word, something called climate change, environment, like that? Many people haven't. So it is no point in asking them about this thing, because you are not going to educate them about climate change and then asking questions. People do that. That is very, very dangerous, because whatever results you are getting is actually after you have fed them into your ideology. Because see, why is this? Because you may have some ideology, and then you push that into your household and tell them, and then you come back after some time, and then they'll remember that person has said that he has come back, okay, this is my answer. That is not the answer, right? So therefore, whenever there is a difficult question, you have to somehow bypass that by something which is clearly observable. So for instance, about the climate change perception, as I told you, so do you think that wasting water, suppose I give an experiment, that suppose I give you a bottle of water, you drink half and then throw it away. Does that give you a concern that we are doing something which is not intended? Right? So do not go about the climate change and perception. You just, because given your population, it may be that you are just asking something that whether people have some sense of this environmental or climate change or effects. Okay. So this is, as I said, I cannot do this in a general class or all this. You have to be very specific, and the questions have to be, the basic idea is that ultimately your target will be something clearly observable, which do not have a lot of error in that. Because if there is a likely error in reporting, we know, then we should not try to get those things observed as a fundamental principle. Because I know that these are, the perception is once again this something, so you have to somehow bypass, we call it proxy variables or some other variables, that we'll try to do that, and we'll say that this is not observable, but we have observed that, and from that we may say something like this, right? So this is a thing about the sampling frame. Now, this is a very easy case scenario, that where you have this list of households, and then you select the household, go to the household interview. Suppose you get repeated interview, this is possible. And then you expect that about the perception or this effect of saltwater intrusion or impact assessment or tackling NCD. Somebody said that you will only ask the 60 plus population, right? Somebody said about this. Who told about this thing, NCD? Yes, you told about 60 plus population. Now, as I said, the doctors are telling us it is not 60 plus population. Initially, they said that you should study 30 plus. Now they are saying that you go to 25 plus, right? Because the patients are coming to their clinics. So the thing is that you have to visit a household where there is at least a person with an age of 25. So your auxiliary information, suppose you are doing a listing, you have to list these, that whether that household has at least one person with a age of 25 or not. Then you will be visiting, you will selecting that, maybe selecting that. I'm not sure that household will be selected, but you suppose you are sure that there is no person less than 25 or some age, you are not going to visit that household, right? So that will be not part of your target population. You get that? So this is something where we have a sampling frame. But the problem is that in for sociology and all those things, there are lots of cases where you do not have a sampling frame. Because the standard example is all cases where there is some kind of sensitivity about the data. People will not reveal. So you do not have a list. For instance, suppose I want to see, we did that, these things are coming up about domestic violence, say, or there may be something like drug abuse. Suppose you want to do that. Do you think that if you go to the household and see whether there is somebody is taking drug, the answer will be no everywhere. So you cannot do that. So you cannot create a sampling frame of such cases where you, once again, you know that I am not going to get an answer for this. Or in some cases where you are going to see, this has also happened, ISI also done a thing about this, say, tiger count. How many tigers are there in a forest or something like this? Sundarban, they actually did a study, right? Or if you want to find out all kinds of rare species like this, what do? They have marked the area, so this is a geographical area. They can actually have some demarcations, but they do not know where they will visit, because the tiger will not wait for you, right? So therefore, there is no frame here, absolutely. You get that? Because what do you want? I want to find out the number of tigers in a particular area. So there is no question of getting a frame here. You get that? For instance, about the drug abuse, we actually, ISI was given a survey, the NSSO took that, we were there. The problem is that they started with the police information. There is a procedure for that, the standard procedure. They started with this, okay, police has reported, the Thana has reported that there was some drug takers were assembling there. So they call it a DANE or note. So we objected that the moment police is informed about this, that place will change, because they will also know that police have detected us, they will move from that place. So therefore, how do you mark that place? So it have to have something else. We are doing something like, say, with the Reserve Bank. The question was, you know, they may you may be knowing that the bank loans, all this, the government is keen to offer loans to this MSME sector. If you look at the amount of loans disbursed to the MSME sector, you will see the number of these micro, these are the smallest one, that constitutes around 99%. 1%, I think 98%. 1.5% will be your small and 0.5% will be your medium. So medium, small and micro. So what is happening is that the total loan disbursed, more than 95% is once again to the medium and small. Not almost nothing to micro. But they are huge in number. So the government wants to find out why it is happening, because government wants to give soft loan. RBI is a central banker, they want to some policies. So the question is that we went to the banks and asked them, show us the record. They will say, no, we have done absolutely this. We have taken the crisis rating of the persons who have applied for the loan. Then I said that, and then on the basis of the criteria, I have given the loans. You can see we are very, very transparent. Then I asked him that go to a village, how many of the persons who is the entrepreneur, local entrepreneur, because they will need loan, knows about cursing? Do you have any idea? Do they know how you have to apply for the loan? Any idea? So give me that how many came to you for a specific branch. You ask this question. How many came to you through the business correspondent or directly to the branch? How many intended to apply for a loan? There is no record. So what is the record? Those who have initially successfully applied, and then by some criteria of selection, they are offered loan or not. So you are missing out most of the population, right? You get that? So therefore, when you are studying something, actually, if you get the data from the banks, you will, if you say that is my sampling frame, because then I select some households from the banks and then go to visit them and then ask them about the problems of loans and etc. and then publish a report, that should be absolutely nonsense. Because that report is actually catering to a very, very specific class of people who are anyway getting loans. Intention of the government is entirely different. So what we suggest is that, in suggested, it did not materialize, it is still the dialogue is still on, is that, okay, we'll go to a village, we'll find out one person and then try to, because it is an entrepreneur, there is a economic census. So most of the economic activity is listed there. So once you go there, we can ask one of the entrepreneur, and ask that entity whether they have applied for the loan to any branch. If yes, how? If not, why not? All those things can be done. And then I can ask that person that, do you know that someone has also applied? See, the thing is that where I am studying, I am starting from an economic census, there is all list, everything is there. And from that I am selecting just anything, no strategy. So there is no sampling scheme. I am just getting one entrepreneur, asking that person whether he has applied for loan or not. Answer may be no. If that answer is no, then I ask some questions. If the answer is yes, I can ask some questions. And that will drive me to new samples. So this is once again a very well-established strategy now, and this is very actually very helpful, right? Why I'm saying this, the standard methodology or the choosing sampling strategies currently that was there are based on essentially this sampling frame, right? Where you can actually have well-designed sampling strategies and you can get your inferences. About the inferences, why does that design help you? If you have a properly correct, so if I write down this sampling strategy, essentially there will be two things here. there will be one thing will be probability sampling, and this will be a non-probability. See, sampling frame, see, this was separate problem. Sampling frame, see, you can only apply probability sampling if you have a sampling frame, so to say, right, properly. If you do not have a sampling frame to start with, most of the cases you have to go for a non-probability sampling, right? So these are interlinked. As I said, this something you have given a, they have given a workflow, but this workflow is not that way. It could be the other way also, because this sampling strategy is related to your research question, that is also related to your sampling frame and everything. So all are interrelated. You have to have a holistic view, otherwise you won't be able to get to the desired result. So the thing is that about the sampling frame, suppose we have a sampling frame, the thing is that, once again, as I said, the strategy is your ultimate, you are going to observe an individual, for instance, the livelihood. For the livelihood, the question about this effect of livelihood or this could be that you are only looking at the household level, not an individual. Because you can see that if you are looking at the livelihood, it is not an individual thing. Right? It could be the household. So therefore, asking the questions for the household will be good enough. If it is perception, it has to be individual. If it is, say, tackling NCD, it is also individual. This impact of this Awas Yojana will be also on the based on households, right? So these are different kinds where you are directly going for the intended unit, and then you have another stage of selection. So the thing is that sometimes that happens is that once you have selected the household, you may not have the time to select. First of all, you have to select the relevant persons. For instance, climate change, and for this this NCD, as I said, there will be some age barriers, age selection criteria. So once you do that, you will be going to for that, and you do not know whether all the persons are those who are reported in the household will be you will be able to interview. You may have to make repeat visits if you want to complete the sample, right? So these things are there, that it is this target population and then sampling frame, and those things are there. And once you have a probability sampling, what is the point of probability? Because that was there. This is now in the look at all the textbooks, they start with several chapters on probability sampling. Lots of schemes are there, right? Why? See, anything, suppose you want to, very simple thing. See, for instance, see, I go to the last one, tackling NCD. So there may be, and point of interest that currently what is the prevalence of diabetes in a particular area. Suppose I want to do that. That may be my point of interest, because the World Health Organizations and others, also the India government publishes a proportional rate. So that is called the prevalence rate. So it may be that you may be seeing that this, see, this was once again a perception that in rural community, you will be seeing less of hypertension and less of diabetes, because these are lifestyle diseases, acknowledged lifestyle diseases. And if people are working more, hard work essentially, that is supposed to be done in rural areas more. So therefore, it is likely that those people will have a lesser incidence or prevalence rate of this non-communicable disease as far as this diabetes and hypertension is concerned. Unfortunately, this picture has changed. We have visited rural area and seeing more and more incidents of diabetes, unaware of these things. And I am this is a very, very story is very, very painful. Why I'm saying that? What is the standard way of treating a diabetes? First of all, there is a cost of medicine. Number two, you will be asked to change your diets. So that is your policy intervention. Doctors will prescribe. Think of a rural person who mainly eats rice or wheat, depending on the region. You are asking that household to give up this rice and go for proteins and other things. Is it feasible? Whether they will be able to do that, change that thing? So without thinking of that, so this was a question posed to us. We do not have an answer yet. Give me a rural feasible diet for diabetes. If anyone is interested, you can find that. That is an open problem, that you produce a rural diet for those who are prone to diabetes or already affected by diabetes. It has to be feasible depending upon your locality. So there is no answer as yet. It is very difficult. Not only that, you have to make the suggestion such that that will be acceptable to that person. If you say that you do not do this, no, that will not be feasible, right? So whatever you find from your data, your prevalence rate is high, this tackling NCD, that for that you may actually get some estimate. Suppose I get 15%. This 15% or 20% for if you are doing it scientifically, does not make sense. For instance, suppose I am asked to get the average height of the student. I may say 6 feet. Who is going to challenge me? You know that is not true, right? Or if I say it is 3 feet, this is also not true. Why? You have told me to give an estimate, I have given you an answer. Right? You cannot say that, no, this is not possible. But you know from your domain knowledge, this is not acceptable. So therefore, you must have a procedure to say that if you give an estimate, additionally you have to give your margin of error. See, I may say 6 feet, and suppose I say my margin of error is 4 feet. Now do you accept this? Because if it is margin of error is 6 feet, my estimate is 6 feet, average height, and margin of error is 4 feet, then what are the possible values? 2 feet to 10 feet, and obviously that is 10%. So you cannot challenge. So you will say, you want a margin of error, I am giving you margin of error, so why are you quarreling? So the point is that is not an estimate once again. If your margin of error is too large, anybody can give this. And you can see that this has happened regularly and people are spending money. The companies are about the exit polls and opinion polls. How far are from the reality? They are predicting something and then they say, no, I had a margin of error like this. They are saying 300 seats for a party and then you will say margin of error is 50. Then it go to 250 or 350. So anyway, if I have not collected any data, I can tell you that, right? So therefore, you have to be very clear about whenever you are producing an estimate, you have to give a margin of error, and not only that, you have to make that margin reasonable, right? Which makes sense. So it has to be very short. So this probability sampling helps you to do that. That is the only point, nothing else. If you have chosen your sample in such a way that it has some probabilistically selected sample, some attached probability is there, ultimately not only you give an estimate, you come out with an estimate that anyway you can do, as well as you will be able to give you some error margin. That is very, very important. And now you can judge your sampling schemes that, okay, if I choose my sample this way, I have this estimate with this narrow margin. I have another way of sampling, I have this estimate with this margin. If you see that has a narrower margin, then I will be going for that. So once you have the estimate, I will choose this thing about the amount of margin of error. Sometimes in general, that is the thing, they will do this by what they call the relative standard error. I'm not going into the technicals because I'm going for these basic ideas. So what they'll do, you take a relative marginal error, so to say, because you can see that this is very, very important and you can understand. Suppose you are given to asked to measure from this to the distance where my office is, CD Desmond, okay? And I give you a tape and you measure. And suppose you say this is say 700, somebody says it is 703 meters, somebody says that it is 689 meters, somebody says 715 meters, right? That is there. So these are estimates. And suppose the true value is say 690 meters. So somebody is making an shortfall of 5, somebody is overestimating by 10 or something like that. These are errors. So this 10, this will give you the margins of error, right? 10, 5, these are the values. Now suppose I ask you to measure this. So this is around how many? What is the feet? This is around 20 feet. Okay. And suppose I ask all of you to measure this. Now suppose you say that it is 15 feet, somebody says 25 feet. You can see the margin of error is once again 5. Somebody says 30 feet, margin of error is 10. True value is 690. Somebody has measured it 685, the error is 5. True value is 20 feet. Somebody has measured it as 25. Margin of error is 5. Right? So if you look at the only error, then we will say, yes, I have measured this. My measurement and his measurement, there is no difference. We have measured it as accurately as we can. And these are similar measurements. The question is, it is not. Why? Because if you are making it in a measure of 20 feet, if you are giving a margin of error 5, it is likely that have you given a task of measuring 700 feet, you will continue to get every 20 feet, you will have a margin of 5. So it will increase by 5 into 35, that will give you 175. So in that way, it is comparable because you are measuring thing about 20 feet and you are measuring something as 700 feet or 700 meters, right? So that is why when you are talking about margin of error, you also look at the ballpark value of your estimate. And that is your relative standard error. So not only the margin, you divide by the target variable. So suppose your margin of error is 10. If it is 20 feet, your margin of error is half because it is you have made a margin error of 10 feet out of 20. So error is half or 50%. If you are having it 700 feet and having an error of 10, once again, you are having an error of how much? 10 by 700. So it is essentially 1 by 70. You get that? So that was half. This is 1 by 70. So you have those who have measured the 700 feet or meter, they have been more accurate. So whenever you are having a sampling scheme, once again, it is judged by if your relative standard error, or that is the thing that is the marginal error divided by the expected value of what you are trying to measure. That will be the judgment criteria for choosing a sampling scheme. There are lots of schemes. I am not going into that because, oh, there is a break now. Oh, I always overshoot the time. So we meet after 5 minutes. No issue. Okay, so about this, as I said, I was trying to justify why generally we go for probability sampling, because if you do that, then it is easier, or there are established methods of giving you the margin of error as well as your along with your estimates, so that you know you can some sort of efficiency of your estimators, because the standard benchmark is essentially, see, the thing is that when you are referring to a population, in general, the best thing is that all the persons have to be given equal chance, right? Because then there is no selection bias, so to say. You are not preferring one for the other. So if you do that, and then you choose anything, suppose I want to study this class itself, it is feasible, I can pick up 3 of you or 4 of you at random. Suppose I have a point of interest, I can ask some questions, and on the basis of that, I can say that, okay, roughly, this is my some inferences about this. For instance, suppose I want to get to the average height of this class. So what I can do, I can select 3 or 4 of you, okay? And then if I take the average height, I can say that, okay, this is my estimate, and I can also give you the margin of error, right? Because I have selected all of you, I've given an equal chance. Now, where is the domain knowledge coming here? You can see that generally we know that the girls will have ladies will have generally average height lower than the males, right? So if this is true, then it will be something that if we can select some of the girls, because there will be partition there, and we can select some of the boys, and then we can do the average estimates on the basis of these two. So this is what I am doing, is essentially that if you, what is the point of doing that? Point of doing that is that if you mix girls and boys, so to say males and females or whatever. So this is an example. There are 2 types essentially, or 3 types of more times, where I know that if you restrict yourselves to a particular class, the values may be quite close, right? On the other hand, if you allow them to freely vary, then the differences will be much more that is expected. So sometimes it is better that if we can actually draw, see, the thing is that this is an important example I can tell you. Suppose this is an ideal case, because that is a important question that people generally ask. That suppose ideally, so suppose everybody has a height of 5 feet in the class, everybody, ideally. Now, suppose I want to estimate the average height. I do not know. But, so what I'll do, suppose I know that there is not much difference in the height of the student, the people here. I can select just one. If it is, everybody is 5 feet, I can just select one person, measure his or her height, and say this is my estimate, and that will be a true estimate. Why? Because there is no variation. Now suppose, on the other hand, I see that there is a lot of variation. That height, maybe someone has a height of say 4 feet, someone has a height of 7 feet, and so on. And then suppose I draw one. It could be that the person who has a height of 4 feet is selected, then my estimate will be 4 feet. If I have selected the person with a height of 6 feet, my estimate will be 6 feet. You get that? So this, my estimate will also fluctuate depending upon the variation in the actual population I am sampling. Get that? Is it all right? So if it is there, so in that case, what we do is that one sample will be very, very risky. Right? Now, and why it is risky? Because the population has a lot of variation. So if the population has a lot of variation, then to get to a estimate which has a low margin of error, because that is my intention also, we need to collect more samples, right? So this is something that is related to any surveyor, and also whenever we meet people, they will say that the ministry people or everybody, what will be your sample size? And in fact, for sample size, I do not have any answer, because as I said, the sample size will depend upon many things. One of these things is the population variation in the population, and how much do you want. So essentially, suppose if you write it like this, suppose you are estimating, so suppose this is your estimate, and you want this estimate to be very close to your something unknown. So estimate minus unknown, because you want to know that. If you take the difference, okay, this you want to control, right? You want this to be less than equal to something. So this is something you want. So this is the difference you want to see that, okay, suppose I want to measure the prevalence rate of diabetics. So if it is say 30%, I want that it should not be, the margin of error, if I am giving an estimate of 30%, I want to make sure that with very large, there is a very little chance of it being say 33% or 27%. So my margin, I am allowing say 3%. 30 is the value. So I am saying, okay, within 3%, if I get, I am okay with that. Right? So this margin, I am setting. So somebody may say, no, 3% is too much. I want 1%. Right? It is up to you. So therefore, if you want to reduce this, the moment your D is reduced, your the requirement of the sample size increases. So if you have only one sample, you will see that, as I said, suppose your estimate is 4 feet and unknown is say 6 feet. What is the margin of error? 2 feet. If your, once again, the unknown is say 5 feet and your estimate is 6 feet, the error is 1 feet. You do not allow that. Suppose I want to say that, okay, I average height I want within say 3 inches. Then what I have to do? I have to collect many samples so that I am pretty sure that this will be within my 3 inches bound. Okay. So as I said, as I started with that, I do not have any formula for the sample size, because something which is set by me, D. So the moment somebody asks me what is your sample size, then I will say how efficient, how much your margin of error. If your margin of error is given, then I will be able to, there are methods by which I can calculate the desired sample size. Right? Unless you give that, I won't be able to give this thing. There are standard ways of finding out the sample size. So therefore, this sample size is related to what? Related to this thing, that D. As well as obviously the nature of variation, because you can see that this is an estimate. Estimate is based on the sample size, but this unknown. Suppose the population there is a large heterogeneity in the population. Then obviously the sample size is increased, because I have given the example, everybody's height is 5 feet, then I need only one sample. Everybody is differing a lot, then I need more samples. So not only the population variation, as well as the amount of margin of error I am looking for, these two is essentially determining this. Now, what is the problem? Why don't I have an answer for the sample size? Because I do not know the population variance. Simple. Because I am trying to explore the population. How can I know the population variability? There is no way of getting that. Right? Similarly, the marginal error depends upon this. Suppose you are, marginal error, for instance, suppose you are looking for aerocraft or all those things, or some experiment, where a very small error can lead to disastrous results. So there the margin of error has to be very, very low. Right? You cannot have a margin of error, which is something, what you do. On the other hand, if you have a prevalence rate, as I said, the government will say, okay, if it is between 3% and 5%, I'll do that. Okay? So this is the thing that is there, but the sample size is generally, we can estimate. I am thinking there are methods. I am not going into the formulas and all those things, because that is already there. Once you fix your sampling design, that will enable you to calculate the sample size given given what? Given this D and some idea of the variability in the population. Now, how do you get to the variability of the population? Right? So that leads to something, because unless, see, we are going for a survey. This is a requirement that you have to fix the sample size because somebody is funding this, right? So if you want, say, 1,000 samples, you require one kind of cost. If you want 100 samples, then that will be different. So when you are budgeting your survey, that is a requirement. You cannot escape this problem, but I do not have an answer to this once again. You see the dichotomy that this is required, but you do not have a direct answer. So what you do is essentially is very, very important is what we call a pilot survey. So this is something that this pilot survey is something where you actually do this. I write it here. I am making this looking very ugly. So why this is done? This is, I think, the most important part of any sample survey. Why? Because this unless you do a pilot survey, do not go for any large scale sample survey. Because all the states will be executing in large scale sample survey. These are all based on your own domain knowledge or perception, so to say. You do not know what the answers will be. So when you are framing a question, putting in the questionnaire, or you are trying to get to the desired sample size or estimate the cost, estimate the time, how many investigators, all those things, you have to once again get an estimate of that. And that estimate can only be done by having a pilot survey. And this is something, this concept was not there. People were doing surveys without any pilot survey. It was P.C. Malanovich, who is the founder of this institution, who said that long back, that you must have a pilot survey to, so you can see the problem that you have to give me some estimate of the population variability. How can I do that? Unless you collect some data. How do you know that the data I am collecting is credible? This is quality data. I may be asking you some questions. You do not understand that, right? Then what I have to do? I have to rephrase my question. And that will be once again based on my experience of doing the pilot. So this pilot is once again a very, very important thing. Or you can hear, okay, so this is the way you have to keep it. So the thing is that this pilot survey is something which is very, very important in the sense that gives me some idea of the variability of the population, and that will help me in deciding what? Deciding about the structure of the questionnaire. See, the thing is that when you are doing a questionnaire, the order of the question is important. We have tried with this. See, NSSO has a lot of, see, consumer expenditure survey, there is a long questionnaire. And we asked them, we tried with this, the Indian Statistical Service officers come here for training. We told them that everybody complains about your long questionnaire. How do you know that the people will be able to answer so many questions? And then I told them, let us have an experiment. We'll change the question order and canvass it to different households. We visited a village and we are asking the same set of questions to different groups of people where the order of the question is changed. If these people are randomly selected, then we should expect similar kind of answers for all the questions. So if there is a variability, then this variability will come only through the order of the questions. So that we have done and seen that in fact there are some questions, if you ask them initially, they are giving some answers, and after 30 questions, if they are answering that question, they are giving some answers which are not, well, at least differing. I am not saying that reliable or not, because we do not know the true value. But what we have to have observed is essentially that definitely that when you pose the question, the order is important, and they have to be very careful about these things, and all these experiments can only be done through pilot surveys. So unless you do a proper pilot, and most of the cases, once you learn from the pilot, you come back, redesign your questionnaire, and also, as I said, the order of the question, phrasing of the questions, all those things. I think, yeah, so Huh. What do you want to estimate about the marginal farmers? Yeah, of what? What is the primary variable in? No, but these are your units. Now, what you are going to ask them? Average income. Okay. So, if you are going to see that average income of, say, small marginal farmers, so the thing is that you have to somehow have a process of identifying the small marginal farmers, right? Okay, so that is the first thing. Once you have done that, see the thing, that is why you have to define your population somehow, whether that has a sampling frame or not, that is a big issue. If there is, then we'll do something. Once you are doing the pilot, that means you have already resolved the problem of defining the population. Pilot survey is not something that where you do not have the population as yet. You have already defined and identified your population because you are going with the actual question. It may turn out that whatever questionnaire, whatever the order, how you have phrased is fine. It will work. You do not have to change anything. It is not. Yes. So that's the thing. So that is the thing that is imperative, that when you are going for a marginal, when going for a pilot survey, you do not have any problem with your sampling frame. You have the list. You have identified your population somehow, and you can reach them, right? So what do you do? Essentially, the pilot is essentially a small survey because you do not spend a lot of these things. And what you are trying to test, you are going to test your full questionnaire sometimes partially, because you can mix that. Because yeah, so what you are saying is, what he is saying is that we have a population where there is a heterogeneity by occupation classes or caste classes here. In this case, it is maybe that there is a scheduled tribe, scheduled caste, or others like this, right? So if you have this, that I know from my domain that there are all are marginal farmers, but due to some other social classifications, there could be difference. I do not know. See, the thing is that when you are collecting data, we do not have any preconceived idea. That is important. So you do not say that, okay, I know that these people will have less income, these people will have higher income. No. I only know that there is a possibility that because they are tribal, their culture may be different, so that their economic status or income, all those things may be linked to the culture. If at all, then they will be different. So this is a supposition. I want to explore that and check whether that is true, what I am thinking about. But to start with, we have now several groups. Suppose we have 3 groups like this, and I have to do a pilot. So therefore, definitely, as he is suggesting, it is imperative that if we see that the questions I want to get the answers from the entire community, not only the tribals, only my sampling population, target population is the marginal farmers. So therefore, there will be several groups. So it is best that we can actually visit at least some households or some marginal farmers from each of the group. Unless you do this, your questionnaire, see, the thing is that why I'm saying this, some type of marginal farmers may be comfortable with your questions. Some others may not be. When you are canvassing this, you cannot have 2 different sets of questions, right? So what you have to do, you have to one set that is comprehensible to all the population, all the units in the population. So you have to get to the best by looking at all the responses and you have to revise accordingly, right? So this is something, as he mentioned, that there is another problem. When you are going for different communities and groups, the language could be a very important challenge, because the way you are speaking may not be comprehensible to different groups, because they have their own language. In a community, because you are going to a tribal village, the way they are used to speak, and the investigator, the way the investigator speaks or you speak, may not be actually comprehensible to each other. This is one thing. Another thing is that suppose this is a challenge that we are not once again able to resolve. We are trying, because there are suggested methods. For instance, suppose we want to do a pan-India study. You know that we have done that, we have faced the problem. That's what I'm telling you. Suppose you want to study Karnataka, you want to go for, say, Rajasthan, you go for, say, Assam, and then you go to, say, Kerala. Okay, so all different states with all different languages, and you want to actually question the rural community there in each of the states. And you only know either English or Hindi or Bengali or whatever your language is. So you have framed your questionnaire in your own language, and then you have to canvas it into another language. You can see that there is a big issue here.
Hello, sorry sir,
Because-
I am not able to see anything on the board.
Yeah,
Your online participants are not able to see anything on the board.
oh, board. In the board.
Can this slide be
No,
changed
I am
from
not.
the
I am
share
not. I am
screen
not
and we
using the
can view
slide
the
currently
speaker
now.
view?
Can you hear me?
We wanted to see what you are writing, sir, but we are missing out
Oh,
on
you are
whatever
not
you are
able
doing
to
on
see
the
what you are
board.
writing. Oh, then the camera is not working. Yeah.
My camera is working, but I cannot see anything.
They are saying that they cannot see what I am writing on the board. Currently, I am not writing anything. What I have written essentially only one word, pilot survey. So this I am telling it repeatedly. So I am writing it very small words. So
Yeah,
this
we
is
have
only
missed everything, sir.
Yeah.
We have missed everything, whatever you have done, sir. Whatever you have done, we have missed. I have
You
been
have
trying
missed
to
everything?
communicate with the.
So
Yes, sir.
have you heard me at least?
Yes, sir, but we are not able to connect to what you are doing.
Connect to, okay, so I'll come back to this. I am talking about pilot survey currently. Do you know that?
Okay, sir.
Yeah. So pilot survey. So I am trying to keep my this thing microphone as close to me. So so the thing is that I am talking about pilot survey and talking about why it is important. It is important because you do not know, you have already framed your questionnaire, but whether that will give you an useful information, whether the questions are needed to be reframed or revised as well, one thing. And now I am talking about, suppose you want to canvas these questions to different groups, as that was pointed by Professor Behra, that there may be an issue because the different groups may give you different responses, different understanding of your question. So therefore, based on different responses, the pilot survey has to be conducted in each of the groups, even if in a small scale. And then you have to refresh your questionnaire so that everybody understands that, because your population is the aggregate of all such communities. This is number one. Then the number 2 point is that the communities may have different languages. Suppose you are going for a survey that will be canvassed in, as I said, I gave the examples of Kerala, Karnataka, or you see, go to Andhra Pradesh or any other languages. So the languages are different. You go to Northeast, absolutely different languages. So what do? You have your own language, and you are preparing your questionnaire in your own language. Mainly that is done in English, right? Now, suppose I have framed a questionnaire on the basis of this. For instance, suppose I give an example. Suppose we take one thing, that climate change. So suppose I ask this question, that Have you heard anything? Have you heard about the word climate change? Do you know what is climate? Suppose I go back, it's very simple. Now, this climate, I do not know what is in Carnatic language or in Keralian language or something like that. What did they locally call it? Because they are visiting a rural household in different states. So therefore, this simple question, even if this simple question has to be translated into the local language. Now, if you just use the Google translator or something else, you will see that this is horrible because they will interpret in their own language and that will be understood by none. So this is a challenge because you are doing this survey, you are the responsible for that. So what did I do? That is a something that we have done that has worked, that I can tell you that yes, you do not give up Google or any translator. We give it, we first translate into say Kannada, okay? And then use that Kannada to translate it back to English. I check that whether it is giving me the original English back. If it is not, then the translation is not correct. So I translate in some language, translate that language back to my own language, and by some iterations, we can see that it is ultimately giving you the more or less same thing that worked at least in pilot service. And if you can have the resources, you can actually employ local people, those who understand the language, then you can, and those who also understand English or your own language, then you can explain that this is the question I want to ask. If you want to translate in or tell to your people in your own language, what will you tell? Then you write it down. So that is also another alternative mechanism, but that is costly. So if you want to use the technology, one way of this is that you translate it back, do it so many times, so that you are getting a stable questionnaire. Because you may have to change your English so that you are getting the correct thing, because lots of synonyms, play with your synonyms, and then you may be able to get that. I'm not saying that this is a foolproof thing, but this translating and translating back to the language sometimes work. So this is feasible, and you can do it at home, right? So whatever language you are trying to translate, you can do that. So this is one thing, because this is an acknowledged problem of translation loss. So therefore, you have to be very careful about this thing. Yeah. Exactly. So this is another thing, that when you are trying to collect a data for a particular variable, that variable have different connotations. Okay. So as he is saying that, suppose I want to uh, get to the idea of the amount of land holding, right? Now then, this is, as I said, this land holding can have different varieties, right? And more importantly, those I am asking, that household or some landowner may not be actually visually he may or may not know the different types of landholding at all. Get that? So this thing is that then this is something requires a domain knowledge. That is, as I said, you have to that we have done also. We have visited some village. We talked to the panchayat pradhan or something local people. See, I explained to them that, okay, I want, suppose I take this problem, that I want this land holdings, and suppose I want this is cultivable land, this is something, this is not cultivable, but this is under my property, all those things where there is some multiple crops are grown like this is more fertile land, all those things. And then some land that is covered under my house or something that is not used for cultivation. All those things will add up. And as he also said that something may be my ownership, or maybe that I have, this is got from, this is shared or something like that. So whether there is a difference between these types of landholding, suppose I want to get to this, then I have to talk to the corresponding village persons, knowledgeable person. The National Sample Survey says that you have to talk to this knowledgeable person and then explain to him that this is my question. So what should be that is important for the pilot survey, that if I ask them like this, you will get the correct answer. Then he will suggest that you do not ask this. You ask this way, they will be able to map this to this, the questions you are asking. It is something they are telling, but that will be actually they are giving the answer for these questions, right? So this is once again, the point is that the domain knowledge and the local knowledge plays a very important role in such questions where you have multiplicity of different answers, because you can see that the landholding, somebody is aggregating over everything and somebody is only giving you the cultivable land. Somebody is giving you the land which is actually living in, like that. So if those differences are there, actually you are measuring 3 different variables and then they are not comparable, to so to say. So anything that you are ultimately analyzing and getting the results will be confounded by such factors. So this is the thing. You can ask a very specific question. Do not go for all kinds of landholding. You can, suppose you do not have the resources, you can fix this, because you may have something to do with, say, cultivable land or owned land or registered land, something like that. So you have to find out the terminology in the local language, in the local setup where they understand, and they will be able to answer. You get that? So this is something, this is landholding is an example, but my point is that you have to actually somehow relate it to the, because you are extracting the information from the respondent. So you have to get to first thing that what they know, what they are able to answer, right? For instance, I've given an example. NSS has also changed. For instance, they will suggest that somebody asks you that how much, say, spices, for instance, say cumin powder, you have used for the last week or last month. Will anyone be able to tell that? So I asked the ISS officer, suppose you are conducting the survey, you are doing the survey, and you have a question that how much cumin powder, how much mirchi you are using in a month, 30 days, that is there. We will be able to tell that how much that is there. There is no such answers. So now they are revisiting these things, because somebody said, no, this is important. How can you miss this out? This is a part of your consumption. Yes, I agree that it is a part of my consumption. But you have to also think whether they will be able to do this. If you ask them that spices, they'll say, okay, my monthly consumption of spices, say 500 rupees. That may not be or may not be true. But the thing is that still they will be able to give something. But if you go to more specifics, like that, they won't be able to answer. If you force, they will give some answer. And that will be not reliable. So reliability of the data, that is once again very, very important when you are collecting data, right? So do not ask any question where you suspect that this will not be able to, this person will not be able to answer, right? So why do you ask such questions? Observable is something, that's why I'm mentioning that word many times, that it is observable. You may ask that, okay, how many kgs of rice you have bought over the last month? That may be something. What is your average daily, when you go to the market, what is your average spending? That they can say, that if I go to the market, I spend 500 rupees. Then you can say that, what is the percentage of this 500 rupees? Or do you spend this most on these fish, egg, on all those things, non-veg items or vegetables? They will be able to say, okay, 200 rupees for this and then 300 rupees for this. But they won't be able to tell you that, okay, nobody is such systematic that I buy 100 and 500, 1,500 grams of potato every week and then 365 grams of cabbages last week, like that. So this is something we do not expect, but there are issues about this. There the questions are there. If you look at the NSS consumption survey, that is there. They are asking for the value as well as the quantity. So value in aggregate, you will be able to tell that how much you have spent on your, say, gas, how much spent on your electricity. You will be able to tell that, because somebody may be able to tell that, okay, this is the electricity bill. So this is I have spent for electricity. I buy a cylinder of gas every 2 months. So I can say that this is my spending per month. Then I will be able to say that this is my total expenditure when you go to the market. I have a provision for daily market or weekly market, whatever, that I can tell you. So the thing is that you also have this expectation about the quality of the data, and once again you have to do it on a pilot basis, right? So I am telling you an important story, that how do you check this, because there is no ground truth. So we visited some village for a pilot study. We looked at the shops. We went to some shops. These are the grocery shops. Then they have, you can see that the monthly record. They buy on credit. So they have a list and they have the exact names of the items as well as the total value purchased, etc. Because they are 1 gram is 1 gram. Because if you buy, say, 1 gram of, say, kesha, that is very costly, right? So on the, say, 100 grams of, say, cashew, that is also costly. So 100 grams and 200 grams makes a lot of difference. So there they put it on a clear record. This is the amount that I have given to this person. At the end of the month, I will collect the price. They will actually remit the bill. Now, we persuaded them to share some of the customers, those registers. We looked at them because then we went to the houses. We asked the same questions. The last month, how much you have spent on your rice, how much on oil, all those things. Because now we know the true things. You get that? So this is something that we have tried and found out how much variation you can have. See, I have now 2 records. One is a correct record because as I said, the seller is definitely worried about his income. So he will not miss out on anything. Everything is recorded, and that is true value, quantity as well as the prices. And I then go to the household, ask a person that how much you have spent. They will give you some idea, and then we matched. So this is one way of finding out whether how much variation. So what will be the outcome of the study? Outcome of the study is that if you see large variations of something that this is far away from the true value, in most of the households you drop that item, right? It is no point of getting this information, you are spending your time, etc. And you see that you have now a case where you actually find that this information is not reliable. So this is something you have to go on thinking, that how to collect a credible information. Just collecting information, knowing the method will not do. Okay. The theoreticians, statistician will suggest this statistician and all those things. This is not taking the mic somehow. Anyway, okay. So the thing is that whatever is suggested in the text or statisticians, everybody can suggest that, okay, do that. Whether that will give you actual practical results, that you never know. Because when you are going to implement in the ground, pilot survey, as I said, these are the things we always try to experiment to get to something that we can get a reliable information. This is one way. I give an example that we have tried and found out that for some items, definitely no reliable information you cannot collect. You can collect. So therefore, it is better you drop them. Better you can club it and they will be able to say. Right? So this is the collecting data about this thing. So this pilot survey will give you this thing, design questionnaire and collecting data. These are once again interlinked, and that will be once again decided by your pilot survey, right? And then you analyze and estimate results. That is once again quite routine work, I will say. So this is important, but this is, I will say, that is quite routine work because there are established results, theoretical results. Once you do this, then you have this. Now there is lots of softwares where you can just give the data in an organized spreadsheet. They will come up with your reports and all those things. So you don't have to spend a lot of time. And then you can see that whether the results that the software is giving, that makes sense. So that part, there we have to analyze all this. See, the thing is that what you want to analyze, what you want to estimate, that has been already decided much earlier, because you have decided that I will analyze this. Now it is just to get the data and try to get the answers on the basis of the data you have already collected. Since you have done a pilot and since you have done all kinds of modifications and all those things, tested for the data quality, then the analysis part you will be able to do. Point is that, yes? Hello? Want to say something? Someone is, yeah, no. So the thing is that,
Sir, I wanted to ask, like, in the case like where you told that you went to the local shops and you got the records, then
yeah,
you had an idea about the variance. So
Hmm.
is this part of the pilot survey? Because here the data source is something different.
yeah. So this is a question from coming from this online audience. She is asking that the pilot study we did about this, when we had decided on the items of consumption to be recorded, we went to the shops and verified which of the shops are giving you reliable estimates. Okay. So her question is that whether that will be part of your final report. See, any report, this is very, very important, that is missed in most of the survey reports, that you should report what are your findings in the pilot survey. That will give credibility to your survey, that I have done this pilot and these are the changes I have made based on these results. So this is a scientific procedure, valid procedure. So get that what I'm saying?
Yes, sir, I got that, but I just wanted to know, this is some other data source. So isn't it like triangulation kind of thing that we are doing as a part of the pilot survey?
See, the thing is that you are using some technical term as triangulations. Yes, this is not exactly that, but we are basically very simple thing that we are trying to get to something true data set that is there. So this is a very specific example that may not be applicable in elsewhere. You get that? Because we know that we apprehended that there is a verifiable laser. So this may not be available for other data sources. Now, if you want to criticize this, then they will say there is already a established criticism for this procedure. What is that? That this is a credit supply, right? So these people are offered on credit. So the value that is reported may be more than the market prices. You get that? Because the grocer will also adjust the amount of, it is kind of a loan, right? Because they are giving you the material on credit. So there some interest charges may be incorporated in the values they are quoting. So you have to be very careful about this. So in this case, my values are not important. I am just getting this thing that the customer, whether they are able to repeat the values that is reported by the grocer. So whether there is a mismatch. Exact values when will be doing will be actually collected from the customer because, or the consumer, because the survey is based on your units of households. So that is there. So in the final survey, definitely the grocers values will not be there, because how do you get a representative sample of grocers? Many people will not have this thing. People will buy daily on the daily basis. They will go to the shops and buy on a daily basis out of their pocket money, and they pay in cash. So we do not know the fraction that they are doing. We do not have any idea. The whole pilot was intended to get to which of the items where we can get reliable information, which of the items we see there is a lot of difference between the reported by the grocer as well as the reported by the consumer. And that will enable us to select the list of items. Do you get that, what I'm saying?
Yes, sir, yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Pilot study, see, the thing is that bias is something you cannot avoid. Because what is bias? Bias is your estimate minus the true value, right? So if you know the true value, then and only then you can estimate get the bias, right? So there are statistical procedures where On an average, the bias will be 0. So that is what is called the unbiased estimates. So that we can show theoretically that if you take this estimator, then on an average, if you do a lot of data collection, on an average, the bias is likely to be low or even 0. But you cannot actually, from your one sample or whatever sample you are doing, you cannot actually get to the idea of the bias if you have in your estimate. Why? Because as I said, the thing is that the true value is not known. If you know the true value, you don't go for survey, right? So that is there. What we can do theoretically, you can say that you know that the sample mean, for instance, if you collect, so suppose we want to, as I said, my true parameter is my, what is unknown is the average height of this class. What I do, I select some of you and get the average height of those persons. It can be theoretically shown that this average is unbiased for the population average of this height of the class. This can be theoretically shown if you have a what? If you have a proper sampling strategy. That if you are selecting the sample with equally likely samples, that is everybody is given the same chance, then it is very easy to show that your sample mean is an unbiased estimator or there will be no bias. You are creating no bias in estimating the population average height that is unknown. True parameter you do not know. But I can ensure that the bias will be 0 on an average. So this is the thing. See, the expected bias is 0. Right? So this is the way it moves. As I said, any statistical exercise has are prone to error. So I know that if you can get it 95% correct, this is good, this is fine with any statistician. So if you anything that you can say that I can have the confidence of saying this is 95% probability, that's fine. We know that any statement what you do when you are doing from sample and inferring on the population, there will be some percentage of error. And the whole idea is to reduce this percentage of error. Right? So that's why you collect more samples, because you are not worried about the percentage of error. As I said, I can have a very reduced sample size, still come out with an estimate. The percentage of error will go up. And if you go on taking lot of samples, it is not necessarily the percentage error will go down. Because, can you tell me why? Because if you now are going to collect a lot of data, you will say not my error will go down. No. Why? Because in getting the data, you have to now have so many investigators. Suppose you are going to get a collection of say 100 data points. You can do it with 2 investigators or even 1 investigator, you can collect it yourself, 100 data points. On the other hand, suppose you have 10,000. You need to have at least 10 or 20 investigators. Now, each of them will not be equally efficient. So therefore, people, 20% will ask the questions in 20 different manners. So nowadays, in fact, Reserve Bank India have done that. They are giving you the script. You should, everybody, investigator is asked that you read this script, you only more or less say these things to the investigator. You do not on your own ask questions. The questions are there, but when you are asking the questions, you should nearly read these things. Now, this may be a suggested method, right? Now, we have actually heard those audios, because now this audio, how the interviews taken, the audios are kept as record. We have seen, because the some investigators are diligently following the rules. They are slowly trying to read that out and explaining to the household that this is my part of study. I am talking about the inflation expectation survey. And some people are, the Reserve Bank had told me to read this paragraph. They are very high speed, they are reading it out. And we cannot understand, comprehend that what the person is telling to me. So therefore, that is absolutely something which is, the idea was to get to a more reliable data, more consistent data. But the attitude of the investigator is that they are trying to complete their work. So they do it in a hurry. So they quickly just tell, oh, I have come here for this, RBI has told me like that. And somebody is slowly making this thing, and that makes a difference in the quality of the data. So the more you get larger samples, those errors will now try to dominate. Okay. And if that dominates the overall error, that is called the non-sampling error. You do not know what will happen. So it is just not that enough that you collect more samples, you have more reliable estimates. No. Right. So the data quality, how to balance this, there are theorems results where you have this optimal sample size. You can have some estimates of the non-sampling errors also, so that you can have, see, the more than that does not help you. So there is an upper bound, something like that. Once again, for these computations, you need some assumptions. It is not that it will be always holding good, as I said. So these are the basic issues that is there. And okay, see, I just wanted to, I can share this slide with you if you, so these are the things I quickly go, with these keep questions clear and concise, avoid leading and biased wording, that is obvious. These are common sense. One idea per questions. So these are examples that they are, if you are trying to get something and that may have, you are asking essentially two questions in one, that will not be there. Familiar language, already have told you, pay attention to question order effects, okay? And then balance open-ended and closed-ended. So this is one thing that, you know, that I think this has been discussed. Someone has discussed this about this open-ended and closed-ended. So open-ended question is that this is a free thing that you ask, tell the respondent to tell whatever they think. Closed-in means that you expect some of these categories and you are asking him to choose one of the categories. That is closed-ended. Now the closed-ended is that it is very easier to organize because you know that the classes. Open-ended gives you a more free format of data, but immediately the organization of the data into a spreadsheet becomes difficult. Get that? So these are always, there are pluses and minuses. Pre-testing your questionnaire already have done. So pilot. Okay, so main questions start with easy, non-sensitive questions. Move gradually because this relates to the order. Demographics, that is there usually last because this is not something that is going to change, right? So these good questions and bad questions, these are examples. You can look at that. How many hours do you spend on social media each day? Do you use the social media a lot? So that is not a question, right hand side. You can see that the double barrel question, you can see that the government spending on education as well as healthcare, this is separate questions. And if you ask them both at one go, then they will give you a difference. Surveying everyone is impractical. So these are things already I've done that. So you can quickly go through this thing. And so list of population, then research question. So suppose this, how much time do school students spend on math, English and science? All school students in a city, this could be your population. And then possible sampling frames is household. See, if you can find out school student, you can go to the households. So I'm going to do that. On the other hand, you have a well-defined school list. You can actually, because you're targeting school children, you go to the schools. And then from the schools, you select. Now, these are the things. That is what is the probability sampling schemes, where there are something. There is something, I have not done this. This is systematic sampling. I will seen that this is, if you look at the investigator's point of view, this is the best way of collecting sample. This is a systematic sample, linear sample. Why I'm saying that, I'll just quickly draw one figure. See, the thing is that we have visited households in villages. Now, what do you start? We have to start with a list. As I said, list of households. We may or may not have that. And at least takes a time. But with the only information that suppose that particular village working, so it has dried up. So you have another one. I kept it open, so. So the thing is that suppose we have to visit this village, right? And I do not know how many households are there, but I have to visit. And I have to collect, say, 20 households. I have to visit that by something. What can I do? Suppose this village has, say, 500 households. Okay. And I have to collect, say, visit 20 households from there. So this is my intention. And I want to give almost equal chance. So this systematic sample, that is a very, very practical way. And this is, we have seen, this is my experience that it is a very useful way of getting to the desired thing. What do? You can have the demarcation of the village boundary is important. Once you do this, go to a central point anywhere. And then, because it is 500 and you have to take 20 samples, so on an average, it is one household for 25 households. That is the thing. So what do? We can make a random start here, anywhere. And then I'll skip 24 households and then go to another household which is 25 houses away. And then I can turn left or round like this. I can go there. I can go this like this. And in this way, I will be covering the entire village and collect 20 samples. You see that this is a representative sample. Why? Because this procedure ensures I have, because it is 500, because I am skipping every 25. When I reach the 20th sample, it is more or less I have covered 500. And because I am moving in a random manner, circular manner, or right, left like this, if you have a big street, I can have, initially I can look at the 25th household at the left, then I can make a U-turn, I can take a 25th household on the right, like this, or go forward, like this. So that will help me to draw samples, random samples, without my household list. This is a very, very practical way of doing this. Only thing we require is the total number of households, and that is also an approximate figure will do. So if it is, say, 520, that will not matter, right? Or it is 495, that will also not matter. Because you are always going to get your 20 samples. You can skip the one. What you can do, because you are moving in a random manner, you are not going to hit back another household because you are moving away from the locality. Generally, it is advised that you start from the center and go in a circular random direction and then try to get the entire village covered. Okay. So these are probability sampling, the results of the formula for these estimators, and the standard errors are there. And then you have this non-probabilistic sampling, that is where this is the important part, where you have this something. We do not have a sampling frame. We do not have any idea. So we do not have, see, for instance, drug users, human trafficking, marginalized group, migrant workers. Suppose we want to do a survey for migrant workers. Where is the list? Where is the frame? Nothing. There is no question of any probability sampling. So there, now the suggested methods, you can see the names are there. I will tell you one thing. The pros and cons is that it is cost effective and time efficient, access to hard to reach the respondent, that is there. But the consequences are essentially lack of control, limited representativeness, and about that it is very sometimes difficult to get to the error margin. You can get an estimate, but finding out a reliable error margin will be difficult in some cases. So I will quickly, okay, skip this. Okay, so let us take this. This is a very well accepted sample. This is what is known as the adaptive sample. So what is there? So this is considered a population of 50 houses who are all the same road, and the houses are numbered from 1 to 50. So it is believed that there is arsenic in the soil, and some residents of a few of the houses may be infected with arsenic poisoning. So this is something that you don't have a list. And it is also but localized. So objective is to estimate the total number of infected persons in the population using samples. So infected persons are rare and localized, use adaptive sample. So what do you do here? Randomly, because of locality, I just select 5 houses. So this is my N is my starting point. These are called seeds. And capital N, how many you have? This 50. So total 50 houses. I have just visited 5 houses at random. anything. Then what do we do? So this is the scheme. Suppose these are the numbers. Now this I plus 1, I minus 1. See, arsenic is something localized. So suppose in your house, if you have a tubal, if that has arsenic, it is very likely that the neighbor is also has arsenic. So that's why this is a scheme. These schemes could be different. For instance, suppose you are looking for HIV patients, then you may have a HIV but infected, but that does not imply that the next door neighbor is also HIV infected. They may be a lot of geographical distance away, right? So it is a case where there is a geographical contagion is important. So if you do that, then what do you do? So this is the thing. So you can see these houses are numbered, and then yi equal to 0 means that there is no manifestation of arsenic poisoning in the house. So this is the way. Now you can see this is adaptive sampling. Look at number 6. Number 6, you can see this is a house which has a arsenic infected person. So I observe that. Then what do you do? I call this neighbor. What is your neighbor? Neighbor is, as I said, I plus 1 and I minus 1. And you can see that 5 is a neighbor, and this person, there is a arsenic infected person there. Similarly, if you look at 5, this has a arsenic infected person at 4. At 4, there is 3, but if you look at 3, if you go to the left, there is none. Similarly, if you go to the right of 6, you do not get any arsenic poisoning. So therefore, if you look at these 3, 4, 5, 6, they form a cluster, right? On the other hand, this 7 and 0, they do not have this arsenic. So I stop there. They are called edges. So the moment I get a data with that event, I go to the neighbor, because it is expected in this situation that the neighborhood may be affected, and it is in this case localized. So this is a specific example, and you can see that house number 27, there are 3 persons affected, and that's why 26 and 28. So 26 and 28 have 2, and then it is more localized. There is no 29. See, the thing is that maybe that the distance between the 28,000 and 29,000 is lot. So there is no arsenic poisoning. Similarly, it could be that the 25,000, 26,000 are differently geographically placed. So therefore, there is no arsenic poisoning. So this is a data that is, so these are possibilities. You have to complete this circle. That is, if you, what you start is that, suppose you start with 6, then I'll look at 6 plus 1, that is 7. I look at 6 minus 1, that is 5. If I get a value at 5, 1, since 4 is 1, I go to 3. Because 3 next is 0, I stop. So this completes the circle, and you can see that 13, then there is no movement, because 13 is 0, right? And then if it is 0, then obviously I'm not going to the neighbor, because my, what is the condition? That there must be at least one event occurring in that household. Since 13 is 0, I do not go visit 14 or visit 12. Maybe 14 has a case, but I do not know, because if I knew all the data, I would not have gone for a survey. You get that? I have randomly selected, say 5 out of this, say 6, and then 13. Let me see what are the sample taken. So suppose this 6, 13, 23, 39, and 47. So it is
So
going
in
on,
this
but
case, we are not starting with any fixed sample size,
yeah,
but we are just following the. So in this case, then we don't start with a fixed sample size, but we just follow the criteria and start with 5 or 6
no, how do,
accordingly,
see,
and
the
then
thing is
follow.
that, see, as I said, there, if you do not start with a initial seed size, you are saying, right? The thing is that then there is an issue. Suppose you start with 2, and then how do you know that there will be a case? So if you know that there is a case, then this will be a biased sample. This initially, see, there are schemes. This 5 that is selected, or just a minute, let me get back to the thing. Why it is not going back? Yeah, now it is going back. Wait a minute. Huh? It is moving forward. Ah, just come. Okay, so you can see that this initial sample of 5 houses chosen 6, 13, 23, 37. It is something, you have the list of households that is there. So what do you proceed? You do not have a bias. So you are selecting them at random because you do not know what is there in houses. So if you do that, you are doing some sort of probability sampling. And I have explained that this probability sampling ensures that you will be able to estimate it better. So that's why this is something where we can actually apply some probability sampling. We will do that. We are giving all houses equal chance, nothing else. If you are doing it by simple random sampling without replacement. And that is why it is 6, 13, 23, 39, 47. You may say that why 5, not 4. So there is no thumb rule about this 5 and 4. You can do, and there is no way to judge like this because that is a sample size question. As I said, there is no answer to the proper sample size question. Now, it is already layered. This cluster around is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and the network around unit 6 is 3, 4, 5, 6. So 3, 4, 5, 6 is essentially those people, those households with this thing, and this is the number of incidences, that is MI4. Now, then 13 does not have 0, so do not go like that. We have done that, and this is the final table. You can see that 6 has network of 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 13 is the singleton because 13 does not give you anything. Similarly, 23, 39 have 0 cases, so we are not going for the neighbors. Now, if we reach your 47, 47 has to the left 46, then 46, 45 is 0. Cases, 46 is 2, and 48 has 3 cases. So if you do this, the total is 6. This is an estimated formula. I'm not going to explain this because this is technical. I'm not going to, what I'm trying to say is that this is a possible way of doing this where you do not have any idea. And this is applicable. What do you do? You have the list, you randomly select, see whether there is a case for this, whatever type, rare cases or something. And then if you find that, in case if it is a geographical location, you can go to the next or previous one. In case if it is kind of disease, you can ask that person that, can you tell me that, do you know some person who is affected by HIV or something like that? In animal surveys, if you find that, because it is assumed that they live in groups. So if you find one animal in one of the places, it is expected that the neighborhood you are likely to find places. So therefore, this is similar to this thing, right? So once we have this, there is estimated formula. So this is the total estimate. As I said, you will do this, that you will estimate 1, all these 3 are 0, and the last one is contributing 2 because it was 6 and there were 3 houses, right? The average multiply by 50, and that gives you the, see this 1 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 2. This is the proportions, and you divide by the entire number of samples, 5, because this is go on increasing up to increase the increase size. So that is essentially the average of the sample mean. If you multiply the sample mean by the total population size, you get the population total. So exactly that is the formula. And if you use this, you can also, because sample mean is a important statistic. Sample mean is an important statistics where you have the ready-made variance formula, standard error formula, and this is the formula. I will share this because it is already there. You can do this. You will get, so my point, even a sample, even if you do not have a sample, this is a feasible way where you can estimate of error. Okay. So this is something that has been done, and there are also different variations of all those things. It goes by different name, respondent driven sampling and all those things. All these are very specific. So if you are having a problem of like this is the literature you should look at and try to find out a solution from it. What I am saying, you have lots of options for the survey research. Mind that whenever you do this, if you get back to the very specific, start with your research question well defined. Then you have your target population. Target population may be known. Then you have the sampling frame. Target population may not be known, just like this. If you have the target frame, we can select. If I select, if we know that there are multiple groups within the population, then we can survey by population groups. That is what is called the stratified sample. And then in this case, as I said, if you do not have anything, you can roam around your locality and get the systematic sample. That will also give you good results. On the other hand, if you do not have a sample list, nothing is there because you do not even know the total population sample size, which you are trying to estimate in this case, right? How many households are affected by arsenic poisoning, or how many, say, rare species are there in a forest. If you try to do this, then there is an alternative method where you can actually start randomly, because you have started randomly almost, and then look at neighbors to get to my possible things that, okay, I will be getting this. See, one thing is that there is a possibility that the initial sample will not lead you to anything, because all the neighbors you get are all zero. Could be. But you can see that if there is a fraction already in the population, suppose out of 50, there are say 10 households actually affected by the arsenic poisoning, then everyone is missed in your random sample, the probability is very low. The probability is in fact 4 by 5 to the power 5, because you are missing at every time. The selection probability is 1 by 5 because 10 out of 50. So not selection probability is 4 by 5. And every time you are missing means 4 by 5 to the power 5. That is a very huge number. So it is unlikely. Right? So therefore, you are not going to miss out any point there where do not have any case by this. If you say randomly select, that probability will be very low. As I said, there will be errors. So if in the initial seed does not give you anything, then you have to select another seed that is there. So you have to have another round of survey where you take another phase 5 samples, excluding those things. And most probably you will be getting that. Those you have to be ready for those consequences. Okay. So this is the thing. Okay. If you have any question, you can ask. I will be able to say, suppose I want these two proportions differ by say 0.01. Then there are some results under some assumptions that if you take your n to be such that, then this will be actually the margin of error will be less than the whatever you specified. You get that what I'm saying? So because there is a very standard result. If you have large samples, see the thing is that this is the result you have. This is say x bar, this is the mean minus mu by sigma and then root n. So this is essentially a normal 0, 1. This is an assumption. As I said, it may not be true. Large sample, if it is identical setup, it will be true. Now, if you have this, what I want, see, this mu is your unknown, x bar your estimator. So what you actually want? We want this, that I want my x bar minus mu to be less than some d, right? Okay. So now I know that this probability, I know that probability that x bar minus mu by sigma and root n, this value is less than, say, d, or say not d. So suppose I can calculate, suppose, okay, I want this to be, so root n x bar minus mu by sigma should be what? If it is d, then it is multiplied by root n and divided by sigma, both sides. So I want this, right? So I multiplied this by root n, so I have to multiply it by root n. I have to divide by sigma, I have to divide by sigma. So this statement and this statement are same. Is you get that? I'm not getting that. So what I want is that x bar minus mu to be less than d, right? I cannot ensure that. So I can say that this probability is greater than some 1 minus alpha. Suppose this is 0.95. This is large probability that it will be there. Okay. Suppose I fix this, that this, my estimate I do not know, mu I do not know, but I have a sample. So x bar minus mu greater than, less than d. So it will be within my margin of error with a very high probability. Okay. Now, because this thing, I can say this is equivalent to this statement, that root n x bar minus mu by sigma will be less than, I have to multiply along this. This is equivalent to root n d by sigma is equal to 0.95. Is it all right? These two statements are same. Because both sides are multiplied by root n divided by sigma. Now this is a normal distribution, right? So what I can do, I have this normal distribution here, and it is 0.95. So I can get this value. 0.95 is 1.96. Okay. So if it is 1.96, I know that this value have to be what? This value have to be 1.96. So then you have given me d. I have to estimate my sigma. What do the sigma? I'll sigma get from the pilot. As I said, I will estimate the sample variability in the population. So I'll get sigma from the pilot. I will get these given to me. And so therefore, if I get this, root n d over sigma will be what? Equal to 1.96. So root n will be equal to 1.96 sigma by d. So n will be 1.96 square, sigma square divided by d square. So if you increase the margin, you will need lesser sample. If you narrow the margin, then you need larger sample. So therefore, it must be, if you have large margin, sample size will be smaller. If you have small margin, automatically sample size will be larger. If you have a large variability, you require high samples. You get that? If the population does not have a very small variability, what will happen? N will go down, as I said, because all the class, see, suppose sigma is 0. No variability. Everybody's height is 5 feet. So I do not require, I just take only one. That will do. On the other hand, if sigma is 100, then I need a lot of samples to keep this margin of error. So this is a specific example. All distributions will not be following this. So this is based on sample mean has nice properties that we can do. So if you are going to estimate your population total or population mean, then we can apply to this. What I'm showing is that there are cases where you can actually find the sample size given your margin of error and the population variance. Population variance you do not know, so you estimate from the pilot. That is a ballpark figure. And you can see that if you set your margin, then you can get the corresponding n, required n, from this simple formula. Okay? Is it all right? And you can see that I have said that if you increase your margin, you require lesser number of samples. If you make D small, your N increases. If your sigma increases, your N increases. All these things will be there. Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. Such a brilliant presentation. But sir is from hardcore statistics, but he made so simple for audience like you. You know, people are from social science. I mean, very different backgrounds, diverse backgrounds, including political science, I believe. So he made it so simple that even a layman can also understand his lecture. So thank you very much, sir. We have a small token appreciation for your good lectures. Can you come with this? Yeah, please.
আমাদের আলোচনা খুব ভালো Perfect.
So we'll meet tomorrow again at 10. But unfortunately, we missed this PRA class. In fact, I was supposed to take it. I was very serious about it, in fact. And we'll see it tomorrow if any scope. We'll make it online then.